Nonetheless, they can't hold the line
Oh,
here.
he's gonna mouth.
Blade throws his life into it. Spica secures it. Cloud Soul guaranteed for near airport. Now it's just about the retreat angle, but they've already done away with Cryogen and Cryo, so now it's a 5-on-3. And this fight should be easy for near airport to clean up. Toasty will try to throw his life, get some fancy footwear in there as he's able to find an escape path without flashing until the very end before Biofrost forces it out of him. But the rest of near airport squad finally with the Cloud Soul on their side.
Oh, the engage. He didn't have the Vault Breaker. Doesn't matter. Cease and assist in. Chrome's not going to go down just yet. Shields come through and Chrome is still alive. Immediate blast from Sammy King to get away. Rovex wants to come in, be the haymaker, but he gets haymaked himself. He's going low. He's burning. He's not, he finally burns down to the ground, and you look tanky. And now the rest of near airport are here. Look at Poe Belter. He's chunking him down. Misses the bait, sealed in the end, but Doublelist has also come online. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be used out of, though. They get 2 picks now. It's huge. That's big. Lilty Lullaby. He's swinging sweet nothings, and we're singing a game.
NA side of the map, they overcommitted without the poke.
Oh,
now
they got it.
Spell the doom.
They do indeed. They found the pick there. They found the win. It was scary. It was dicey. That's going to be a gold graph of all time.
Onto the Baron, but it's now reset since Zamudo teleports into the river. Kizno trying to dash forward, but a great fear by Spirax. Oh, the flank from Darkwing! Oh my god! Flash Timber stop! That's the mid laner gone! That's the jungler gone! They trade out the support though. It's now down to Zamudo. Whoa! The damage from Zamudo Gwen! Hello and welcome everyone. We are getting down to the wire. It is finals weekend for the NACL Spring Split 2025. As always, it's your boy Rafa, joined by once again the old golf man on my left, aka actually it's not my left, it's my right technically, Matthew Cubby David Samuelson. But also because it is finals weekend, we got to bring out the big guns, y'all. And who better to bring out than someone who has been a veteran analyst and a long time standing talent developer with years of experience shaping the next generation.
And
it's none other than Kelsey Moser and our old boss, our current boss technically on LPL English, but our old boss, the first producer of NACL, or back then it was still Academy in the 2022 run. It's good to have you back on the desk with us, Kelsey. What are some of the things that are immediately popping out of your mind as we head into our top 3 teams for this weekend?
I'm really excited. I think it's been very fun catching up and watching a lot of the VODs and seeing, okay, this player still does this, or this player is a bit different now. But I think the biggest thing for me is just how big the dragon fights are and how important top lane is and how many fun picks we get to see in an ACL. It's definitely my favorite part of watching so far this split.
You know, the fact that top lane has much more importance this year than in previous years really is a year for Kelsey Moser. You know, for it. Kelsey does dabble in top lane. Although, unfortunate that Cho'Gath just did take a recent hit in our patch notes for today. But of course, if all of y'all want to continue staying up to date with our conversation and whatever the discussion point is going on in the broadcast, make sure to use our social hashtag NACL across all platforms at NACL, and then for Twitter, watch NACL. As we continue further into our show day, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things we gotta take a quick look at and update everyone all at home is how we got to this point. This is the lower bracket finals, our top 3 teams remaining in Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, Conviction Esports, and Luminosity Gaming. But we started this run with 6 teams at the beginning of it, Matt, and so far it's been quite surprising to see how some of the teams have fared out and where they ended up in our standings.
And one of the big stories that we had going into the playoffs was it was going to be tough to crack that top 3 of Luminosity Gaming, Near Airport, and Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Of course, the roster change for Dark Zero Dragonsteel with UG going pro did affect them a little bit. Shimmer's been doing his best to adapt, was able to adapt fast enough to win a CLAW championship, so congrats to him and Maryville. Of course, this roster of 5 did that this past weekend, but I'm going to have to see if he can really adapt to Fearless Draft, as Shimmer has had to learn really quickly in his seat for this team to step up and win some big games. Did so in the collegiate landscape, and have to see if he can do so today in the Tier 2 landscape.
And another thing that we'll have to take a look at is how far can Conviction make this run through the lower bracket.
They
Kelsey,
beat the top 3.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of our big stories going into this the whole thing, the fact that can this top 3 be crackable? Well, Near Airport is the first one to fall. You know, can Conviction make the run through the lower bracket? You know, Kelsey, in your catching ups with all 3 of these teams remaining, you know, maybe it might be a little too early in the show, but if there's like one thing that you have to remark about Conviction Esports and why they were able to take down Near Airport, what was your biggest takeaway?
I think they're very well organized around understanding when the space is theirs, and when they've set up for a dragon, they like long range comps. They understand the scaling power that range has, and when someone walks into river as opposed to just walking up to you, you immediately deny them from access. So I think that that's something that they've done very well, and that's something that I'm excited for. It's also very cool to see Minui swap to support, since I'm used to the Minui ADC because I think it suits a lot of his strengths, right? So I think that that's really like his understanding of space, his understanding of the ranges on his champions is something that's really coming out in terms of his ability to control areas and for them to get neutrals and deny Near Airport's ability to succeed. So it was great.
Yeah. Well, we'll definitely have to continue our dive on the Conviction Esports as we get later into the show. But before we show off both of these rosters and taking further analysis of what these two teams have to offer, one of the things that we like to do on this broadcast is have a little bit of fun and kind of put ourselves as talent in the shoes of what a pro team would be like. And as you might have seen in previous show weeks, we had pro team all pro votes where we featured our, across the talent, across the player stand base, what the pro team would be for, all the players across. Now, if we have to put talent, we thought this would be a fun little bit. If the talent team was forced to play as a squad into any of these teams in the NACL, we've assembled the super squad of what the talent team. So in the top lane, we would field none other than the Big Hawk himself. He's got that Gragas on lockdown. His son's pretty darn good as well. And this guy's pretty versatile as a top laner. Feel free to chime in with any of these thoughts. I'm not going to talk about myself because, I try to let my results do the talking. Continuing on into the mid lane, it's none other than Beatdown Boulevard. This guy does it all. Because let me just tell you, I might have gotten ahead of myself on the mid lane reveal, but this guy not only plays all different types of mages. He's not an AD champion player yet, unless it's a Tristana.
That's bad for you. That's not good for you.
That's true. We can't play the Italy,
You know what? I will have to rescind the AP champions. Mazel keeps us on lockdown with the bot lane, but the funny thing is that Mazel also plays not just AD carries, but mostly, mages. He plays Swain and Ziggs pretty darn well. And then, of course, who better to keep Mazel kind of wrangled in than our Mr. Covey himself at support. Otherwise, Mazel might be a little too chaotic to control. So, and then, of course...
Best Braum NA, obviously.
Former best Braum NA, and then of course we gotta have someone in the coaching spot to keep us all locked down. So Destrux keeps us in place.
He's got a carry. I feel like this is at least an O2 Clash lineup. If it wasn't for Eric, we need Eric pep talks.
I mean, Eric is definitely loud. Motivating, right? I can hear some kill them. Take them, crush them. It seems like
listen. If Destrux gives us like a super metal hype track, I'm going 3-0 in my Clash games.
Good.
I will have all the motivation necessary. But of course, that was just a little fun that we have for ourselves. On to the more important things. It is our schedule for today, our lower bracket final, Dark Zero Dragonsteel versus Conviction Esports. Now, we've been teeing up this matchup a lot, and the fact that Conviction Esports has made it this far into our top 3 placing is kind of celebration in itself. We're going to see how far they can go, and you've already alluded to this, Matt, the fact that Dark Zero no longer have Yuji in their lineup. We got a chance to see how Shimmer was able to hold himself together against Luminosity Gaming last week. It was a 3-1 loss, but Shimmer did have a nice final finish for himself over at the Collegiate Championship just in Raleigh this past weekend. So we'll have to see how well Shimmer can, continue holding himself in an environment where it is a fearless draft.
Yeah, and that will be a challenge, right? Shimmer, a newer player to this stage, has really had to learn quickly. The fact that he hoisted a trophy is big, but this is his only, 4th best of 5 being played in his career, right? That's pretty crazy with how big the match is. And on the other side, I think Conviction's been red hot. It really feels like they're willing to utilize Minui's deep chant pool to have different takes on draft, which I've really appreciated throughout Fearless. And this is a team that It really feels like they've come together at the right time. So I think between the sub of UG being out, Shimmer in, and Conviction being hot, we might be in for a close best of 5 today, Rafa.
Well, just to remind everyone at home what that Dark Zero Dragonsteel roster does look like. No major changes other than UG being promoted to Team Liquid and Shimmer stepping on in. But Kelsey, when you look at this roster, you know, where do you see a majority of the strengths for anyone that this might be their first time tuning in to the NACL?
So I think there's just a lot of laning power on this roster. It's a little bit weird saying that about Sajed, since his reputation last year was we just scale for team fights, we play the Jinx.
True.
But we've seen a lot of successful initiative from Zyko and Sajed, and then just very, very successful laning from Zamudo, Spyrax. UG would just obviously take advantage of that and start a ton of fights. And I think to Shimmer's credit, maybe a bit of rookie jungler syndrome of why can't we contest the scuttle crab when my lanes don't have prio, but he takes advantage of it without hesitation, and so he's fit in pretty well given his inexperience.
You know, I definitely get that sentiment too. You know, if I'm playing with my homies and I want this particular objective, and I immediately kind of rush in thinking, well, I'm particularly strong, I'm well fed, I'm on my What I Know spike, the enemy jungler's not. This should belong to me, right? But it is making sure that you are working clearly in a team environment where it's not just about if you are strong, it's about if all the supporting pieces around you are also strong enough combined, you know, sum of parts rather than just individuals standing on their lonesome. But when we look at how this Dark Zero best of 5 went against Luminosity Gaming, Matt, obviously we could, you know, pick and pull apart Shimmer and just his inexperience kind of leading to some moments where maybe UG would have been better for this roster. But do you really feel like this best of 5 was just, you know, jungle difference, or were there other parts at play?
It was other stuff. Some of it was, I think, good drafts as well.
Sure.
Like I see a Nico on a red side. The Anhet Varus in game 3 or 2 was going to get outranged by a lot. And again, I think Luminosity Gaming is the team to beat. They've proven that, the fact they're sitting to face the winner of these two teams today. So there's a lot more than just jungle div. I think that the best sign, if you are a Dark Zero Dragonsteel fan, I want to reference CLOL. I know that's classic format. But of course, we did see Ole Miss, that Supernova roster, go after them twice. And the second time around was much more Dark Zero Dragonsteel / Maryville favored, right? So I do feel like this team with Shimmer scaling up. We'll see how quickly they've been able to adapt to the new patch. Of course, we are on 15-11 today. And that team is playing a lot of old patches with CLOL. But curious to see if they can pull it together as we're featuring Zyko. I know a player, Kelsey, that you've said his reactions and some of the stuff that he's been doing, you've been a fan of in the games.
Oh yeah, I think I was a big Zyko fan last year too when he was laning with Scary Jerry. I think he really understands, like his reaction time is really good. He might let them walk in a bit more, he might give them a bit more space, but he will engage on the correct target. He has a really good target selection, I think, in those sense. You hardly ever see anyone get onto such a I think he does a very good job, and he's been pretty flexible since they are such a lane dominant team in terms of playing like the Lucian Melio. I got to hear a fun story from the interview with Sajed on Grapes and Hawk before the CLOL final, where he said no one knew about like the electrocute proc on the new bot lane setup, so they were just destroying everyone with that in scrim. So that was kind of a fun anecdote, but it definitely shows like the extra dimension that Zyko has, other than just being the perfect engager, right? So
we're gonna see if Zyko can continue to show his prowess up against I don't want to say his toughest opponent yet, but someone that has definitely been a surprising challenger in the landscape of supports. I'm talking about Manui, and alongside him is the rest of Conviction Esports. This roster definitely one of the biggest, if not the biggest surprise that has come in, at least for playoffs. You know, during the regular season, they were able to at least impress us by performing above the expectations that we had for them. I think a majority of us as NA talent had them placing around 7th, 8th. To be fair, when we looked at all the teams at the beginning of the split, they ended up 6th, you know.
Oh, they were better than that, man. They ended up in 4th, taking down CCG, right?
Yeah, you're right. My apologies. I was thinking of Winthrop. But yeah, placing 4th overall, and being able to at least beat CCG. I mean, this roster has continued to evolve and scale up, and now we're into the point where this is, even if they lose today, it's a roster that placed way above expectations, and it's going to be super exciting to see how well they continue that performance into Split 2.
I mean, yeah, there's the if they lose to it, but frankly, I think with how well these guys have been playing, I find this to actually be a pretty close matchup coming in. And I think the way they've gone about it, you know, you do have some experience in Chrome, Darkwings on the roster, but Kisno, that reappearance in NACL, all that boot camping and solo queue grinding has paid off. Same with Hoarder in his first appearance has been really impressive. I think he's a bit of a flipper up top, but that's been okay. We've seen more goods than bads. And then, of course, Manui in that role swap. You know, it might be a surprise just given the fact that he's a role swap, but speaking to what Kelsey said earlier, I think the skill set that Manui has just as a person really fits the role of support. He's really been able to show that, not just with, you know, some of the main engaged champions he's been able to play, but also the willingness to play Enchantresses and take counter picks that other players won't, to throw kind of unique curveballs at teams that he can play really well. Stuff like the Soraka, the Zillion being earlier adapter of this Nico that is now so OP, really worldwide, has been a lot of benefits for Conviction. I know Manui's a big brain in terms of draft and strategy behind the scenes too, so him working with Bach, it's been good looks for this team. I have really liked the way they've drafted, and a lot of that has been around not just Manui's support picks, but just Conviction's approach to the game as well.
Yep, absolutely. I think the exciting thing for me is just how much the bot lane and how that bot lane laning phase goes will impact first their dragon stacking, but also just the ability for them to deal with the top lane. You mentioned Hoarder is a bit of a flipper, but one thing that we saw, for example, in the Luminosity series is that they've effectively just had their support Zeyzal just roam top and try to stabilize the top lane so that they consistently got advantages. And I think Zamudo, as an individual strong talent, is getting less support with some of the roster changes in that sense. So if bot lane is stabilized and if bot lane is set up well, then we'll see a lot more control coming out of Conviction and a lot less downsides to maybe some of Hoarder's flipping.
I mean, who doesn't like a good flip every now and then, you know? Sometimes you gotta make things spicy, but, you know, if the chips are down, then you need a spark of inspiration somewhere on the Rift. As you can see, this is our head-to-head between Chrome and Sajed. Both, I want to go back to, you know, kind of the topic you were talking about with Dark Zero Dragonsteel kind of being notable for a team that has some of the best laners in the entire league, and when they're able to maintain a full press court advantage, you know, it allows their jungler back then, who was Yuji, kind of just free reign on whatever they wanted to do and just imposing their will across the entire Summoner's Rift, which is pretty funny considering that Sajed last year was more along the lines of someone like Masu, who came up in that FlyQuest Challengers or FlyQuest Academy roster, where maybe laning was something that they needed to improve on, but definitely a massive team fighter. But when you look on the other side in Chrome has been a player who has had a pretty darn cool story himself, man. I mean, this guy, formerly known as Aaron, came up, had a miraculous story within the collegiate circuit over on St. Louis University, being able to take down Maryville last year. And ever since then, we kept sleeping on this guy. We kept thinking, okay, you know what? Chrome had a pretty darn good year in collegiate. But then what is it like in NACL? And right now, he's in top 3.
Yep. I think he's always been someone who's, first of all, very stable, and second, I think he understands the mechanics of his champions well, right? So maybe he's not the flashiest player, but if there's a combo on Lucian or something like that, he'll be one of the people who are consistently executing it. I also just think, you know, he's someone he'll get along with someone who has very strong opinions about the game, so someone like Manui. And so it makes sense to me that they're landing well together as a bot lane, or they're performing well together as a bot lane.
Yeah, I like how you correct yourself there, because it hasn't exactly been the best laning for Conviction's bot lane, but they have played the map really well. I think that is part of Manui's champ pool, too. Like, when we're playing stuff like Zillion, you don't exactly expect to be lane dominant, but hey, if you get out on the map later on, you can make things happen. I could say a lot as gonna look at the head-to-head before we get close to draft to dive on in. And Kelsey, I know that you were looking at the gold div 15, saying that, hey, in a little snapshot, like, that big difference does kind of explain the priorities of these two teams coming into the series today.
Yep, and I think that's going to be a big indicator of whether or not Conviction can succeed, because if they don't let the goal difference exacerbate too much, I think the way you talked about, right, the map play, everything else will be very favorable for them.
Getting a quick chance to look at the team comparison stats for both Conviction and Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Nothing too surprising other than it kind of adds up to what we had already expected in terms of team identity for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, being a team that usually maintains massive gold advantages across multiple of their lanes, whereas Conviction Esports definitely not in the same category in just, you know, being able to maintain that full press court advantage style, but their strength is in that team fighting, and the strength is in the scaling and their ability to understand, you know, such niche win conditions for the compositions that they draft. And I think overall what they are able to come up with and cook in draft is very exciting for the most part. I already know, talking to some of the members behind Conviction Esports, that there is some special things being prepared for today, especially now that we're on 25.11. I don't expect it to show up necessarily in games 1 and 2, as a certain man on my right, you know, might indicate, you know, still some power picks.
I know you like Diana, Mark. We're not going to see it in games 1 or 2, all right?
Okay, that's fine.
On.
That's fine. I've never said games 1 and 2. I'm just saying, listen, Diana's getting overbuffed at this point. She was already strong. We're already seeing her in previous patches. I'm just saying, man. Diana,
you're very jungle pilled by saying she's strong, which is a one-directional champion, Mark. But you can't see it going up against Dark Zero Dragonsteel. That solo lane focus, you can see it in the bans as well, as those champions very often being taken away by Zimido and Spyrax, with their pools being really deep. I expect Azir to be highly contested throughout the series today, Rafa, as both Darkwings and Spyrax really go to that champion. And of course, on the flip, we see that Nico making an appearance against Manui. I know that we're getting close. Before this, Kelsey, I know that you kind of hinted at the bot lanes maybe making a big difference. I know from seeing Maryville at Raleigh, they might have hinted at how scrims go behind the scenes against Conviction. They're like, you know what? Things are kind of contested, but we feel like we have one big edge, and that is going to be in bot lane or the support role. They really feel like they can take advantage of Manui and lane. Definitely curious to see, or curious to hear what your thoughts are on that, and then curious to see if that's the case on the Rift today.
Yeah, there's been some banter back and forth between the bot lanes in particular. Makes sense. There's a little bit of a history there. But I think, you know, the Kalista priority is a big indicator of, like, okay, we're relying on some of these very, very lane dominant champs to ensure that we get priority. Let's see if it actually works for them against a bot lane like Sejet and Zyko, who have been doing very well in the 2v2.
Well, it's time to put where our money where our mouth is, y'all. And so far, 3 of us are Conviction Esports believers. And I know that Matt technically said that, oh, Conviction Esports actually might be favored. But then why'd you vote for Dark Zero Dragonsteel? Hey, come on,
man. Close. It's close. They might be. I'm still taking the solo lane prowess of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. I do think the Shimmer's been scaling up.
Okay,
and figure it out.
I'm just saying, if Conviction Esports wins, you got to own up that you chose Dark Zero in the end. You know, you can't do this flippy floppy. Well, I think Conviction are favored, but you know, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, I'm gonna still favor now.
Oh, hey, who was favored in LPL last night, Mark? All right.
That's fine. I got that one right. We won't talk about how I troll predicted. But
Kelsey had it right.
Yeah. Too soon. Well, Dark Zero Dragonsteel has opted in for blue side in game 1. And speaking of game 1, draft has arrived, y'all. So here we go. Bans already flying off the board. As you already mentioned, Azir, the hotly contested pick between both Darkwings and Spyrax, already biting the dust here. But Orianna being taken off the table, that has been another prominent mid laner, has kind of risen up the ranks recently. And so far, it just seems like, actually, it's all over the place. Jungle ban, support ban.
Target ban so far, Kelsey, I know that you were, looking at Shimmer. A few champions early on in draft that might be really important for them in Dark Zero Dragonsteel, as you felt like he had some champs early on, of course, to be expected, but some champs that he plays that are more effective than others.
Yeah, and there's one of them, the Pantheon Denial. Yeah, right there.
Oh, snap! All right, well,
is still available.
We have a Pantheon Flex.
Goodbye, Shimmer. Wow. Okay, so Kelsey, the effective champions for Shimmer, right? We were talking, and it was the Pantheon, the Xin Zhao, the Vi.
Yep.
All those champions are now off the board, and Shimmer locks down his third, so these will not be available for the rest of the series.
Okay, so when Conviction said that they were going to cook, I didn't realize this is the kind of cooking that they were going to do.
Could be the boss Vi top. It could be Pantheon support. It could be like a Pantheon mid. We're just going to have to see where they go from there. Unironically, I'm gonna get really crazy. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be Talia. Oh wait, we have 2 ways to combo with Talia. We're kind of saving things here. I think Manui playing Path support might be what we're looking at early on.
Yeah, we'll see. It could also be the Vi support. That's like an old NACL special.
Skytech special.
Yep, the throwback. Skytech did play with Chrome before, I believe. So you know, we never know. So we could see something like that. Like you said, it could. That's the nice thing about this draft is we could go all over the place, and we've set up Talia extremely well, right? So Talia being, I know how you feel about Talia, Matt. So there you go.
Very OP champ. A lot of setup. Also 2 bans or 2 counters being taken away, so that Hoarder is able to blind the Jace. It's going to be the Ornn and the Nautilus. As we're going to try and play fast here on the side of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Really, I think it has to be the Lethality Varus, which does mean that this comp's going to run out of damage. So I think a lot of early game focus should be on the blue side.
And I was slightly hoping for the Poppy, but the Nautilus makes sense. Oh, okay. Sivir?
Going fast. Yeah.
The W did just get buffed as well, the scaling from 35% to 45%, so you can basically just, in mid-game, start sniping people from a screen away, which... I talked about how I love how Conviction play with range. There's so much range and so much control in this composition. It's going to be very hard to get into a dragon fight.
Well, we're going to bid adieu to Kelsey Moser as we take to the Rift. Kelsey, we'll see you on the other side as we get ready for Game 2 for draft analysis. I hope you enjoy the game on the flip side. But here we go, y'all. Lower bracket finals for the NACL spring split between Conviction Esports and Dark Zero Dragonsteel. It's time for Game 1.
I mean, this gauntlet kind of already thrown down when it comes to focusing.
Gio, Conviction, Gio, Dark Zero, Gio, Dark. Sorry, 2 LPL English build.
Yeah, you slept through the series, and you know you just had to throw on the Gios, and you know afterwards. That's fine.
You know we have Kelsey Moser on the broadcast. We have to make her feel at home.
Yeah, that's fine. I was trying to make a point here, but we're speeding through this game because we already have waves dead mid. Some scouting went down, some jungle pathing. Looks like we got a mirrored clear early on, and we're going to have to see it with Kisno making his way up top if he can really help this matchup. As Zamino has taken the spellbook against Hoarder's Jace. He does have the phase rush, but that spellbook always spells that around level 6 could be under threat, and that's definitely why you take the Ornn or the Jace. Just soak up the poke and try and make plays from range to take him down.
Can you still kill at level 6 with Ignite? In this matchup?
Oh, yeah.
I love that. That's so exciting. All right, so hear me out, Matt. One of the things I love about this Sivir Pantheon setup, I don't know how it does necessarily laning-wise into Varus and Nautilus, but if it's able to escape lane, this Sivir can just endlessly wave clear, not really interact with the Varus Nautilus, and then Pantheon gets to do what Pantheon wants to do best, roam around and kill people for free.
Expecting the Heartsteel Pantheon to come out. This was a pick that was kind of popular split 1, Rafa. In terms of support, we saw Core JJ playing a lot of it.
Core JJ, yeah.
Over here in the LTA North. So, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of it this split, but Conviction definitely taking an old page out of the book to, again, try and focus on the youngest player of Dark Zero Dragonsteel, which will be Shimmer, in his 4th best of 5 between the collegiate and tier 2 level, which is pretty crazy to think about. But again, Shimmer, definitely a player that he rose up to the expectation in the classic draft format going up against Ole Miss, but with Fearless Draft, it's definitely a unique twist that he's going to have to deal with this time around. And gank mid, Spyrax.
Well, that was an underwhelming roam from Manui, but I was, you know, the pressure was felt. Spyrax doesn't get a chance to walk up to that wave. They do manage to... Yeah. They managed to do that, but I think the other thing too is that Darkwings is holding on to this minion wave so that it is pushing into him. Now this is going to force Spyrax to potentially be overextended. I don't know. He might have just killed that opportunity.
That's fine. He's just forcing the TP out because if he kills the wave instantly, I mean, there's a world where you can walk back as mid laners.
Gotcha.
Spyrax is going to make sure he gets that TP out. Spyrax, his rise, by the way, definitely worth noting. 3-0 throughout the split, and it was dominant in the games where it was played. So we'll see if Spyrax can show some of that form in this one today. But The inaction early, Rafa, I really do feel like benefits Conviction, because looking at this draft for the Dark Zero Dragonsteel comp, they run out of damage. I know that, like, just the poke Varus, the tank Ornn, and then the Rise, you are limited when it comes to damage later on, whereas Conviction will not be. So that's definitely something I'm looking out for.
Like, I thought Rise is supposed to be like a machine. Oh, Manui might be in trouble here. Ignite forcing the flash out. So Jed and Zyko are going to get it done for first blood. Chrome going to flash forward and at least trades 1 for 1. So in the end,
it's a win.
Score kills is equalized across the board.
Yeah, but you have the Sivir that got the kill is on the map and gets this wave in. That's a win for Conviction. As nice flash from Chrome, kind of boomeranged his blade back to make sure that it landed on Sajed. Zyko's going to do his best to hold away, but no way he can do so against the Sivir, and that's a nice win for Conviction. Setting that Varus behind a little bit, get some cash into the Sivir. And again, this is a game where, yes, Rise does scale, Rafa, but you're playing Rise into a Vi Taliyah Pantheon. If you're able to get those combos down, and then, of course, going up against the Sivir, I think the real question is Sivir going to be able to auto-attack or not as these fights roll out? We'll have to see if Chrome is able to hit the tanks to get those bouncing boomerang blades. But of course, this one, watch the flash from Chrome. He's going to flash on the back half of the queue to make sure that both sides of it hits the Jet as he secures his kill.
Very nice. You see that a lot with Ahri players who flash after the Orbit Disruptor has been thrown out and you guarantee the second hit. Well, because things have gotten pretty volatile in the bottom lane, it does mean that Shimmer is showing his presence on the bottom side just to make sure that Sajed and Zyko can safely push in this wave, knowing that his AD carry has no summoner spells and also that Chrome doesn't have any summoner spells. We'll see if Shimmer and Kizno are going to continue making bot lane a hotspot for the next few minutes while these summoner spells are off cooldown. Meanwhile, Kizno, he's going to get this dragon for free.
I was actually really surprised that Shimmer didn't look on Manui there. Manui was level 4 to the level 5 of Shimmer and Zyko. Hitting that control ward, really feel like he was set up easily for Xin Nautilus to have a combo. Just maybe scared if Kizno's in the wings and the item advantage for Chrome, given the early game, but I actually think that's a missed out opportunity and a missed play as Kizno picks up the dragon thanks to the strength of the push he's gotten. Botten, a little bit of help from mid. Denting blows from Vi, not going to hurt either. And this is Dark Zero Dragonsteel, a team where, again, we feel like their damage runs out. Need to play early game well. They've fallen behind, and that's not what you want to see from this composition.
And it's not like Conviction Esports aren't capable of playing early game fast either. You have this Vi Taliyah combo that comes online at level 6. You already saw the meanings of a dive rotation happening over to the bot side of the map. Nothing did happen, but it's because Sajed gave respect to that pressure play. Spirax immediately calling out Taliyah's missing. Care for a roam towards the bot side of the map. Does force the Jet off of what looked like a full minion wave, if not half of it. So starting to lose out on experience as well as gold. And so if Conviction Esports can continue to leverage this experience and gold lead for Chrome on a Sivir who is already favored towards the late game, yeah, I'm in the same boat with you, Matt.
It's really just going to come down to, is the Sivir going to be able to auto attack or not? As there are a lot of tools on Dark Zero Dragonsteel to make that hard for Sivir. But the double move speed buffs that will be coming out from Chrome, as he's going to be trying to be the, Chrome decal Lamborghini with the Ghost and the ult.
He's going to be zooming all right.
Yeah, he is. Make sure he's zooming.
Phew. A little bit of poke from Dark Zero Dragonsteel as they bully Conviction out of this choke point, but neither team really making a strong move towards these grubs, as Shimmer is the first one to leash it over to himself. Conviction can't really move over quite yet. Zyko is protecting the river for now. Shimmer guarantees at least one and is going to give space.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup by Shimmer, but the fact that they've jailed Sajed now, if they're able to get Chrome to rotate over, they can at least hit this. And of course, Kizno can exit out the back of the pit too. So I like how Conviction's playing this. They went to the waves first. Yes, they did give up the one grub, but I think they can play both in the back half. Kizno going to save his smite, and Shimmer does not have his available. Manui's he's in trouble though.
Forcing a fight. The Taliyah's Weaver Wall cuts off Dark Zero's Dragonsteel's front line away. Spirax commits with the Realm Warp. Shimmer tries to flash away and gets away from the main source of damage on Kizno. And this fight is actually pretty darn well played by the side of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. But here comes Hoarder with the flank. Ornn, Call of the Forge God, lands right on top of the top lane. Hoarder's now in trouble. Tries to flash away. Dark Wings is able to find it. Hoarder will not survive, but at least Dark Wings managed to escape.
Early skirmish does go to the side of Dark Zero Dragonsteel as Benui stuck in the pit. Also, Hoarder flashing within the pit. Pretty much ensured the doom. And we did see Chrome. He was able to kind of auto-attack in that one. Got some damage down onto Sajed and the Varus, but was never really able to get in the back half of the fight. As Shimmer, that Crescent Guard, helped him survive through the early bouncing blades of Sivir and really bought a lot of time and bought a lot of space for Dark Zero Dragonsteel in the fight.
It almost looked like that was not a favorable fight for Dark Zero with the way the Weaver's Wall was cutting off front line from backline access, but the commit from mid lane, Spyrax, being able to get in there first, it gave them a momentary notice where they were outputting more damage than Conviction Esports was.
And the Crescent Guard really worked overtime there for Shimmer, who bought a lot of time in this fight. Really did his damnedest to try and stay alive. And then, of course, Chrome just being split. They had no way to really get him in the fight in the back half. Again, Sivir was down tools. Low mana, too. You get health back from the spell shield, of course. That's been that way for a while, not mana anymore. So it doesn't feel confident enough without the Ghost, without the ult to walk on in there. Ends up being the Grub secured by Conviction. We'll have to keep our eyes on feats, actually, in terms of boots in our inventories. I don't see any... it looks like feats not secured yet for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, but I don't see any tier 2 boots to see if we have feats secured for Conviction or not. Of course, I don't know who got first to 3 kills in that fight, but it is 2 objectives for Conviction, so if they get a third and first brick, could be big.
Yeah, I think Dark Zero Dragonsteel was the first one to get the
I think
3
so
kills.
too, because Darkwings got late kills, so agree.
Yep, yeah. So Dark Zero should be favored at least in that feats of strength, but feats of warfare have not been secured quite yet for either team, since there's only been 1 secured objective, at least for Conviction with that dragon. They're gonna have to wait to pick up another 2 for themselves. Or if it just comes down to first brick, which could be the case if Dark Zero are able to manage to pick that up. We are almost 12 minutes into this game, Matt. The gold lead is slightly favoring Conviction Esports, although Dark Zero did a nice job of kind of equalizing it. But I want to go back to the point you had about Dark Zero being a composition that you would like to see them accelerate the game and snowball first before it gets too late. What is the game break point? Like, what is the time limit you want to see that happen before you feel like it is a too late?
I think it's a lot harder when Sivir gets to 3 items.
Sure.
So we'll start with that. As Zamudo doesn't hit.
Well, that ram went wide, and now Zamudo's in a world of trouble. Kizno able to use the cease and desist, and this ram is going back to the farm, and it's going to the chopping block. Conviction Esports will be able to pick up themselves a free top laner. This dredge line doesn't really connect onto Chrome, but he is still going to go down anyway. Manui should be able to find one more spear shot, and nice Q flash from Kizno makes the distance, and he's able to lock down a couple members here. Sajed is going to fire one more piercing arrow from safety, but he's in a world of trouble. Shimmer doing everything he can to last against the onslaught of Conviction Esports, but still gets blasted by the powers of the gauntlets of Kizno. And now Sajed will finally bite the dust as Hoarder's going to run him down in his own jungle.
Yeah, he's got the move speed buff from the form swap. It is Spyrax farming top, but it's a fight win for Conviction. They're going to get the dragon in the back half as the combo from Zamudo, he was trying to find a double knockup. He had the Q down, so was trying to connect with both the E and his R. Did not find it, though, against Darkwings, who is the big benefactor of that fight, too. Picked up 2 kills around the Grubs, picked up another 2 here, Rafa, and he's really accelerated in this game now, along with Conviction as a team. That's the 3rd objective secured, one of the legs of feats. So eyes on first brick, as whoever secures that will get feats.
Yep. Conviction still in a very dangerous spot against Dark Zero Dragonsteel, where the Sivir hasn't hit the kind of the doomsday late game scaling point where Dark Zero could still kind of make a way back into this game. But the fact that Darkwings is so fed, already has a fully stacked Saracen Brace on his side, is making his way towards his 2nd item relatively ahead of the pace. Conviction Esports, we said it before, just because they have this Sivir late game win con, it doesn't mean that they can't throw hands in the early game. Darkwings and Kizno are a big example of how that's happening so far.
I mean, yes and no. Well, I think that they're really far ahead of where they should be. And like, yeah, they're big. They have the ability to make plays, but it really is kind of what you highlighted earlier, Rafa. It's the Vi, Talia, or in this case, the Panth as well, to like use that combo, find some plays, and then push the game forward. That play, though, that happened because Dark Zero was going for something and Zamudo mis-executed. And with him being behind, that's a hammer smash backwards. Manui, that's a short Grand Starfall, but we'll see if he can connect.
Should get the movement speed from the empowered E for the stun on the W. And even though Zamudo at least ignores the CC with the W, he still cannot survive against the 3-man. Darkwings could be in trouble, and that'll be a big bounty for them to pick up. Spyrex should be able to do it alongside Shimmer under the tower. It got close, but not close enough. Dark Zero's jungler is able to get the shutdown.
Still, that's the race for first brick 1 for Conviction. So feats will be secured by them. You can see it in the inventories for both Kizno and Darkwings. And that's a nice hunt onto Zamudo. I like the fact of, like, they are setting this Ornn a little bit behind early. And Hoarder, he is a really good Jace player. This early Black Cleaver's nice, as Kizno can't find the fish in the brush. Good out there from Spyrex in the Rise.
Yep. I was waiting for another flash, but then remembered that Kizno had already used his flash for an impressive Q flash earlier in the dragon fight that we saw. Teleport from Darkwings. Not going to find the seismic shove onto Psycho as they're getting ready for Rift Herald. Yep. Already spawned 30 seconds ago. Conviction Esports, the first ones to play.
I got to give Kizno credit in this game. I really like how he's playing this out. Like, even though he didn't find the Rise, just the fact they saw the Realm Warp out and killed some tempo, that buys the time and space to take a free neutral like this. And he's been doing a great job of controlling the map. 100% neutral control outside of the single grub going over to Dark Zero Dragonsteel with his team. And again, we set up in this draft, Rafa, that it needs to be Dark Zero Dragonsteel executing early. It's been Conviction with a far better execution early, and Dark Zero Dragonsteel have to be on the back foot.
Still some time for Dark Zero Dragonsteel to catch up in this game, but that gold lead is starting to balloon even further and further. Psycho engaging a little too boldly, maybe for their own taste, but double shields should allow him to survive, but until the Boomerang Blade at least clips him on the backside. Chrome steps a little too far forward for that, so gets an easy trade. Hoarder flashing in. Here comes the Cavalry, but Conviction Esports are still on the back foot since Darkwings fell in the trade.
2 for 2, Dark Zero Dragonsteel trading up, taking down the 2 carries. It was Chrome trying to kind of find a 1v1 or a win on the backside. Couldn't quite do it, as we might have 3 Black Cleavers coming out from Conviction. Little interested by this one, but don't feel like that's 100% efficient, Rafa. That's sad. At the moment, it's still them really in the lead, in control. And we're starting to see Shimmer fall a little bit behind later on in this season. Again, I think Kizno's done a really nice job of playing the game with his team. I think Shimmer's had a decent game on Xin too, but just kind of the consequences of how the plays have gone down. Shimmer, he has been dragged to a lot of plays, has all of his camps up, gonna need to clean some of them up. And with Dragon spawning in a minute and Kizno on this top side, kind of curious to see what happens here.
Take a look back at the replay. This fight got so split up. There is a skirmish on the backside of it, and there is, you know, another fight that Chrome decided to pick for himself in the front lines.
Yeah, I mean, Zyko did a nice job of baiting with a couple of his shields between the W and the Locket to buy some time. Nice snipe on the back half by Sajed to find Darkwings and make sure that that was an even 2 for 2 where they traded up in members. But yeah, again, I think the initial play from Zyko was a little bit of a surprise.
We'll see what these two can do in the next 10 seconds. It is a Cloud Soul this game, so a lot of zoomies will be happening on the Rift here. And already, with the fact that Conviction Esports got the first 2 dragons of the game, they're going to get this 3rd dragon for themselves as well. This is going to be a scarily fast composition that Conviction Esports have if they manage to get Cloud Soul, because you pop the Sivir ultimate, and then everyone is running at Mach 10.
This is a go fast challenge for sure, man. I mean, the only way they could have gotten things faster is if they dropped the first 2 dragons and tried to go for the 4 Cloud Dragon.
Oh, true.
Cloud Soul, you know?
True.
Been a truly big brain going fast, but of course, Conviction doing their due diligence without their playing the objectives on the map. And Dark Zero Dragonsteel just haven't really been able to get anything going. They're gonna try here onto Chrome as he's way too far up.
Yep. Even with Manui and Darkwings arriving to the party, it's just a little too late as Chrome already bites the dust. But can they look for any redemption kills in the back half? Psycho is not going to fall this time around. And I have to say, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they see a lonely Sivir, even with flash up, and they're still able to make the pick happen.
I gotta say, I think a lot of the early power and strength, the conviction, has kind of been thrown away by going triple Black Cleaver. So why we don't like this Black Cleaver, the passive's unique. It's not able to like further stack, right? So a lot of your passive power, which matters a lot in terms of league and item efficiency, is actually just going to the wayside. As conviction, like oftentimes when I see other team or other members building Black Cleaver as Vi, like you go for Sterak second. I could talk about his Chrome play, but he's dead. Yeah, there's just too much being thrown at him. He can't deal with it. I'm really surprised. Like, you could see Jace go Shojin. That's a really good item for him. You could have seen, again, the Heartsteel on Pantheon. I know Cleaver's his best item, so... but the fact that we have 3, I feel like is a bit short-sighted by conviction, because they were really cooking with this composition, denying some of those champions away from Shimmer playing that early Pantheon. But now this gold beat kind of feels meh.
Psycho doesn't have flash in this fight, already lost 50% of his HP. Kizno forced a flash over the right side of the wall. Teleport is coming in. Cease and desist right on top of Spyrax. He flashes away. Zamudo forms a giant wall, and they just cannot get through it. Zamudo finally falls, but Spyrax was saved, and that is all that matters for the side of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. But they lost Shimmer in the trade as well. There's no junglers on the other side. On either side of these two teams, Conviction are going to try to flip this Otacon.
I think they're kind of waiting. Yeah, there it is. Weaver's Wall. They wanted it.
It was a bait. They never cared about the Otacon. They were just trying to see if they could wait for the carries to walk on in. Psycho still no flash. Good use of the dredge line, but Conviction Esports are fast enough to try and run him down. Just a couple more odd attacks, and they finally take out the Nautilus.
Like that. They got a flash out of both Nautilus and Varus there, so all flashes burned as they pick up a kill in the back half. Conviction going to be able to reset and kind of match Dark Zero Dragonsteel getting back out of the map.
This Rift Herald's going to take a stray walk into the mid lane. Thankfully, Darkwings is here to at least escort, maybe get a free charge if no one is there for the play. It's just going to be a unempowered charge, but it's enough to get the damage down.
I mean, we're about a $145 away from this Dragon, Rafa, and kind of have to start looking at it, talking about it. Like, this is going to be a lot of power and advantage going over to Conviction. We have seen, again, I think the early fights, when you have these tanks, it just has to be explosive. Because if you aren't able to take members out early on, then the more damaged members from Conviction kind of take over later on. And yeah, we did see Dark Zero Dragonsteel pick up 2 early kills there off the poke Varus and the Ornn being tough to move, but then the back half, we're not able to see them really be able to match the DPS that Conviction can put out. I think that's really going to be the story of the next fight. As Dark Zero Dragonsteel doing their best to take control here. They do have a lot of range tools. Minui's, that's aggressive.
They're early. Psycho goes on in. Was it all for naught? Minui might be traded, so support for support. But Chrome falls down again, and Conviction Esports now have to really rely on the rest of their top side, but they've already lost Kizno in the trade as well. Dark Zero are up 4-3 right now on the map. As long as they can survive and find a way to get this objective for themselves, but it doesn't look like that they're strong enough nor healthy enough to make that trade happen. And Darkwings! Did he see him on a ward? I didn't...
No, it's a fish. He found the flick, took down the Ornn. That's big, because Zamudo has no TP, and that is a bit of a stunt in terms of where he goes down. I mean, Conviction can actually heal on up. I don't like Minui contesting that control ward, because I don't like the terrain of the fight for Conviction. You saw Sajeda as the Varus was able to sit over the wall and find Sivir, find big poke, big damage in that fight. I do think that's dangerous. Conviction... need to be able to find more angles. That was kind of a front to back where they weren't able to get set up, weren't able to connect with a big Weaver's Wall in the Vi combo, but because they found Zamudo in the back half, they're going to tickle this dragon, try and pull it out. We'll see if they flip it. If they do, it's going to be a 5v4 in their favor.
Kizno is back. They still have the overall gold advantage against Dark Zero Dragonsteel, so they favor their chances here. The Death Charge brought it into 2 members there, but thankfully no one was in range for the engagement. Minui sends it, immediately gets blown up. Now it's in even numbers, and Zamudo has arrived back to the party. He teleported in. Conviction Esports just played this fight way too fast, Matt. And Dark Zero Dragonsteel say, thank you very much for the leash. We're going to take the Dragon and the Otacon, too.
I mean, again, it was a front to back, right? As Minui just jumped into Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they pretty much caught the engage of Conviction. They were trying to play it really quickly to actually play that objective before the Ornn got there. I just don't think that was doable in hindsight. As instead, they forced the fight to maybe find a fight again before Ornn got there, but Zamudo or that fight in itself was flawed. Manui never got the E off. He touched down and died. That was a one-directional fight. And then, of course, Darkwings being stymied. And with Conviction grouping a lot, keep in mind, Spyrax has been the one in the side lane for a lot of this game, Rob. But the fact that he's sitting on a Zanyas and also has a level 16, his Darkwings being hunted. Realm Warp could come in.
Okay.
Okay.
It's just a flash out of Darkwings. Zyko could not find another dredge line on a wall trying to
level
get himself
16
closer
rise
for
is
Deal.
big though. He's got 2 levels up on Darkwings. Keep in mind he's been in solo lane quite a bit. That as well. We've seen Manui fall behind a little bit. Otacon picking up the Rose is going to help with that. And Darkseer Dragonsteel kind of evening this game back up as Conviction. I feel like really playing this one too quickly.
All right. Now, I do want to say Chrome is at the 3-item breakpoint now. So, Conviction are at the point where you were talking about that you were a little afraid for Darkseer Dragonsteel if they were not able to close out the game fast enough. They do have to deal with the late game Sivir. Given how these fights have played out, Conviction Esports might be in trouble again. Manui caught out, forced to flash away. Seismic Shove, catching Shimmer, pops the pressing guard, but Hoarder's in melee range, so he just bonks him back to the fountain. Kisno gonna get a range flash right on top of Sajed. The Seismic Shove destroys him. Chrome is blasted once again. Zamudo will arrive to the party. Maybe he can find a massive Ornn ultimate here, but Spyrax, can he be the hope? But he finally dies, and Conviction Esports are able to ride this fight out. Manui survives, and Zamudo's got no more carries left in the back half, so there's nothing that this Ornn can do, and with Kisno still alive, this Baron is for free.
Other big difference in that fight, we saw Go Darkseer Dragonsteel's way around the dragon. Kisno did not have access to the cease and assist. This time around, he had it erased Sajed from the map, and despite the best efforts of Spyrax, not enough gas in the tank for the Rise to power through Conviction. As they found the better engage and starts of the fight, they're going to win that out and take the big objective in the Baron.
Okay. We knew he got out. Was a little nervous if he was gonna die to the Baron on the back half of that one, but Conviction Esports do net the Baron for themselves. Quick shout out to one of our sponsors, ProDiv.gg. It's a awesome service that has been provided to one of our former NACL players in our Mayo. If you're gonna try to level up your skills, check that out for yourselves. We'll continue talking about it later on in the broadcast, but just wanted to get a quick mention as right now in this situation, this is where, you know, I would like some coaching. It was like, okay, we got the Baron buff. How do we continue playing out the situation?
That's easy. I got you, Rafa. Play 2 lanes. You got to go for the 4-1 setup, collapse in a bot.
Huge.
That's going to be it. As we like our Baron deploys being clean if possible. Now, NACL Chrome has to be a little bit careful here, though. As he's baiting around with Zyko. Darkseer Dragonsteel actually contesting mid wave really heavily. Realm Warp coming in, but Conviction should be able to disengage. I'm surprised that Hoarder TP'd in.
I think Darkseer Dragonsteel are definitely happy with that one.
I don't like this Baron anymore. Yeah.
Zyko fished for a dredge line and said, oh, cool, I got a TP out of it. Nice. Good job, guys.
I feel like if they waited on that and Hoarder was playing that wave, then they would have been able to play for the bot turret this time, and then you go for like the 1-4, and you keep Darkwings mid, who can still rotate with the Weird's Ball, and you collapse 4 in the bot. And so we're talking through some of the Baron setups. Speaking of Darkwings, he's got a death gap in inventory. That's going to feel pretty good for himself.
Potential catch on Zamudo. Wow.
Oh, no.
You know, it is triple black cleaver, but you know what? At least all of them are guaranteeing the proc on it as fast as possible, and so Zamudo shredded to nearly a quarter of his HP. Might be forced to retreat here as he does not get his recall stopped here. 4 members trying to be left to defend this bottom tier 2. Weaver's Wall is going to cut off a couple of them, and they should be able to guarantee this kill. Stun right on top of Spyrax. Does he not? He doesn't have flash. He has Zonias to be able to buy some time. Re-engage from Zamudo. Gets a massive knockup into 2 members. And Conviction Esports once again overstayed their welcome. And Spyrax doesn't even die in the aftermath of the play. Conviction Esports now left to Hoarder as Sajed is on the hunt. Maybe they can find him. And a teleport is coming in as well. Spyrax is hunting for the lone chase. Just in time for the dragon. Shimmer with the flash whip becomes lightning. Finds the mark. It's the ace for Darkseer Dragonsteel.
Big mistake from Conviction as Chrome gets caught out early on in that fight. And again, Spyrax, who they engaged on him under the turret, was able to actually pop the Zanyas and get out of there as he's tanky enough to live through that. And some of the struggles of, hey, can this Sivir auto? Can we actually get the DPS down? I think we're seeing it, some of it. My eyes are on Chrome for this one. As the Weaver's Wall comes in, Spyrax is cut off. This flick misses, but we still pull the trigger, and yeah, just keep your eyes on the Chrome. He popped that spell shield early, and he gets depth charge, knocked up, can't even flash his way on out. That's just a 100-0 one shot. Jet afterwards able to step up, finds Darkwings, and that ends up being an easy fight for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, as everything was put down on the Sivir early on, and Chrome couldn't function.
Really tough situation from Conviction Esports because, as you highlighted, this is a game state that they should be favored in. They just got the Baron, and all they get for it is a tier 2 turret into Ace, wipe, and then being denied Dragon Soul again for the second time in a row. We are in a quick tech pause. Hopefully it will get resolved as soon as possible. But I just want to open up the floor here, Matt. Is this Chrome messing up too many times, or is this Dark Zero Dragonsteel just successfully executing and just overcommitting?
It's Conviction playing too fast. I think the Chrome mechanically did mess up there, as he didn't burn the spell shield on he burned it before depth charge came in, but also they're pretty far up trying to force that turret. You can always wait a wave, or you don't have to fight just because you found the Weaver's Wall and the cut off Spyrax. So I think it's a little bit of both. For sure, Conviction playing fast is, I mean, this is a 40+ kill game already, so it's been a bit bloody.
Well, we are now around the, I think I last saw the 28-minute mark. We're
gonna find out. We're getting back in fast.
We're getting back in fast. Thank goodness. All right, 29 minutes. Not bad on the old memory.
I mean, you said 20 minutes, and there was a Baron taken, Rafa, so I got to find you just a little bit.
No, I said 28. I said 28.
I heard 20. I heard 20.
Okay. Well, my memory is old, and your ears are old, so, you know.
Apparently.
We've got both things that we need to be checked out. Gold lead, relatively even at this stage, as we are now hitting the 30-minute mark. 2 dragons earned by Dark Zero Dragonsteel back-to-back, denying the Cloud Soul away from Conviction Esports. This is still a composition that I think fairly favors Conviction, but the fact that they are, as you highlighted, playing a little too fast, playing with a little too much disrespect to Dark Zero Dragonsteel's ability to find a lot of these crucial engages onto some of the key carries for Conviction Esports, is putting them in a really difficult spot where they should otherwise be favored.
Again, it's going to just be about if Chrome can auto or not. And the 3-item mark was where we started to say, hey, look at this Sivir, right? It could take over the game. Haven't seen that yet. Do have to say, want to look at the items real quick. We do have a Zanya's sitting in Sajed's inventory. I do feel like this game, that's a bit unique, but for sure meant to take away targets from this Vi Talia. And it's not like Varus he does actually have some AP scaling on his W. So going to be about stacking up those blights and making sure they pop. It's going to try and help keep up with the damage. But I mean, moving forward, we just have to look at Chrome. Is Chrome going to be able to auto? Is he going to be able to function in this game and in these fights? Because if he is, we've seen things go well for Conviction. If not, it's been trouble.
Yeah. That is kind of one of the disadvantages of playing Sivir. You do some of the most disgusting late game AoE damage out of any other marksman in the game thanks to your boomerang blades, but you are one of the shortest range marksmen as a result. You're 500 range, so you have to really get up close and personal, which puts you in striking range of pretty much the entirety of Dark Zero Dragonsteel's engage that they have on their side. So I almost wonder if, as Chrome, even though you're short range, you just have to wait. You have to wait for everyone to blow engage. Yeah.
Yeah, I would play behind. The fact that he's contesting those waves high, I would just start catching waves. It doesn't matter as Sivir. You kill the waves so fast. Let them get in the jungle. It's okay. You can try and overtake or actually let them overcommit to find an angle. I also think that, of course, talking about Chrome specifically, if he's able to auto attack or not. Also keep in mind, the last couple fights from Conviction have been front to backs. Manui's not getting backline. Oh boy, hold on.
Okay, well, Realm Warp traded for both On the Hunt and Weaver's Wall. So that's 2 ultis for the price of 1. Advantage to Dark Zero Dragonsteel for that one. And that does remove Conviction Esports' ability to find a pick for themselves or make a fast play.
Nice flick there on the Shimmer. I like how Darkwings is playing up. It feels like no one outside Manui can really catch a dredge line, as we're seeing Chrome really be aggressive with his spell shields, trying to use that to burn the Qs. Even if that happens, though, like Zyko, you get pulled halfway as Nautilus, and then you can R with no spell shield. So I still don't like how Chrome is playing this.
Holy
okay,
moly.
good force by Zyko.
Yep.
That's a positive trade.
Dark Zero members already forcing huge spells out of Conviction Esports in this dance for the Baron and the upcoming Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. Shimmer taking a lot of damage though. Flash right on top of Chrome. Spell shield already used. Tries to flash over the wall. Dodges the Ornn ultimate, but still taking a lot of damage in the back. Conviction Esports trying to re-engage here. Sajed in the back line. Spyrex trying to fire on all forms on the front lines, but Chrome finally gets to fire Boomerang Blades as he falls to the Ignite.
Oh, it's so close.
But Spyrex already falls. Sajed gonna pop the Zonius just to delay the inevitable death. Darkwings and Hoarder able to survive and triumph over Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
They're pinging the soul. I think that's the right call. Shimmer got low on the wave thanks to the Sivir bouncing blades, but he was prepping that 3 Talon strike. Did find Chrome to start off the fight, but they weren't able to take him down. Last tick of a good night, make sure the Sivir falls, and frankly, that saves the Baron. That ensures that Baron doesn't go down. I know that there is a smite up on the map for Dark Zero, but with the soul lanes being alive here for Conviction, they're going to double TP and kill this dragon before the smite can get here. Is Shimmer not going to contest this?
You think it's just Dark Zero's telling Shimmer, don't even try it, it's too risky.
Yeah,
if you die...
yeah, it's Baron if you die.
Yeah,
I think this is the right call, even though it was Cloud Soul going over. So a lot of power in the hands of Conviction. Of course, when you pop that ultimate, gonna get a bonus Nas button, something that really abusable on Jace, even on Pantheon trying to land. And of course, Chrome, as you teased, Rafa, truly gonna hit Mach speed now.
4.5 items on this Sivir. Cloud Soul secured for Conviction Esports. As soon as Chrome pops the On the Hunt, it's not just the movement speed from the ultimate, it is the Cloud Soul movement speed also giving a boost to everyone. This benefits Jace when he form swaps. Weaver's Wall will be nice for Darkwings. Manui gonna get that extra bit of movement speed if he sends it with his own Grand Starfall, and of course Kisno, Seasoned Assist. It just benefits everyone super well. Dark Zero will at least be able to shove in the wave first in mid lane. Spyrex, or Darkwings I should say, getting a chance to base, maybe finding another purchase for himself before he gets back on the map. Looks like it's just Control Wards trying to stock up for vision play. Dark Zero Dragonsteel doing their due diligence to safely extend vision on this top side, since Baron is the other objective left on the map.
Some tension here. As, of course, a couple of big flashes down. I do feel like that can really empower a Nautilus-Varus combo. As Darkwings, Chrome, we did see them flash to escape some dredge lines, buy some space from the depth charges in the last fight. This tool's not available for this one. Pretty much every flash burned outside of Zamudo's and Manui's from that last mid lane 5v5.
Just look how fast the waves disappear. When you have this Sivir at this stage of the game, wave is instantly killed. Conviction will get a chance to move into this river. They don't...
Sneaky ward in the pit, though.
Yeah, they can't get rid of that ward. So it's the only reason why Dark Zero Dragonsteel is not face-checking right now.
Yeah, that I'm really surprised there's not just a control ward down. There's not one in the inventory as a Conviction. Chrome feels a little bit more empowered with that Cloud Soul to step up and try and sidestep some of these stretch lines. Manui did pop.
Manui eats the Hicks. Zyko's taking a lot of damage. That's the support gone. Dark Zero now down to 4 members. Zamudo already down to 50% HP. No teleport available because he exchanged it with the barrier. Conviction gonna try to press their luck here. Looking for Spyrex. Manui's trapped on the other side of the wall. Good Ornn ultimate knocks up Darkwings on the back, but it just slows down the fight. But it doesn't make the inevitable still happen in favor of Conviction Esports. Zamudo gonna take the base here. Conviction gonna try to push through the mid lane, catching the wave high. Shimmer protecting the base of Zamudo, but he and Sajed are left on this right side, and this should be the Baron for the side of Conviction Esports.
Yeah, I kind of surprised that Conviction didn't really pull the trigger, but they're down tools, and so they stay disciplined. They don't overcommit into the enemy jungle for the fight. Instead, they take the Baron. I really thought there was a world there where if they pick up those kills, it could have been game. The Sivir's still alive. We'll see if this Baron push is a little bit better for Conviction as our 27 to 27, 52 kill banger. Rafa, it feels like it still has been Conviction sided for the majority of the game, and they're going to try and put the finishing touches on this game one.
Yeah. There was definitely a lot of oopsies in the mid game, and credit to Dark Zero Dragonsteel for being able to punish Conviction where they were playing too fast or where they were just way overextended and up too far. But Conviction Esports are able to ride out that mid game trough for themselves and have gotten to the promised land of this late game where Chrome has 6 items. Dark Wings almost has 6 items. Hoarder almost has 6 items. This is peak damage for the side of Conviction Esports, if not completely. And for them, it's a 5,000 gold advantage. We imagine that Conviction Esports are just one good fight away from closing out game 1.
And one good Baron to play. The last one was a little stinky, so we'll see if this one can be a bit better. It's again going to be on Psycho to try and fish. I think big thing for me, all those flashes back up and available for both teams. As, Hoarder. Okay, going to be able to get out of that one. That's flash down from Zyko. Still has the Hex flash, though.
Darkwing's taking a lot of damage. Yeah, Zonia's, but now he's down to 200 HP. You said it before, the last Baron was a little stinky, and this might just be as messy. Conviction Esports, once again, too far forward. Good seismic shove by Darkwings at least prevents Doomsday and Disaster. Darkwings is able to make it out alive. Hoarder flashing over the blast cone, but once again, that Dark Zero Dragonsteel just punishing a very sloppy Baron deploy by Conviction Esports.
Darkwings just walked into Rise and lost his entire health bar. I know that he got out, but everyone else died for the sins. Still seeing some of the difficulties of Sivir actually being able to auto-attack, get the damage down. And Conviction, this is going to come down to an Elder, and they're going to be laid on the map for control.
45 seconds until Elder spawns here. Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they're going to get a chance to place Vision down aggressively first on this bottom side of the map. Conviction Esports slowly starting to deploy. No Chrome for another 10 seconds. No Kizno for another 15. This is so much time for Dark Zero to have advantageous positioning for this objective. And as we know, Matt, Elder Dragon, damn the Cloud Soul, Elder Dragon can be the equalizer here.
Yeah, I mean, everything comes to an end when the fat lady sings, Rafa, you know? And we've had a lot of haymakers thrown both ways. It hasn't been the cleanest from either team, but it's been a war, and this war could be ended by this Elder Dragon. So again, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, because they won out on that last fight, Conviction gonna have to play the waves here. They are second, and Control going over to Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and Sajed making good use of it as that poke Varus is pumping out the damage with him showing he's solo holding the line. Darkwings really has to scout in here. Spyrex has this at half. Chrome,
Manu is sending it just so he can get vision on what the Elder Dragon is looking like. Zamudo's holding the line as much as he can. He's going to fall for himself. It's a 4v4 now. Support for top layer. Darkwings gets exploded. No need for the Elder Dragon. Chrome getting jumped on. Flash into the wall. Spyrex is on the other side. He flashes right into his face and throws a whole book of runes at his way. Hoarder, the only member left standing on Conviction Esports side, but Shimmer's still alive, so they have Smite to secure this Elder Dragon. Oh boy, Dark Zero Dragonsteel have clawed from the depths of defeat and are on the way to victory.
I mean, it's been sloppy from Conviction, right? These two Barons going as sideways as they did have really opened up Dark Zero Dragonsteel's path back in. And when you have a poke Varus with an Elder Dragon, Rafa, at this mark, it's going to be really tough for Conviction to fight this. Sajed is low, doesn't have lifesteal in his kit. So I think they just take this and then back. But how hard can they push? As they are split, do we... okay, I don't see Manui with any ult. I was about to say we could get a little bit feisty and frisky if we really want to as Conviction, but... Man, Conviction has to take inventory of these two Barons. It really feels like they've gotten head over heels when it comes to them on their skates trying to wrap this up, and it's been punished really well as Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Again, them getting to the river first with the Varus, we saw the value of Sajed and how difficult it was for Conviction, even with this Clown Soul, to try and get in there.
Yeah, if you're a Conviction Esports fan, I think you should be checking your heart rate after this game, or making sure that you have a doctor on standby, because I can't imagine it has been a low, steady pulse. It's definitely been all over the place this game, just watching this team kind of go from okay, guys, we got it. What are we doing? What's happening? And for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, this was a game that we kind of estimated as the game went on, they would have no business in being able to get back into this game, but they found the windows where Conviction Esports exposed themselves, and Dark Zero Dragonsteel have punished accordingly.
Yeah, Chrome has to play these fights slower. Like the fact that he's died 9 times. I know it's a tough game for Sivir to play, at least in terms of range, but you have to try and wait out these first rounds of cooldowns. And there isn't a tank to really buy space for Sivir in the front line. I did like the Jace. I know Hoarder's Jace is really good. It's been a great start for Conviction in this game. But we're seeing really less tools and less space be able to be bought. Talia's there to try and make up for that. Just hasn't been enough. As Dark Zero Dragonsteel have really used this Elder Dragon to try and stabilize, but this is expiring pretty soon for these guys as well. They're probably just going to use it to make sure they lock down this Baron, which is likely to be given over by Conviction. But still, 15 seconds, I believe, left on this buff. You can see them trying to play up, make this happen, but it's not going to be the case.
As Conviction, do you even chance checking into this Baron? I think you just give it over to Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Yeah,
it's just too risky. Yeah. Oh, is he? Okay,
He's taking some camps away. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nothing. That's all right. Elder has expired, but the next monster buff is taking place in the hands of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. And I know coming into the series, Rafa definitely talked about how the solo lane strength of Dark Zero, it matters a lot. It really has been Spyrax for me stepping up, and also Sajed really showing that team fight prowess still on this poke Varus. He's been really big in these fights.
Conviction Esports are able to at least clear the minion wave, and remember, this Sivir is pretty darn good at killing these waves as long as Chrome isn't too far up when he's catching them. So Conviction should have the peace of mind, unless they send it under the tower here. Call the Forge God, hits Manui in the face. They're gonna try to punish under the tower while they're taking turret aggro. Good flick onto Shimmer, but he's got the Crescent Guard, able to block all that damage. So a little bit of ultimates being expended here by Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Maybe looking for additional members here.
Okay.
But Conviction Esports, they're just gonna be safe about this one and not risk their chances of this game one.
You could still see all the damage that came down from Chrome. I mean, that was pretty much just one series of bouncing blades, right? With the W bouncing and making sure that everyone left with half a health bar. So, again, if Chrome is able to actually auto-attack in this one, Rafa, I really feel like Sivir can carry this game. But we've seen so many fights where Chrome gets locked up and locked down by Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So I think for the next fight, my eye's really going to be on him to see if he's able to function.
Yeah. In that base defense situation, Conviction Esports definitely looked a lot favored because
There's a nice wall.
Yeah, there's a wall of frontline members that no one can easily get onto Chrome, whereas in these fights where Conviction Esports have kind of exposed themselves, Chrome is forced to step far up, and Dark Zero have a lot more creative angles to kind of pincer and find their ways into the back line. Dark Zero are the first ones back on the map here, and they have full control of this bottom side blue quadrant jungle. We're about a minute and some change away from the second Elder spawn.
Control because the Baron is in the hands of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. It's still there. We saw what happened the last time around, Rafa. Was Sajed able to get some significant poke down onto Kisno, force him out? He had the jungle privilege, some health back, and was really slow for them to actually get in here. I think that if you're Conviction, you got to play this one through bot. Like, throw a curveball at them. I really feel like that's the only way they're going to get into this pit. Just curious if they can actually find that. Because at the moment, it feels like they're still stuck a little bit in mid.
They have one ward at the entrance of the mouth of this blue quadrant jungle. Other than that, it is complete darkness for them. Dark Zero Dragonsteel doing all that they can to threaten. Conviction Esports just trying to push and brute force their way through the mid lane at the moment. Zamudo willing to take some damage. Zyko goes in. Weaver's Wall is going to section off their escape route here. It's a lot of stray damage. Boomerang Blade already doing a number here. Zamudo throws the call to Forge God to the right side. Manui is the first one to fall, but Sajed is critically low, and he has to keep his distance so he does not lose his GA in the process, or not a GA, his life. as the rest of Conviction Esports
This
still
is
trying to brute
okay.
force their way through.
Whoa.
Cease and desist right onto the back line, but Shimmer brings him right on forward. Sajed pops the Zonya's Hourglass, not able to contribute any damage. Maybe it was a misclick, and Hoarder now sees a free Varus for the taking. Should be able to find him with one shock blast, and it's enough. Conviction Esports losing out on their jungler. It doesn't mean a damn thing, because Chrome and Hoarder are still alive to take the Elder.
Chrome stepping up was huge in that fight, was critical of the Sivir earlier on, not being able to auto-attack, but that time around, with the wall and the rocks down, Chrome got so many autos down onto the tank. Spyrex gonna try in hero mode.
Spyrex in a 1v2. Can he find it? He's already popped the Zonias.
No.
I don't know how much damage he's going to be able to pump out. It was an admirable attempt. He had to send it. But Conviction Esports win the 2v1 and the Elder. And they're good call out. They're going to try to wait for as many members to spawn with death timers being super low.
Wow. I can't wait to get a replay of that fight. I really felt like Chrome was the big difference maker on that one, as Manui is actually going to ult in to finish off the Dragon himself. Don't see this every day, but 8 seconds on their mid-jungle duo. Manui going to make sure that everyone has the Elder buff, as the second fat lady needed to make sure that we can wrap this game up, Rafa. And that just might be the case.
We're approaching 50 minutes, baby. It's game 1 of our lower bracket finals, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Has it been the cleanest gameplay? Hell no. But you know what? That's what NACL is all about. Everyone is throwing themselves at each other, and, you know, we get a little crazy with it. You know, sometimes things are not ideal, but is it entertaining? Abso-freaking-lutely, baby.
And I'm curious to see how this one wraps up. I still see Sajed with a flash up. And Chrome's flash is down. I do think that Elder could be enough, with especially if Sivers can get those bouncing blades off. That's going to be it. As we do have a GA actually coming in, and as those tier 2 boots have been sold by Chrome. So Conviction really trying to make sure that this is the end game scenario. Yeah. I mean, frankly, Sivir can get away with it. You have a Cloud Soul, right? And Ghost plus your ult. Yeah, it's a great play. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I agree. A little bit of extra damage, a little bit of extra resistances, and of course a second life. Since Dark Zero Dragonsteel have continuously poured a majority of their engage tools just on making sure that Chrome is deleted from the fight, well, they're gonna have to do it twice just to make sure that happens. Conviction Esports with the Elder Dragon on their side easily secure this Baron for themselves. So now, for the next minute, they have both buffs at their side. If they can make this push happen and take major damage into the base of Dark Zero Dragonsteel, this should be game 1 in the bag for Conviction Esports.
Also had Hoarder sell his tier 2 boots, as he has a GA as well. So 7 lives available for Conviction, and 45 seconds left on Elder, so they get one more wave after this one to try and make things happen. It's for sure going to be 2 inhibitors knocked down, but can they actually get the game?
30 seconds for this Elder Dragon buff.
Yeah.
Both of these inhibitors have fallen. Conviction Esports now on the doorsteps of this space. Chrome pops the ultimate. Zamuda will find the Call of the Forge God into the middle. Darkwing's forced to pop the Zonias for himself. Shimmer goes in forward first, and he's the first one to fall. Hoarder pops the GA. Now it's his second life being expended. Conviction Esports will be able to make their way through everyone else, and that's it. 7 lives. It was enough for Conviction Esports, and they're going to rally out the numbers here, guaranteeing the death of Sajed. Quadra kill for Chrome, and game 1 in the bag for Conviction Esports.
Chrome really made up in the last couple of fights with how he played that. I think the fight leading to the Dragon was really well played by Chrome to make sure that they could win the health bar war, find that re-engage. And frankly, that game should have been done a lot sooner for Conviction. A couple things to look at. They did take 2 Barons and kind of threw. It was the second Elder and the 3rd Baron needed for them to make sure that that game ended. Not exactly ideal if we're going to talk about the series as a whole, but hey, win's a win. They put that one on the board. And that focus against Shimmer's champion pool. I mean, we were talking early on about how, as a new player, it's tough to have a really big effective champion pool in Fearless. Those are 3 big champions for Dark Zero Dragonsteel and Shimmer now off the board, as Conviction also find the game 1 win. And we have to keep our eyes on the jungle from here. It's going to be really curious to see where things go.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool decisions made by Conviction Esports just with the draft, and even if the execution wasn't as pristine as it could have been, a win is a win. Conviction Esports now leading the series 1-0. We're going to see what happens as we get ready for game 2. Stay tuned.
Darkwings is one of the strongest mage players in the NACL. dominating his opponents on his signature Victor and Hui picks both in lane and in team fights. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Darkwings today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence, as prodiff.gg only features coaches who have played in the NACL or the LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today.
Fist fight any celebrity? Probably Dwayne The Rock Johnson, honestly. I'd want to go at it with him.
I don't know many celebrities like actors or... You gotta make sure you win, so... You gotta pick the smallest person you know. I'll go with Danny DeVito. He's short and old. Surely I can take him. If I can't, that's sad.
A fist fight, like, for me to win, I would fist fight. Who do I really not like? Nah, I think I would. You know, I keep like speed. Like I would fist fight him. I know I would get beat up, but it would be funny. It would be for sure be really funny. Yeah.
How do you know? I guess, you know, the first celebrity comes to mind is probably Faker. I think I could take him out in a fight for sure, you know. I don't think that guy goes to gym and stuff, so I think I'll take him out easy.
Darkwings and Kisno are one of the strongest and most synergistic mid-jungle duos in NACL, consistently catching out their opponents with decisive mid-ganks and side lane plays. Want to learn how they do it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Darkwings or Kisno today at prodiff.gg. They will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. Prodiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Breezy's tank support play has been dominant in the NACL, crushing his opponents both in lane and across the map. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Breezy today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. Prodiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Supernova's bot lane has been a shining light for their team, led by Rhino's strong laning and teamfight engages. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Rhino today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. Prodiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today.
Yeah, Medinosan, welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Dark Zero Dragonsteel and Conviction Esports, where currently Conviction Esports are up 1-0 against the DZDS squad. Now, based on the draft, we had given favor over to Conviction Esports, but the way that this game was played out, it was definitely a lot messier than probably ideal for either, at least in Conviction Esports side. They were able to get the win in the end. As we are, looking over this game 1 and looking ahead at what we should expect in game 2, we are joined once again by Kelsey Moser. Now, first thoughts, Kelsey. This Conviction Esports draft, obviously, as we said, there's a lot that was really good about the composition they drafted, but it seemed like they weren't necessarily playing out the strengths of the composition always.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good example of a fight where they played it well, because they had the Talia over the wall. They were able to use E so that Dragonsteel couldn't gap close, and Sivir actually does have decent range considering the W scaling. Like, you can stand from far away and then the ricochet will just hit the entire team, right? So whereas this is a perfect example of a game where they didn't really understand their compositional strength.
Yeah.
And then they just all group up really, really close to the Rise, who loves that situation, right? And able to get the bounce off for all of his spells and maximize his damage.
Just taking a look at some of the engages here, whenever Conviction Esports were able to at least allow Chrome to free fire a boomerang blade rotation, if not 2, the fight looked way more different than the times when Chrome instantly got popped, whether it was Conviction Esports overstaying their welcome or just certain tools not being used defensively to bail out their carries who were that far up map.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a good thing going through these replays that Block's already balled, if I'm looking at the Baron deploys, because if you're a coach in this one, there's a lot in a best of that you can you got to fix, and also like a lot that you have to ignore when a game's this sloppy. I really feel like Conviction, at least they can take home that they were able to win this one out late, but I do really feel like they dominated the early game, at a game where I felt like Dark Zero's comp had a lot of ways to make plays early. That's a great sign, but they're going to have to clean things up in terms of how they end, because I know that it wasn't a win for Dark Zero, but was a really strong game from Spyrax, who I feel like was really able to turn a lot of plays around and stall out time for Dark Zero to actually have a chance in this one.
And the funny thing too is, even though Dark Zero Dragonsteel managed to finesse their way back into this game multiple times and were honestly maybe a couple fights away from being able to secure an upsetting victory just based on the expectations we had planned for both of these teams based on draft, I noticed, or at least Kelsey Moser noticed, that both of these teams were very eager to use their teleports, maybe at times when they shouldn't have.
Yeah, I think that was something that I was just kind of a bit perplexed by. I think the most, which you guys touched on, was the most surprising ones were definitely with the Baron, where as soon as someone went mid, that they had a bot lane pushed past River, they just insta-TP'd in groups, right? Which is not ideal. Like, you can definitely maximize and spread out this Dark Zero composition. So, and another player who played really, really well other than Spyrax was also just Sajed, because we had, again, to the point that you guys brought up, just so many like black levers, less armor. It was like he was still able to maximize his damage late into the game with the lethality bars. So we just had a very difficult situation set up, given if everyone's grouping and everyone is not using their range advantage and sort of just pressing their faces against each other, then we have a situation where it's actually pretty easy for Dark Zero to outscale in those situations. So.
I was muted. My bad. But yeah, this was a closer game than probably either of us had expected based on how the compositions had lined up. Now, it is Conviction Esports leading the series 1-0. one of the things that, regardless of how the gameplay turned out, Matt, one of the things that you flagged that you were a big fan of was just trying to already diminish Shimmer's effective champion pool. There's no Vi, there's no Pantheon, there's no Xin Zhao going forward for the rest of this series. And that has kind of been the staple 3 skirmishers that many junglers have, resorted to throughout this entire split. Now, Shimmer has some pocket picks up his sleeve, but, especially you, Cubby, question, the effectiveness of those pocket picks.
Well, I know that Shimmer can play them, but can you translate it to 5s and how this team plays? Because part of the reason that those champs are so big is because it fits how Dark Zero Dragonsteel were playing and winning with Yuji. Just having a facilitator jungler that can play off of winning lanes. When you take those out of the pool, sometimes it's a lot harder to actually push, things forward. And picks like Sejuani, Poppy, I think I trust those picks a lot more in the hands of a player like Yuji than Shimmer, who historically doesn't have that experience in solo queues. So we did see in C-Law, Maryville actually be able to, play and execute a Warwick comp. That's something we could see. I know that Shimmer, especially from working with him, like seeing him in scrims, he does have a lot of champions that he can and is willing to play. We're just going to have to see that where he goes and what kind of adaptations Dark Zero Dragonsteel have been able to make throughout really incorporating Shimmer into this lineup.
I am definitely interested to see where we go because, like you said, they kind of played their hand. And not only did they say, okay, this is the game we're going to take all the junglers off the board, they won the game where Shimmer got to play one of the priority picks, right? So at that point, you have a lot of options left for Conviction in theory, which means the question then becomes, what does Dragonsteel do and how do they diversify their situation?
I know one of the things you mentioned to me briefly as we get ready for draft of Game 2 is the fact that Dark Zero went for an Ornn in Game 1, trying to give some agency over to Zamudo, might have bit them in the butt since it didn't give Zamudo the guaranteed lane dominance over Hoarder, where we know Zamudo has been one of our best top laners in the entire league. He was voted in our All-Pro first in his role. Maybe something a little bit more powerful that allows him to get that full press court advantage that Dark Zero Dragonsteel would normally like to have.
All right, Rafa, it's full court press, all right? That's 3. I let you get away with 2.
Oh, okay. See,
I got to correct the sports ball here.
See, this is why we have an actual sports person on the broadcast, because I'm just saying sports lingo, whenever.
I thought I let it slide, but we're sticking with it for the next game.
Can you say it one more time? I'm just gonna write it down.
Full
court
press, all right?
Have I been saying full press court?
Yes, you have.
Oh,
it's all right.
no.
Okay. Don't worry about it. One thing that we did actually have changed up, though, diving into this Game 2 draft, same sides, but that Orianna ban dropped by Dark Zero Dragonsteel. They're going to first pick that one for Spyrax. I know that was a really significant pick for them, specifically in their matchup against Asila and Ole Miss. Spyrax plays this pick really well himself. Going to be interested to see how Conviction's able to adapt to it, because, of course, Darkwing's one of his favorite champs to answer into it is the Victor, which is off the table. So it has led to an early Tristana and a Rumble for Hoarder, Kelsey, which is a champion that Hoarder definitely has had his moments on, good and bad.
I got too excited about the Warwick cover. But, yeah, I think we understand the assignment, right? Priority lanes, if we get into mid-game, then we can play out fights, right? We ended up winning out on this one, so Rumble, high priority. Tristana gets really easy push, especially going into mid-game, so this is what we're looking for. But the Yorick is what I kind of wanted to see more out of Dragonsteel. It's just something that will take towers very fast, get a lot of topside control, might be a bit more difficult into the Rumble, but still definitely has those options.
And I like how Conviction Esports are already prepping the rest of the series by taking away another jungler that could be seen as a facilitator in this Sejuani. Obviously, it should work well for their draft here, but it's just keeping in mind of the long chess game that is trying to diminish Shimmer's effective champion pool. We're banning a lot of 80 carries and bot lane centric picks here with the Kai'Sa, Kalista, and the Rakan here, Matt.
We'll say that with the Kai'Sa ban specifically, that tells me this is likely going to be Tristana mid, as we have a Jax locked in. It looks like we could have that Rumble support
okay.
for Minui.
Yeah.
Probably a Jin now for Chrome too.
Get top priority. I mean, Hoarder was a good Jax player coming up from solo queue into amateur, so it's something he's very comfortable on. The other option is maybe Jack's jungle in the Nocturne. I know that's not necessarily something we see a lot, but most likely going to be the Jack's top into York, because that's also a pick where you're nullifying some of his damage from the ghouls with your E. So
interesting. Smolder going to bring a little bit more scaling to the table. I know something I really like you always talk about when it comes to Smolder, Kelsey, scales with frontline. You have a Yorick Alistar. Again, a lot of your fight and power is Smolders. How many Qs can you get off in a fight? I do like the front line that we're seeing here. As it's going to be Ziggs Rumble bot. We are certainly cooking something up here as Conviction.
It's double wizard bot lane. You have so much magic damage just from the bottom side of the map and a lot of explosive AoE damage in your ultimates.
Time to narrow up that Zamudo pool, apparently, as the Jax and Rumble being played. I gotta say, I really favor Dark Zero Dragonsteel comp here. I feel like the 2 ball carriers and a lot of squishies is gonna be tough for Conviction to deal with.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think Alistar will do a lot versus the double magic damage.
All right, well, we're going to see how well both of these compositions can be played out. A lot of explosive action will be seen on the Rift if Game 1 was any indication. Say goodbye to Kelsey Moser. We'll see you on the other side of Game 2 when we get ready for Game 3. But for now, it is Game 2 on Summoner's Rift between Conviction Esports and Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
And I like that. I mean, we did tease a lot of the creativity, the potential of that in draft when it comes to them going up against each other. I know that these are 2 opponents that are quite familiar against each other too, just with scrims behind the scenes being pretty common partners. And feels like maybe Conviction using that familiarity to throw some curveballs. We'll say the Alistar being taken into the Rumble, that definitely is a team comp pick. This is a really bad matchup for Alistar in isolation, so do think it's important that Conviction utilize the Ziggs plus Rumble combo to actually make something happen in the bot lane to get ahead. Because scaling-wise and just ease execution-wise, this is a lot easier for Dark Zero to pull off.
That's a cute ball. I didn't realize it was like a little fish for this pool party Orianna skin. Shout out to our observers for pointing that out. A couple things, Matt. When I saw this Smolder locked in, I know that Smolder was technically nerfed on this patch, if I'm not mistaken. How much does that play into the stakes of this game?
It's fine. You're still Smolder if you get to 25. I don't really care what else is up. We are seeing that so far this lane actually going... you see Zyko getting low, and I expect to see the pressure from Conviction continue. So far it's been some good side steps coming out by Sajed, but yeah, early game is going to be really important here for Conviction. Again, you get 6 and these Nocturne Alistar ball carriers with the Orianna going into pretty much everyone being squishy outside of the Kisno and really no one able to stop it. I just think it's going to be really tricky for Conviction to navigate, but we'll see if they're up to it. Just think it's important to get leads early on to try and help themselves with that.
Manui and Chrome stepping up aggressively, knowing that they were about to hit level 2 first. It's an early heal popped by the Rumble support, though, as Sajed and Zyko were actually able to get a decent amount of damage back on. Maybe a little too aggressive. Meanwhile, mid lane, talk about aggressive. Both of our mid laners are below 200 HP.
Well...
Level 3 for Darkwings.
Calculated?
Also first... Oh,
no.
Spyrex! Okay, well, he knew his limits, and even the explosive charge, not enough to take him down. 35 HP.
Very close, but a little bit surprising from Darkwings. I think if he burns the flash there and dodges out on the Q, maybe he's able to get that kill, but I know that this is a matchup that you can kind of play on the edge. Darkwings did opt for the lethal tempo, which definitely nerfs your power in lane versus the fleet, where you were able to kind of sustain on up. And yeah, I mean, he got the 3 first, but this just wasn't calculated, as 3 was quickly matched by Spyrax, and didn't matter. That's a weird one, Rafa. Not used to seeing that kind of stuff.
Yeah. You know, the deceptive all-in power of Orianna is always underestimated. I feel like a lot of times you get the extra resistances from the shield when you cast it upon yourself. plus the shield itself is like deceptive sustain. Dark Wings does have a massive chunk here. Spyrex is forced to flash, and here comes the rest of the cavalry.
Okay.
Dark Wings not able to win the 1v1 by himself, so he's calling in Kizno and Minui for backup this time.
Pushing bot lane ends up being first reset for Conviction. Chrome doesn't TP back. He's going to walk, and Minui able to walk mid, help out Dark Wings, and actually find a much more impactful kill. As, of course, after that first death, Darkling was able to TP back and soak up most, but you can see Spyrax losing a wave and change to the turret. Good play by Minui and Conviction.
So how much does that equalize out since Spyrex got first blood kill gold,
Oh,
which has been nerfed in the
now.
past? Yeah.
First
Very
blood
mad.
doesn't get bonus gold anymore, and the fact you're missing out on more creeps is a bigger problem. So
Do we give credit to Dark Wings in saying that was calculated to force
No.
the all in? And
shout out to his
okay.
teammates for bailing him out, though. That's
right.
for sure. As
Nice.
of course, both these mid laners, Rafa, I know that we might have teased that 22 NACL or Academy split, I should say, where Kelsey made her appearance as a producer. We both made our appearance as a longtime broadcast talent on there, or I should say a smaller team. And Dark Wings and Spyrax both made their debut in the league as well as two rookie mids on FlyQuest and Dignitas, respectively.
yeah.
Kind of fun
And
to see
now
them go toe-to-toe and try and make a final, something that neither mid laner has been able to do at this level.
Both of their junglers who debuted with them are in LTA at the moment. Dark Wings tries to go for the 1v1 again, but this time gets
Got the
jumped on by
reset.
Shimmer, flashing forward, but he gets the reset and he's able to flash away. Kizno trying to hold his ground, but this Sejuani damage is going to run out eventually unless they can find a couple more auto attacks onto Spyrax, but Dark Wings does not have another jump reset. Spyrax able to survive. Shimmer going to fear him, goes under the tower, and Shimmer is able to get vengeance for his mid laner.
Well played there by Shimmer. Again, the Nocturne, we haven't seen this pick from him, but able to step up, played that skirmish out very well. As Dark Wings, again, extending to try and get that first rocket jump reset, wasn't able to get more afterwards. And with that, we have a kind of a swap out for the Conviction bot lane. I think that all this gold now going over to the pockets of Spyrax. When you play the Orianna combo with the Nocturne and the Alistar, I mean, you rush that Ludens, you go for the max damage, and being accelerated like this against, again, the squishies of Conviction, gonna be a problem.
I love when Orianna is able to get a massive level lead and gold lead into a super burst build. Shout out to Pobelter, who as soon as the mage item changes happened and we said goodbye to the cringe Rod of Ages tankier builds, we got back to full damage. Being able to see glass cannons, it's always a lot more fun as a spectator experience. As Spyrax now trying to hold the wave in front of his tower where Zyko is waiting in the wings. Unfortunately for him, there is a ward on that banana brush, so Conviction totally aware that there is a trap trying to be sprung.
All right, going to be the Dragon start. I was waiting to see if they were going to tickle that one. Okay, not the case. Instead, trap going to be sprung onto Zamudo first.
Still has
Sejuani
flash.
passive here.
Kizno does have Glacial Prison because Zamudo already cast the flash before.
Hold on.
They should be able to get him, right? They should be able to get him, right? Uh-oh, Hoarder's in trouble. Shimmer pops the darkness. Paranoia allows him to
One-way
close
trip.
the distance, but it's a one-way trip as you called it out, Matt, and just not enough damage. Psycho might be able to send it with the ball carrier. Flash forward! Shockwave right into the back of two. Minui and Hoarder are dropped, and Conviction Esports are gonna at least lose out on some of this wave onto the bottom side of the map. Dark Zero able to
It's a trade.
equalize.
Yeah, a good walk by Spyrax to even that one up. It's just going to be a trade in the end, as Shimmer getting a little bit aggressive going in there. I was a little bit concerned. Kizno burned that R preemptively before the Yorick got under the tower, but he didn't find that Sejuani combo where it's the permafrost into the Glacial Prison, where you can proc that passive twice. You could see the sustain from Zamudo between the grasp and the shovels coming out. Almost enough to make sure that they were able to get in there and turn things around. Not the case, though, as that play ends up being a handshake. And the objective trade is also going to be a handshake, as it will be the first dragon secured by Conviction and the 3 grubs secured by Shimmer and Dark Zero.
Yeah, really good objective game for the start of this game 2 for Dark Zero Dragon Steel. Conviction are able to at least answer with this dragon, since they dropped it for the chance to spring a trap onto Zamudo just a couple minutes ago. Now, feats of warfare have not been claimed in the objective department, neither the turret brick department. I want to say
Dark Zero got first three. Yeah.
Dark Zero got the first 3 kills of the game. So we'll come down to if Dark Zero can get another 2 objectives for themselves, or if they can get first brick.
Still think the lead they have is really nice early on. As, of course, we have some downtime, some resets coming out. Shout out to our sponsor in ProDiff. As if you want that ProDiff coaching, go to the website where you are only coached by the pros. Some players in this match also featured there. Shout out to Darkwings and Kizno on the website, as well as Zamudo and Sajed. So if you like what you see in these matches, you can go get some coaching from the pros in them. Shout out to ProDiff. As you do see, Sajed, good click to dodge out on that super mega Inferno bomb. Might be under siege, though, here, as Kizno will be spotted out trying to make his way in, and Sajed gonna have to be careful about how he plays this wave.
Potential 3v2 right now. Smolder calls on Mom to kill the wave, and that should be the end of that siege for now. Not even a chance to clip the second turret play for themselves, so good defense from the bot lane of Dark Zero.
Yeah, the Fleet and Mom gonna help sustain Sajed on the Smolder back on up. And if we have distractions and actions going on the top side, well, it means that this top lane matchup that now finds their way into the bot lane is just going to be in isolation, and Yorick's going to feel good in that right now. And speaking of feeling good, Dark Zero trying to find this dive in the Chrome, and yeah, that's goodbye.
Yeah. And Kizno now rise to the party, maybe can at least get a pick on the Shimmer. It's the flash out. Equalizer doesn't land right on top of the members. He was trying to cut off the escape route, but there's no damage left in the tank. And Manui, I like the idea, but it's just a Sejuani. She's already expended all for burst damage, and Shimmer's gonna get out for free.
Yeah, well, it was a little bit goofy there. That ult from Manui was for sure off, as it came out kind of when Shimmer Flash was trying to cut off the exit and maybe potential follow-up, but was just not there. Really synced up, and that was Zamudo with another shovel. That was a jump in from Hoarder that wasn't just. And I feel like this curveball and draft for Conviction is not quite as strong as the last one we saw, Rafa.
Yeah, Dark Zero are definitely outplaying them in a few instances and interactions here. Obviously, when Conviction Esports are able to leverage
I think Conviction outplayed themselves, Rafa, if we're gonna be honest.
Okay. Well, yeah. My mind goes to the one meme of the kid with the bicycle, and he jams the stick into his own wheel, and then he falls over.
Yeah. Again, Hoarder did say come into this series, we've seen some flips from him. That was definitely a flip, as Zamudo are really the best top laner that we have in the league. I believe his goal differential in Split 2, it's over 1,000 at 15 on average. He was my vote for most valuable prospect, and I think very likely to win the award. As with UG going pro, it really just kind of comes down to Zamudo and his growth. Has been fantastic to Split. Yorick, a champion that we really haven't seen from him yet. It's definitely something that he's been working on in his back pocket. Looked good in this game so far, as it was the blind, and things stable at the moment for Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Yeah. Potential fight on the top side here. Zamudo, actually Spirax, I should say, trying to battle against Hoarder. Good flash by Spirax. Hoarder trying to flash in after the Orianna, but it's another command protect shield that keeps the Orianna alive. However, Shimmer was a little too far forward, and the Mega Inferno Bomb will get the dunk onto Spirax in the back. Conviction Esports able to equalize and get a couple of nice shutdowns for themselves here. This should lead into first brick for Conviction Esports.
No, it was already picked up by York.
Yep, it was already taken on the bottom side of the map. So first turret for themselves, maybe with the power of this Tristana, and Zyko manages to escape.
I knew he actually burned the flash to try and make that play, so it didn't connect. But a good play around Hoarder, who is behind in this matchup, but they were able to make something happen where he picks something up. So Zamudo, obviously the big benefactor of that bot lane, and
not even a turret.
Going back to what Kelsey said too, this feels like kind of the return to how she thought Dark Zero Dragonsteel were going to play this matchup. I agree. It really is undeniable when you watch this team all year, just how good Spirax and Zamudo were as solo laners.
Yeah.
I think the only other solo laner that really even contested them throughout the split, like for both roles, was Pobelter in mid, who did have a fantastic split himself.
Yeah.
But these guys have been so damn strong. So just taking strong blinds and being able to execute the way they have, this is how Dark Zero Dragonsteel picked up the majority of their wins with this lineup, whether it was UG or Shimmer. And good to see these solo laners really stepping up in game 2 after they dropped that game 1.
Yeah. I mean, the draft definitely gave them a little bit more agency in both of these matchups here. Orianna, now that she has been, helped and bailed out after a lot of attention from Conviction Esports, full frontal assault, has that Ludens on her side, so is bringing a lot of burst damage and, just raw power in these early skirmishes. And for Zamudo, going from tank duty to now split pushing king type shiz, with the Yorick.
Yeah.
Trinity Force already, picked up nearly 5 minutes ago on this Yorick, whereas poor Hoarder has not even gotten a chance to finish his own Trinity Force.
Yeah, he's going to have to play some catch-up and slingshot his way back in. Of course, it was teased that we're going to see Jax buffs in the next patch. We are in 15-11 for those at home if you want to follow along. As Darkwings, he's against 3 and a Maiden.
He's going to die for this. Oh, does he not even get the turret? Oh, that's true. Okay. They got it. Darkwings, this is where you type #worth in all chat, just to preserve mental. Keep the spirits high for the boys of Conviction Esports.
Yeah. Of course, Darkwings actually did end up toppling Spyrax in last year's CLOL finals. Of course, I gotta pause. Manui. That's
Shimmer
the combo.
and Spyrax. Yep. Paranoia and Shockwave. And
No
Conviction
more
Esports will not get a chance to look for this Rift Herald since they're now down numbers.
Yeah, it's going to be wave fixed by Spyrax, wave pushed by Sajed, and objective taken by Shimmer. As this game's getting a little bit out of control pretty quickly here, Rafa. I was going to talk about how Darkwings, of course, him and Chrome did go to St. Louis, which is really close to where Maryville's at. Did beat them in the final of CLOL last year. Good to see these guys both competing at a high level here in Tier 2, as this is the furthest that Darkwings and Chrome have made it. Another top 3 for Manui now in a different role. It's kind of a fun fact. But, of course, Dark Zero Dragonsteel trying to go defend their title against Luminosity Gaming, who last time that they were in NACL, they were the back-to-back champions with that core between Tomio, Fake God, and Zazel. So definitely a fun little narrative that we have as Dark Zero is trying to make their way back.
Yeah, for those that might be a little confused, if you're new to NACL, the core of Tomio, Zazel, and Fake God were on Cloud9 Challengers in 2023 spring, and then effectively transferred over to Disguise in summer 2023, as you called out, winning back both titles for themselves here. Having that reunion, I mean, now that UG has promoted to LTA, they've effectively become the dominant roster remaining in this run, and it's kind of why we see them in the grand finals right now. So there's still a chance for either of these teams to try and level up their play, obviously, but with only less than 24 hours before that is decided, and based on the current strength right now, there's definitely going to have to be miracles made happen. But right now, Dark Zero are playing a much cleaner game than what was happening in Game 1. And right now, 2 dragons down for the side of Conviction Esports. Dark Zero up in gold, 2,000 to their name. Seems like they have control for this 3rd dragon coming up soon.
I'm not exactly sure how Conviction plays their way out of this one, because when you're taking like Triss Jack Ziggs, I feel like you have some scaling options, but you also want to be a little bit lane dominant or utilize push to make plays happen. We're not seeing any push be able to come down, as Sajed is actually out-leveling Darkwings from the AD role as mid. That's usually not a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that this Smolder got out of lane pretty much for free, unscathed, no pressure. Last time I heard from producers, he was at 166 stacks, and that was 30 seconds ago, so he's probably now at the 170 mark. So he's well on his way to hit 225 at a point where Conviction can no longer really contest him. Tier 1 turret goes. Kizno, did you really want to queue forward on that one? Yeah, that's a flash away. Smolder is going to throw out Mom, get some extra burn damage on the back end of this fight. Psycho's down below 50% HP, but they find Manui anyway. Shimmer with the Paranoia delivery system into the Shockwave. That's Darkwings down, and now it's a 5 versus 3 on the map for the next 30 seconds. And that's when Dragon is spawning, and Dark Zero should have enough time to base, redeploy, and get that objective for themselves.
Feels like the last play into this one is for Conviction to keep on stacking up those dragons, maybe try and find a sneaky backdoor Dragon Soul, but I think we're running out of hope in this game too, Rafa, as Dark Zero Dragonsteel feels like they've kind of cleaned things up, had a much better early game, and the solo lane prowess kind of taking over. Also saw a couple nice plays from Shimmer as well. We've yet to see, only been one Nocturne from him so far, but he's played well in this one. Was really the one mistake, overreaching on his own in the bot lane. Besides that, doing a good job of playing with his mid laner and his team to make some things happen.
Yeah, Dark Zero Dragonsteel has been set up for success across the board. As you already called out, the fact that both of the solo laners have been able to leverage their individual prowess to get leads for themselves, and then when met with opposition, then they called the necessary cavalry to back them up and ensured that Spyrex and Zamudo are individually accelerated against their opponents. 2 items against for themselves. Meanwhile, Darkwing's working on his second item. Looks like Hoarder was able to pick up a second item for himself after that Trinity Force, which is going to be pretty nice. I'm not sure if it's too late for themselves, because I'm still looking at this Smolder who 3-0, 400 gold shutdown bounty, has Essence Reaver and Infinity Edge. This is a big Smolder.
Usually it's Shojin's second on the Smolder. Kind of curious to see him go IE here.
I think
Feels
they
like an auto attack.
Didn't they buff crit scaling a while back?
Yeah, usually see that third is okay. I was gonna say, so we had a solo bolo maybe coming, or help coming in for Kizno, but Hoarder able to connect with the solo bolo, as he has 2 items on the Jax. Might be that late game hope to try and bounce back into this one, but that's just 1 kill going over. Kizno has spotted bot, so will be the Otacon secured for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, whereas Hoarder gonna trade that out for the inner.
All right. Well, Otacon is secured for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, as you called out, and they got the third dragon from themselves, so it should
not all bad.
Be, yeah. I mean, there's things that Conviction Esports are doing to try and catch back up.
I like that trade out.
I'm still concerned about this Smolder, man. This
no, me too.
Smolder's scary.
This game's hard. I don't think they're favored in this game. I don't think they win this game, but that was a nice sequence. They were giving up the Otacon for sure. As looks like Smolder has hit that 225, or very close. Yeah, 215. Shout out to our production crew tracking that. So pretty much off this and the next wave, Sajad's going to hit it, and that's early. I think 23:30 is about the solo queue average. And for me, like 23 minutes is about the benchmark for Smolders. Sajad's going to get that on time. That burn's going to be activated, and that big front line for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, it's going to be tough to crack.
Yep. And the nice thing for Dark Zero Dragonsteel is that it's still an effective front line, but none of these guys, other than Zyko, of course, are real tanks. So a lot of these individuals who have shown that they love having some carry agency and some damage prowess and some threat themselves are able to still be threatening up as maybe...
No flash to Mido.
Yeah, Equalizer right on top. This is a nice pickup from Conviction Esports, able to at least get themselves a numbers advantage on the top side, but are they going to collapse upon real fast?
Darkwings has to TP out.
TP! Oh, the shockwave clips him before the teleport goes off. You know, if we were still in old teleport, maybe he gets out alive, but unfortunately, the teleport these days is a little too slow.
It's all right. I still feels like that's a pretty unproductive Nocturne Orianna combo. Like, I know it got a kill, but it didn't need any objectives, or it was kind of just to recover a play. So the 1-for-1 overall, not going to be that bad. We'll say Darkwings is falling pretty far behind. Would love to see if they can like get him a couple of stacked waves, but it feels like they're putting all their chips into the Hoarder basket. See what he can do in the side lane against Zamudo in the 1v1. And I know we said Zamudo is the top laner. I mean, he was averaging over 1,000 gold to 15 up on opponents. He was a beast. He was our vote for most valuable prospect, both me and you. But Hoarder was also our vote probably for Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
As his debut in NACL was quite good, and I know he said is a bit of a flipper, but we have seen a lot of that solo queue prowess that he's taken in from Korean boot camps and his rank here onto the Rift in this season of NACL. Definitely has been a bright spot for Conviction in the league as a rookie. A lot of resources being given to him later on his Jax, a pick that Kelsey Moser said he was known for in solo queue before this.
Yeah, I mean,
he was spotted though. Zamudo spotted them on the sweep. We're gonna have to see If they can find him here in the back half, I think he's going to have to head for the hills, and this could be a good siege for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. This is not a scenario that Conviction wants to be in.
He stopped. Wait, are they thinking about a flank? He does have
Darkwing's
Seekers, so
no
it would
TP.
give him a counter-strike angle, but Banuin just dies before Hoarder gets a chance to really spring himself into the fight. Psycho's below 30% HP. He has no ultimate available, but Sajet is so scary. They're just going to bring the Shockwave Paranoia, and Conviction Esports just too indecisive whether they wanted to spring Hoarder into the backline or not. They took way too much time with the play, and Dark Zero are going to always be the first ones to act upon that. They still have 5, and it's only 2 remaining for Conviction Esports to defend their base with.
Even Hoarder basing, I don't love here. I think that with all the ults used, he actually could have cut the wave and might have been able to extend this game. Instead, it might be Dark Zero Dragonsteel going for the end.
They're gonna look for it. I mean, Darkwings went pushing for the bot side of the map. What is he not recalling? I don't think he knows he's not recalling. Oh man, we're just not locked in. Conviction Esports, they're gonna have to turn things up going into this game 3, and Dark Zero Dragonsteel just gonna say thank you very much for the free game 2. Series is now even 1-1.
Yeah, that's one way to drop the game. Of course, there was no TP on Darkwings, and you called it out, the indecisiveness from Conviction. That comp didn't connect, and it felt like they were ready to play another one. As that was a sub-Baron victory, making up for some lost time on that long game 1, as Dark Zero Dragonsteel make quick work game 2 and even up the series.
I felt like we just watched a scrim game, Matt. That one. I mean, obviously, Conviction had a decent game plan early, but once the rails fell off, I don't know. I hope it's not too flamey, but I felt like we just weren't serious after a while there.
I don't know. I really like the identity that we saw from Dark Zero Dragonsteel. I feel like the Orianna Nocturne combo is giving Shimmer that direction to play with the team. Again, he is newer to comp. Sometimes it's just really nice to be like, all right, we're pressing R together, let's go. And that doesn't always have to be just Shimmer's call on his own. It can be a team call. And we saw that when he did sync up with the team, it was good. It was a great look as the team of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Again, any sub-Baron spawn victory is a good one. They have to feel good about evening up the series.
Yeah, well, Dark Zero Dragonsteel are able to strike back and even up the series, as you called out, 1-1. But I still believe that Conviction Esports have much better things to show in store for this series. I want this to go to full best of 5, so we'll see how Conviction Esports are able to strike back when we come back from break. So make sure you all stay tuned.
Levitate's standout play on carries like Kaisa and Jinx builds on his Rookie of the Split performance in the 2024 Summer Split. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Levitate today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. Prodiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or the LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Tomio's aggressive jungle play has led Luminosity to the top of the NACL standings. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Tomio today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. Prodiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Zamudo has proven himself to be one of the very best players in the NACL this split, destroying his opponents at every stage of the game. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Zamudo today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. ProDiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 between Conviction Esports and Dark Zero Dragonsteel. We are now tied up 1-1. We are joined once again by Kelsey Moser for our in-between analyst segments. And first thing off the board, Kelsey, I think we have to kind of start praising is not only this is the Dark Zero Dragonsteel we were kind of expecting when we first went into the series, but also Shimmer was playing a pretty darn nice game on this Nocturne pick.
Yeah, I think it helped a lot that his lanes were doing well, like bot lane even doing well, but on the trigger pulls, what we talked about in top of show as well is when someone says go, could be Shimmer, could be anyone, he just goes, right? He seems to fully trust his teammates and his more experienced taskmasters here, and Orianna Ballcomp, easy executes, just keep picking them out across the map, make it so that they can't play the game anywhere, and they did a really good job. Didn't get to a point where you have these like close 5v5s and Nocturne loses effectiveness, and nice execution on the win condition.
Yeah, just looking over the highlights of this game once again, I think the fact that Dark Zero are able to leverage Zamudo this time around into being a strong split pusher. He had like a 30-40 CS lead by the time the mid game showed up. He was up Trinity Force for a full 5-6 minutes before Hoarder was able to get his own Trinity Force spike online. So he was playing, you know, turret destruction simulator on one side of the map, and that just allowed Dark Zero to get so many objectives for free, Matt. And, you know, just looking forward into game 3, I think Conviction Esports can comfortably say, all right, you know what? You know, game 2, we kind of got washed after a certain point. Let's just shake it off and just take solace in the fact that a lot of these power picks are now off the board.
Yeah, it felt like Conviction in the back half of this one was like, get me back to blue side fast. As, the end of this game was not the best look for Conviction, but we will see if they can find something better as we go into game 3. And yeah, some of those power picks, I mean, the Rumble, a really good pick for Zamudo, not going to be available. That flex, I think they kind of focused Zamudo's pool with this one, but yeah, all of Dark Zero looked good in this game. It's pretty hard not to look good when you do win sub 25. So, yeah, we'll see what kind of curveballs Conviction has next. And frankly, if Conviction actually opt for blue side at all, because they have been one of our NACL teams that have been going for red side. And frankly, with some of the flexes and creativity they like to demonstrate in draft, it does make sense. So I'm just curious to see if they switch sides up at all.
Yeah, I'd be very curious to see that as well. I think what they have really just done in the last 2 games is let's see how many of the power picks we can get off the board so that we can just really flex into some more interesting drafts for us. I think, meanwhile, Dark Zero are also kind of picking up their own power picks at the same time, which makes it very interesting to see like what they're going to come into or what their plan is for game 3. But overall, you know, it was considerate of Dragon Steel and Conviction to get us back on time, you know, after the first really long game 1. We just had to balance it out.
Yeah, respect. The damage gap there between Spyrax and Darkwings, I think, really tells a story on this graph. I know the Darkwings was being kind of yoinked around the map a lot to try and make those side lane plays onto the Yorick, but I really felt that damage differential. And I didn't see it on the Rift, but definitely see it here in the graph. As again, sub 25 for Dark Zero Dragon Steel returning to business, evening up this series, and now moving forward, we have seen a couple of these pools attempted to be narrowed, Rafa. And I'm kind of curious to see where we go from here. I think that the mid laners for sure can play anything and everything, but I'm interested to see where the focus is for Conviction, because it feels like every game Conviction has really tried to focus on 1 or 2 roles in terms of what they're narrowing up.
Yeah, I almost wonder if like just one of the long game plans of Conviction Esports is like, obviously we're going to try to win games as much as possible, but we're going to also take stock in this game. We're going to eliminate jungle pool. This game we're going to eliminate top lane pool, and that's some like a strategy that not many teams have actually tried to play on before. So I like the angle from Conviction Esports. You
know what's funny? Last summer, Disguised, when Manui was on the team, they actually first timed Voldabear Skarner topside to deny it from Keel in the best of 5 in full fearless. So I at least have seen this attempt from Manui teams. I know that he is a very big voice in draft too. So definitely been interesting to start off this series, and we'll see if it continues.
Yeah. Now, Kelsey, I'm going to go to you on this one. But before we continue our discussion, if you want to be part of this discussion, you can use the hashtag NACL right above Kelsey Moser's head on all of our social platforms at NACL, except for Twitter. That's at WatchNACL. Game 3. Picks like Orianna, Zin, Pantheon, Vi, Yorick, Ryze, Rumble, Jax, all gone. Those are the power picks that we normally look at when we're looking at, you know, Dark Zero Dragon Steel throughout the entire split of spring. There have been some champions that have been continuously banned, like Azir, Nico, Gwen. Do we see any of those picks start to be left open as an attempt to draw out some other champions? Or do we see the same bans and then just a test of, all right, well, what else do you got in the pool here?
I think we could maybe see Azir open up, but I think it might be just end up being permabanned by against Spyrax. I think the other one is like Mbessa still on the board technically, right? That's a potential power pick. That's
big water champ.
Yeah. So definitely something that could be heavily contested in the next game. And then just I think the flexibility of bot lane is probably going to be something that they're going to have to delve into. We already saw like 2 different looks, like the Varus lethality and the Smolder, but I think that might be something that we invest into and then just see what we have left for top lane.
Oh, it is blue side for Conviction, actually, as we do dive into this one. I was curious about that. Okay, wondering, like that champ like Azir, Kelsey, I mean, that is one where I really feel like Dark Zero Dragon Steel has to pick that ban up now. Just knowing the priority that It has always been Spyrax's best champion, but Darkwing's also a damn good Azir player in his own right too. So expecting to see that either first picked or banned, and we'll see if Conviction maybe has a third. Yeah, even that Nico ban, like that's one where Manui plays that a little bit more than Zyko. I think they're really trying to get an Azir ban out of Darkseer Dragonsteel.
At least force it from them so that they don't have to do it on blue side. Gwen was another ban that they had done multiple times. That is going to be taken off board by Darkseer Dragonsteel. So now Lucian, Lucian was the other one. So now, do we see the Azir ban from DZ, or does Spyrax say, you know what, let him have the Emperor? Nope, not going to be the case. And Senna is the first lock-in for Conviction.
This is a big pick for Conviction, Kelsey, just with Manui's pool. We saw them play Senna plus Seraphine, so can really be creative with this. And with Nautilus off the board, they're going to have to be.
Yeah, and they did end up losing that game because it got really heavily targeted by the Luminosity Rakan. Just constantly engaging over and over again, but it feels like something that is still just ultra comfort. Even if it doesn't work the first time on stage, it's something that you can play again. So I think that'll be interesting to see, but also, like the Jinx, when we're talking about comfort in the bot lane. So Jed, definitely a pick that he made his name for last year, so.
Wow, the Victor taking a lot of range showing early on, Kelsey, in terms of the Jinx and the Victor. That's definitely a big pick to take away from Darkwings as well.
Yeah, Darkwings plays a lot of that. The Hui, Victor, Senna, Jinx. This is, the further you get into a BO5, the more range escalation happens. The more people just realize, keep it simple, front to back, scaling, team fights. So it's a little bit more of what we're seeing here.
I like the Leona. It gives you some reach into that range, and taking a page out of Team WE's book, finding that pairing for Senna. As Manui going to be on the most traditional support champ that he can find so far in this series. We'll have to see if it ends up being the Rel for Zyko, as it feels like that's the best pairing left for Jinx, and no sneaky Tom Kench in this game. Going to be the Rel.
Yeah, and oh, I think you might be muted, Mark.
Sorry, as you can see,
battling some sneezes.
I'm battling some sneezes, and I might have caught something that, post land bug at CLOL over in Raleigh. So I apologize. I've been just trying to mute myself.
It's fine. You still sound good. It's worth the fun. Kelsey, where were you at?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think that the fact that both Jinx and Victor are immobile definitely increases the power of the Leona. Makes it a lot easier to execute on. So I'm liking it so far. In terms of the bans, of course, right? Where
we see a Jarvan ban?
It's maybe, because that would be the next simple execution pick, right?
Yeah, Jarvan could come out for Kizna. I'd really like this game.
Pretty solid, and it would make lining up a Solar Flare a lot easier, especially once Jinx and Victor don't have flashes on the board.
Another piece of the WE draft, just throwing that out there. Anyway, see if Conviction did their own work on that.
I mean, Monkey was my Lord and Savior on the Jarvan, so.
That would be interesting.
Okay, now hang on. This could easily just be a top lane pick for Zamudo. We did see
it
the first time.
It would be,
yeah, we saw it for the first time at the Collegiate Championship this past weekend. Zamudo was able to get a large lead on it. Now,
the Jace is gone, the Ornn is gone, the Jax is gone. Some of the more common matchups that you see into it. So Hoarder really going to be relegated to playing looks to be a Gragas that is a Kizno special. I do want to just throw that out there, but there is not a lot of CC this game. I actually think Zed's a good pick.
We can see. See if it comes out. I don't know. But I'm guessing okay. Yeah.
Reset City. Not a lot of CC though. I think the execute for Conviction is going to be really tough to stop.
I will say this is one of the few games where Viego does like his job here. You have a lot of long-range bursts that you can at least get those resets a lot more reliably. That's always something that I love having in a Viego composition. Now, what is the answer for Shimmer into this Viego?
Ooh, okay. I was giving him a hard time at CLOL about Trundle. Rising up priority is like, dude, I don't want to play the troll. It's just like he's on pillar duty, right? But this game, he's going to be on pillar duty. Going to be about dissuading the engage for Conviction. I think this is a hard game, though, for Darkseer Dragonsteel to play out, Kelsey.
Yeah, I agree, too. I think you have the E steroid from the Nidalee a bit for Jinx, but other than that, there's just a lot of comfort and not a lot of coherence.
We're going to have to see how these two compositions pan out. We say goodbye to Kelsey. We'll see you on the flip side for Game 4. And for Game 3, about to take place on the Summoner's Rift between Conviction Esports and Dark Zero Dragonsteel. As Kelsey called out, the one thing that this Nidalee will provide in team fights that is a guarantee, even if it does not do well, you'll have a nice attack speed steroid buff for this Jinx, and you know she will appreciate that, since that is just a flat rate. It does not scale off whether you're AD or AP. But yeah, I think Conviction Esports overall identity as a composition makes a lot more sense.
The hard CC for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, it exists in the Rel, the Chompers, and then sitting on the Gravity Field. That's it. Pillar is hard CC in its own right, you know, in a way, and like can be pretty valuable, but I really struggle to see, like, just with the lack of tools that Dark Zero Dragonsteel is going to have, it really is going to be important to see if they can play out these lanes well, Rafa, because if not, then it could be trouble.
Yeah, I mean, as you called out, hang on. Okay, no,
it's fine.
Zumud is fine. He's a cat. He's got Pounce at level 1, so he'll be totally fine. Able to lay a trap, at least to be able to get vision on where this camp is starting.
Leashing for the enemy, report. Oh, I'm kidding.
Well, they get vision, at least.
Oh, yeah.
So it's information for Shimmer. Pillar will be nice into Hui and Senna, because even though, you know, Pillar's not necessarily the most effective tool, it's nice into champions that do not have dashes, so can slow down the fight or make it a lot easier for someone like a Rel to find and engage upon them. But we'll see how well this early game goes for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, because it does seem like, Matt, hang on, I'm gonna say this right. Full court press advantage. Do they have it this game?
No, the Hui is one of the few matchups that's really good in the Victor. Victor, for me, I always like to say Victor is very good at laning, very good at scaling, not good at moving. But Hui is one of the few matchups that can actually get the best of him and find push. And for me, like, when you play this Trundle, you know, we've seen it a lot in the LPL. Is, you know, Monkey was playing it first, and then Tarzan and some other junglers started to pick it up. You're really, like, a lot of your power comes from invades and skirmishing. And I don't see Dark Zero setting up for that early on.
If you are able to get into the face of this Viego, you do kind of dunk on him, just thanks to you stealing stats with the Chomp. I mean, that tool in general has been the bane of many top laners' existences, as well as the few jungle metas where we see Trundle rise up. It's not just about, you know, playing this champion into something like a tank matchup where you can just yoink the stats. Hey, hello, Sojuani. But into Xin Zhao, I mean, this whole skirmisher meta has allowed this Trundle to exist. Kizno is spotted on this Tribush ward, so Sajed and Zyko will be able to create enough distance to not be caught out by Kizno's Viego, and Shimmer is now in the area, but he is spotted by that Scryer's orb. So Kizno just gonna wait to see if Zyko and Sajed forget that he's here or not, but that should not be the case.
They're gonna walk up to
W flash. Okay, they gotta be careful now. Now Zyko has the opportunity to force an engage. They're gonna try to all in on the Sajed. Manui finds the Zenith Blade, and they still get the first reset for the Viego. Kizno now on this Jinx, a little too squishy for his taste. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, but First Blood does go over to Conviction.
I don't love that play overall for Dark Zero. I do think that the Senna, like, I know Trundle can beat the Viego in isolation, but I think Senna really changes things here. As we're going to see Zyko pretty cheaply try and pull the wave, the best visibilities. Would like if Manui would have scouted this one out, which he does.
Trying to hold the wave as long as possible, but it will get the crash in. So nicely done from the Conviction bot lane.
Still going to delay this reset from the Senna and Leona, as again, I think that Senna just brings a lot of power to these early fights, and I like the idea from Zyko, but great reaction from Conviction. The insta-flash onto Sajed, double flash synced up. Everyone focusing the same target, good to see. Yes, Kizno goes down, but at least was able to pick up the reset. And by a little bit of time, as the rest of the fight played out in a way where just a little bit of a traded gold going over. A little bit of gold in the pockets of both of our junglers.
Hell, I would even argue that even though Kizno died, it's a faster base. He gets back on the map first with his Phage. He's able to get the top crab for himself.
That was a flash.
Yeah, Darkwing's gonna have to flash for the. He still might die, but Zyko not able to close the distance, and now Shimmer might have overcommitted for the play, and that's an easy punish for Conviction Esports.
That's a really good roam by Manui to follow up on Zyko, and this is kind of why I'm scared of the Dark Zero Dragonsteel draft / comp is their front line. It's gonna be really tricky to play and control, and you're playing into a Senna, Leona, like Gragas. I think that the ability to control space and terrain for Conviction a lot easier even going into the Trundle, Victor, Jinx. Like traditionally, I mean, these characters do have a lot of control, but I just don't think it's existent in this game, as Hoarder not going to be able to find Zamudo, knock him under the tower, and that's going to be more trouble for him in the top lane as he's doing his best to hold on, but Zamudo, I like the fact he's got that Null Magic Battle in his inventory. He's really going to be pushed around this Gragas.
Haven't gotten a chance to watch the top lane matchup enough to see if Zamudo's getting the full extent of these mini grasp into Cougar form.
I'm trusting him on that, you know. I've seen him do it before.
I would trust him too, you know. I don't want to say, oh yeah, he is, and then, you know, he's not doing it, you know. But we're assuming. Anyway, 3v2 on the bottom side of the map. Chrome still has the flash, immediately uses it once the pillar comes out, so now this Senna in the next few minutes could be potentially targeted by Dark Zero Dragonsteel if they look for a repeat gank.
Zyko spotted. Manui has double buffs. Here we go. CC chained.
Locked down by Senna here. Kizno doesn't even need to use the flash, just gets in range with the W into the Heartbreaker. Wow. And that's another pickup here. Kizno's Viego starting to get a little fed on the map here.
That aspect of feat secured too for Conviction. Looks like he's going to pass on the Dragon. Look elsewhere. That's a little bit of trouble for Darkwings, who was burning, but did pop that little shield as the Hui, one of the W augments. Able to make sure that he sneaks out of there. I believe that one's the WW, yeah?
Sounds right, because WE is his mana, and WQ is the movement speed
vroom, vroom.
river. Yep, vroom vroom.
All right, well done by Darkwings. Again, opting to this matchup. This is one of the answers in the Victor when we were seeing a lot of Victor blinds. Spyrax, though, with the later TP, was able to really hold on, try and get a base or item advantage, and the flash being down from Darkwings, able to find a little something there. As Zyko might get found out again. Manui, no double buffs, but he can fight this.
Zyko does have flash, so he should not be in any real danger, and thankfully for him, he does not have to burn the Summoner spell preemptively. But Conviction Esports, yep, bot lane already pushing in this wave. Sajet is going to be late to the wave crash, so Conviction will have first move for these grubs. Shimmer's on the top side of the map as well, but look at how Darkwings already is getting that wave push in, so this should be their grubs.
We started. I think that we could see a 2-1 split here somehow, some way. But good control and scouting coming out from Conviction. And again, I think it's really difficult to take space back. And that's where the struggle is going to be for Dark Zero Dragonsteel this game. Just the lack of CC. They got to walk in like this. And we're seeing them able to make some progress.
Kizno still has smite. Yeah. But Shimmer doesn't have the upgraded smite, so it should be 900 looking for it. Easy secure for Conviction Esports. Now they have to fight their way through bottom, making sure that they do not fight too long before Spyrax gets involved with the play. But here comes the full resets, and now he's on the rel. He can look for a flash W to close the distance. Now looking for Shimmer on his Trundle. Mega Death Rocket not going to do enough damage to take out Manui for a trade. And Chrome is just going to slow down. Sajed will not threaten his life anytime soon, but another massive 2 kills picked up once again for Conviction Esports.
Manui and Kizno, this 2v2, getting the best of Shimmer and Zyko, this fresher 2v2. As the Leona, Senna, Viego, this is a lot of strength, a lot of over-the-top damage to help Viego with these resets, and they're cashing it in so far, Rafa.
He already has a Trinity Force at 9 minutes. That's big.
Yeah, that's early. I like the Kraken build better when you need DPS, but he's going to be okay with the Trinity Force. Zamuno might have to flash. Okay. Wow, Kizno! What a game!
Conviction Esports looked at that game too, said, all right, guys, we were not locked in. Kizno is definitely locked in for game 3.
Viego, definitely one of the specialty picks for him. Always think of the Kindred Viego. We've seen him drawing a lot of Maokai bans in the series as well. See if that's something that Dark Zero wants to change up as we go throughout this. But this is a big gold lead early on. And again, the ability to have over-the-top damage in this comp and the difficulty, I really feel like for Victor and Jinx to team fight, I mean, this is just not a game you want to have a Nidalee top, Rafa. This is the type of game where you want that tank, you want the ability to take up space, and yeah, we're seeing Zimido lane well, but is it going to be well enough to have that economic lead to just find victory later on? I think that's going to be really tough to ask. This mid game is going to be so scary for Dark Zero Dragonsteel to survive. Going up against the Onslaught, the Conviction can drop down to the map.
Yeah, I think it just came down to what the situation was for Dark Zero as they rounded out their last couple of picks in the draft. They were pinched, and by committing to the Nidalee, it really put a kind of a damper on, like, hey, Shimmer, hopefully whatever you pick will feel comfortable for you. It would be nice if we can get some engage. Oh, you know what? I don't know if Trundle, in hindsight, is the best pick for them in the end, but it does put very strict conditions on what Dark Zero needed to do, and right now Conviction's beating them at it.
I didn't like the Trundle this game. I think that as Trundle, like, the Leona for Subjugate is a decent target, but you're still taking those resistances away from a support that's not the best. Yes, you can skirmish Viego, but we didn't actually use that with any of the early invades for Dark Zero and Shimmer. So I feel like a lot of that power was missed out on. And I have just seen him kind of get terrain gapped as the Trundle, like, you need to be melee range to interact. And what's going to actually help you get there outside of Zyko? Nothing. That's really why I didn't love the pick.
Yeah, there was just limited engage in general. And, you know, the fact that Conviction were able to snipe away the Leona gave them essentially non-committal range engage, whereas Zyko, if he wants to start a fight, he has to get up close and personal. And that always puts a little hesitancy on how Dark Zero, whether they want to take a fight or not. Right now, they're 2,500 gold ahead of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Shimmer is waiting in the wings to see if Hoarder will overextend himself. Maybe they can get a little bit of gold back into their hands here, but the fact that's... I mean, Hoarder's trying to bait this one out super well. He had vision on Zyko, knowing that he could be in that bush, and he's wasting 2 individuals' times in addition to Zabuto trying to hold this wave.
Played. I don't know if he spotted Shimmer or not, but the Spidey senses were tingling. He throws the cask into the brush and able to really kill and stymie this potential push by Dark Zero Dragonsteel as they have 3 members stuck up here. And man, while all this is going on the top side, Rafa, Hoarder is soaking as much as he can. Look at what's happening with Sejed and the Jinx. He actually just had to rotate mid because there's no way in hell he can play bot lane. As Conviction with the triple grubs going to work and trying to secure first brick, which would be feats for them.
I mean, look at this. Kizno is sharing gold with Chrome as well.
They want
He's
feats.
30 CS individually up against Shimmer. So this Viego was already accelerated just from all the action that we saw in the first 12 minutes of the game. Now he's accelerated even more because he's low-key kind of taking some of this farm away from Chrome as well. So now,
that's fine. Get the wave in.
Conviction Esports are just leveraging their strongest piece on the map at the moment and just using him to snowball their way through this mid game.
I really like what we've seen so far. As, again, felt like this draft very doable for Conviction, and they're poised to take a 2-1 leg up in the series, bouncing back from a sub-25-minute loss. And that can be tough, and this young team showing some grit. Definitely something that Dark Wings has always had in his career, but same with Manui, same with Chrome. If Chrome, the first split of NACL, he went 1-29. That's we say that a lot. That's kind of tough to bounce back from, but he's done so well.
Shout-outs to CLG Faith.
Yeah, the classic shout-out, I don't know if I've ever said this on air. There was a world where I actually almost worked with TL first that split.
I remember that.
Yeah, would have been a fun one.
That would have been cool to see. Anyway, Spirax.
Unfortunately,
not in a fun one right now. Oh, that would have been cheeky, Hoarder. I like the idea. Fortunately, you don't need the body slam flash to actually connect over the wall. That would have been cool. Zamuto, does he just go down? Okay, not quite. Deathfire
maybe?
torch.
Okay.
Maybe. Nope. Not enough damage there. Well, Conviction Esports just overextending just continuing to extend their pressure and their reign over the entire Summoner's Rift. Dark Zero trying to get back whatever they can. Zamuto should be able to make it out just fine since he is very slippery on this Nidalee. But Dark Zero just trying to find whatever they can, and it is just not coming up heads for them.
I think it's really tough to make plays as this comp again. It has to be Zyko closing the gap and opening up some space. Until then, we just have to lane, and you have to try and survive the onslaught of Kizno's Viego going collector second. So we're going to find those resets a little bit quicker with the dopamine. I don't love this build. I very much
Yeah.
preferred Monkey's build of the Kraken Sundered Sky. I think Monkey is gaming with that.
It's not even that. I mean, like, if you go Trinity Force, that's totally chill. I think if you have this massive shutdown gold bounty, dopamine, I'm here for the vibes and I'm here for the entertainment. But if you want to preserve this lead, like Sterix Gate, even Sundered Sky would be a lot more, healthy for you, so that you don't accidentally give over shutdown bounty. Meanwhile, Massified onto the top side, and you know what? Conviction Esports saying, yeah, we're gonna play with Collector, and we're still going to dunk on some fools here. Dark Zero Dragon Steel getting caught out. Shimmer is the one that pays the price, and it's a Rift Herald guaranteed for Conviction Esports.
I mean, again, if you're Dark Zero, hold on, this looks kind of promising.
Getting spicy. Zamudo punted back into the safety of the tower, so that's nice for Dark Zero Dragon Steel. Hoarder and Darkwing's definitely getting frisky with it. At least just occupying the attention of some solo laners from the side of Dark Zero Dragon Steel, or at least one of them, before Rift Herald was secured. Spyrex getting a full turret to himself on the bottom side and getting some gold back into his pocket. I don't know, Matt. Dark Zero, they're down 3,500 gold, but they've shored up some of the gold advantage. Is there any trust in the solo laners to carry this one out?
Maybe Nidalee going to be able to, like, sideline diff the Gragas. I will say that this game slowed down a little bit.
Yeah.
For Conviction. Just the Herald investment did enable Dark Zero Dragon Steel to pick up that Outer and the Drake. So we'll see what kind of power play they can get off the Herald. Order going to be down in terms of resources. I think that's kind of expected, and the build that he's going for, I also think it's going to be fine. Because he's playing the Roa plus the Seraph, so he's going super scaling. So, like, yes, they're down to the economy, but if he's even on levels and those items kick in with the scaling, I think he's just going to be A-okay.
I mean, this Gragas is not meant to win lane, right? It's just, you're going to be an additional burst.
The fat man. Get to make some plays.
Yep. Body slam flash, throw that explosive cast, try to split open the fight, create some isolated targets for easy resets for this Viego. This is the Kizno show, and Hoarder is just here to make sure that he can support it. Nice solo kill from Zamudo, but does he get slowed in the tower? No.
Opt out.
He's able to get out of the turret aggro, and Sajed, or Chrome, I should say, tries to kill him with the Dawning Shadow, but not enough to take out this Nidalee.
Okay.
So, you know what? For Zamudo, game's not over until the Nexus explodes in his eyes.
No, and I think that we're going to see Dark Zero Dragon Steel really be able to stretch the map with the Nidalee. And that's going to be important because, like, we're looking at this game like, okay, we don't really know how they can actually team fight or find the 5v5s. So I think it's just going to be on Spyrax and Sajed deleting these waves, and on Zamudo to see how much he can get in the side lanes, because he is really slippery. Like, I really like the Leona pick for reaching the Victor, reaching the Jinx, but it really sucks in the Nidalee, top Nidalee at that too. So Zamudo does have some potential to do some work in the side lane. I think that's tricky to win games through that. Easier to win the game through what Conviction has to do, which is team fight and find resets for the Viego, but Dark Zero Dragon Steel definitely not out of this one.
The way that Zamudo was able to draw pressure to himself in Game 2 might be a win condition that he can try and finesse for Dark Zero in Game 3. Just try and force Conviction Esports to break open their Death Ball composition and deal with the Nidalee that will be trying to split push her way to victory on the cross map. Tier 1 is destroyed in favor of Conviction Esports in the mid lane, taking up space on this top side. Otacon still yet to spawn for another minute and some change, as Zamudo is trying to get some chip shots with the power of this Trinity Force, leveraging into this tier 2 turret, but Hoarder doing a nice job of clearing the minion wave.
Kind of some downtime here on the map where we've yet to see another play attempted in the Zamudo, right? We saw that one look that Conviction had where they sent 3 and Zamudo was able to kind of easily snake his way on out of there. Just really curious to see if we see any other attempts onto Zamudo, because if not, we haven't really seen the top Nidalee kick in and be popular, given A, Fearless Trapped, and B, the strength of the Bruiser items can't be ignored. Like Trinity Force, Shojin, the Sterax, even a Hullbreaker later on, Rafa, like these are really powerful items that Nidalee in that Cougar form actually can abuse. The fact that E attack speed started with the grass back stacking up that health and being that side lane menace later on.
Yeah.
Zamuto's doing a great job of picking up his CS, and he is gonna be scary this game. I don't know what the plan is to deal with him. It might be just to play around him. We're gonna see two different strats clash here. Again, Conviction trying to find that team fight, and Dark Zero trying to avoid it and just play out 3 lanes.
Yeah. Shout out to the Shy, who was the first to bring AD Nidalee top back into competitive play, and
Hold on, all right. Merwin.
Okay,
first.
okay. Merwin
The Shy-
played it.
Yeah.
Okay. Merwin. Okay, the Shy brought it back for 2025, but Merwin
Yeah.
was the first to play it last year when people were starting to pick up and rumors
BG2
circulating
with
of
it.
like, hey, you know what? Nidalee top with grass with Trinity Force
Specialty
might be
pick
the
for
play.
him.
And then for the bruiser items, you know, started to become stronger and stronger as we headed into 2025. I mean, it just got to the point where normally we kind of looked at AD Nidalee as like, okay, you spike on Trinity Force and that's it. You know, you just get tankier later on. But as you called out, bruiser items have been so damn good on their own that they kind of give you individual spikes as you're getting tankier with just the health pool, but then to just give you effective, more consistent damage. That the way we
look at this
see,
spike, Rafa.
yeah, hole breaker, baby. I mean, the
Yeah,
fact
we were
that
really committing the sides.
when I see AD Nidalee playing in team fights and able to put out as much damage as an AD carry, then I'm like, how did we?
It's not bad.
How did we let this happen? And I'm the guy that loves Nidalee. But anyway, Otacon being burned down by Conviction Esports, less than 5,000 HP now. Minui finds Zyko on the right side, immediately flashing on a Sajed, but they've given up positioning on the Otacon. Can Dark Zero try and burn it down before Kizno gets back into the fray? They're just trying to fight out for these carries first, but Dark Zero are too scared to try and burn down the Otacon before Conviction get back into the circle. And now it's below 4,000 HP. Minui is zoning off Sajed. His sole goal is just to make sure that Sajed does not get into this fight. Zamuto tries to look for a spear, walks up, tries to down smash. Kizno taking a lot of damage. Super Mega Death Rock. It gets tanked by Minui. We're
Arceo's
still
doing
at
great.
3,000 HP on the Otacon. Darkwings has rejoined the fight, has teleported in. Hoarder taking a lot of damage. Otacon secured for the side of Conviction Esports. Spiraling Despair is thrown out.
No.
It is secured by Shummer. He gets blown up, but it's a trade back to Minui as he's the first one to fall. Kizno starting to find the resets here. He takes the form of Rel, finds the sun on the Sajed, launches in, and it's Reset City for Conviction Esports. Otacon secured, 4 kills to their name, and they're taking home this game.
Dark Zero Dragonsteel were playing that out so well until Shimmer, he flashed in for the steal, got stymied. I really like the start of this one. I just think that Spyrax ran out of mana and they kind of ran out of tools here. But man, stalling Conviction like this actually gave them an angle where it was looking okay. Conviction bursted, Shimmer flashes in, he gets rooted because that was sitting there by the way. Darkwing's doing such a great job taking up space here. And then Conviction, Kizno, that's one reset. Able to get a second one, gets a lot of health back from these two. The shields coming in. They locked up Sajed, who burned his summoner spells to escape and engage earlier on. And yeah, that's a massive win for Conviction. They take the Otacon, they take another Cloud Dragon off the map in a 5.5k gold lead. Wondering how quickly they can play around the Baron, because especially winning that fight, Rafa, with so many flashes burned, those are flashes that aren't available to dodge out on the Viego combo and another potential reset coming in.
Yeah. I know I may have preemptively called the end for the game, but with this lead,
That feels
Conviction
great.
Esports, it feels like Conviction Esports should be able to close out the game with this advantage. I will say the way that game 1 panned out, when we had given them the edge and the advantage multiple times, and then 2 Baron plays back to back were not looking so great and just overextending and playing a little too fast. We'll see if Dark Zero Dragonsteel can, you know, hold on and endure the storm. See if they can wait patiently for any slip-ups from the side of Conviction Esports, since they have been present in this series so far. Chrome. Oh no, Chrome flashing a little too late. He goes down anyway. And just like that, the cracks through the armor, they're already being penetrated by Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Subjugated, and that Magna Storm made it tough for him to actually get over the wall, as Zyko might get caught too, is rooted. Darkwings, though, not going to follow up with any more spells. He's got to play this mid-wave. Crum going down, that is a flash taken away. A little bit of a mistake from him, but still, nothing significant being dropped outside of more time for Zamuto to try and be a terror in the side lane.
Like we said, Conviction Esports have the advantage, but it's still up to them to execute on the closing and the finishing of this advantage as well. So, you know, Dark Zero able to stall out the game a little bit, being able to get a nice pick, and it did. Even Chrome burning the flash did not matter for him in the end. He still went down, so that could be a big target for Dark Zero Dragonsteel to look at. And while we talked about this being a reset CityCon for Conviction Esports, technically you have the makings of resets in Sajed's Jinx as well, so we cannot sleep on the power of that being a comeback tool. Dark Zero right now trying to take up position on the top side of the map and fight for vision control away from Conviction Esports, who currently have lit up this red quadrant, and Shimmer maybe will be able to secure the red buff for himself, but all the other side lanes are being pressured in favor of Conviction Esports.
He's not actually going to have to ult out, as he was subjugated by Shimmer. Didn't exactly see how that play started or evolved. Looks like no ults were burned outside of the Kingslayer by Kizno, of course, to get out. Hoarder trying to knock away some minions to get Zumuto to take the tower. Zumuto actually dropping low in the bot lane. Hoarder might have found the solo kill.
Oh, good flash by Zumuto, but one more barrel. Oh, it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, back to the mainframe. Zyko gets picked off here, and Kizno finds his first reset. Flash, crash down, right into the backline. Heartbreaker! And they take out the reset composition or win condition for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So Jinx eliminated from the fray. Shimmer running for his life, just trying to find an escape route, but he's going to get cut off by Dark Wings and Chrome. Meanwhile, Spyrax was able to flash over the wall and get away from Kizno, but this is a Baron secured for Conviction Esports.
That's huge. Good plays across the map between Hoarder pushing the wave out of the turret to get Zumuto low. He TP'd back to pressure bot lane, so he can't even be in for the Baron. And of course, some of those flashes being down and missing, Rafa, were able to be punished by Conviction, as Manui finding the backline, syncing up with Kizno, made that look pretty easy. Gonna be Baron secured, and we'll see if Conviction can clean up some of their Baron pushes from game one.
Yeah, and you can see that Zumuto is just trying to take some risks on the bottom side, not giving his life, but willing to give his life for the tier 2 turret, just trying to get some injections of gold back into his team's sake, since he is really the only person that can find an advantage by himself. He had that 2-item lead against the 1.5 item against Hoarder. Unfortunately, it's just not enough, and now the gold lead has ballooned to 7,000 and further away from comebackable makings here for Dark Zero.
Shield bow for Kizno too, as he's going to be harder and harder to take out of the fight early on. Yeah, I do as well. It feeds into some of the identity of the Collector too, as whenever he enters the fight with the Heartbreaker, I should say, going to be very impactful. So far, Kizno's picked his spots really well in this game. 9, 1, and 5 again as the Viego with a Senna. Some help over the top. You are set up for success, and we have seen Kizno play the pick very well.
Conviction Esports look to Kizno to be the clutch playmaker for this squad in Game 3, and what a way to do it by getting so many kills racked up in the early game, taking advantage, and everyone on Conviction Esports committing to ensuring the snowball and leverage of this Viego. He has been out of control for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. It's a 2v1 against Hoarder in this top side of the map. They should be able to guarantee the tier 2 structure, but Zumuto's taking a lot of turret damage, but thankfully Demolish proc gets in range, and Hoarder tries to flash in after him, looking for a return kill. Dawning Shadow aids a little bit, and from downtown, I don't even know where Dark Wings was, but he's able to find Snipes with these Severing Bolts, and that's 2 kills picked up for Conviction Esports on the solo laners of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Meanwhile, everyone else, nice tank by Dark Wings, able to absorb the Mega Death Rocket there. Conviction Esports just winning across everywhere, man.
I think this one's wrapped up, Rafa. It was a pretty one-sided game, too, in favor of Dark Zero Dragonsteel to even things back up, but Conviction getting themselves a lead again. I like how they played around this first pick Senna. I feel like the pieces they put together, answering the Jinx plus the Victor, was quite nice, and Chrome has done a nice job on the Senna to get word from production. He's at 94 souls, so getting close to that 100 mark, yet another breakpoint. As that RFC and then likely an IE to follow up. We've seen how big these Sennas can get. He's going to be doing damage from pretty much off screen. I also really like the Senna pick after we had Smolder leave the pool, as that has been the most common answer to Senna and Senna comps, to try and really take advantage of when you hit that 225 to win the game hard before Senna can, kind of take back her scaling later on. That pick being gone for Sajet and Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Again, Senna insta-slammed and insta-taken advantage of. Conviction played it well.
9,000 gold in advantage for Conviction Esports. Dark Zero Dragonsteel probably on their last legs of defense at the moment. It is much more reasonable to expect that Conviction Esports are one team fight away from being able to close this game out. We've seen Dark Zero Dragonsteel be able to finesse a couple team fights their way whenever one of the individuals of Conviction Esports is a little overstayed or a little overextended, I should say. But I think even with a gold advantage this large, Conviction Esports should be in finishing range for this game 3 and should find themselves leading the series 2-1 on the doorsteps of winning the series and putting themselves a match point.
Again, just really like the cohesive identity that we've seen out of them in this game. I feel like they got a little bit too creative in game 2. Game 1, the creativity I actually liked a lot, as that Vi Pantheon Talia was something that TL was using to great success around APA and Split 1 with Core using it. So that attacking Shimmer's champion pool, of course, Pantheon was the pick that Shimmer played where they took their only game against Luminosity Gaming. Played it really well in that game. Like the approach to kind of target Shimmer and also find a good combo for them in the draft. They didn't really find that in game 2, getting creative there, Rafa. And this game 3, just feel like they built a really solid Senna comp. That Diego over the top, always been a good pick for Kizno, plays really well this game. And now Conviction really close to finding that 2-1. Still an 8k gold lead for them. Waiting for these monster objectives to spawn. Going to be Baron on the map first. You got to believe that Dark Zero Dragonsteel going to have a tough time getting in. And man, walking in with this comp for them, so scary. Because again, they don't really have the crowd control to make things happen. It really is only on Zyko.
Yeah, and it's a one-way trip if you are this rel for Zyko. So Dark Zero kind of have to trust and believe in the engage once Zyko picks it, because otherwise there's no other real way that you're going to find another pick. Yep.
Yeah, we've seen some big plays out of Ryan and his rel throughout the years. As, of course, he... we'll see if he's going to still be competing with his roster after this, too. I mean, as someone that has graduated said that it was his last CLOL. I know he said that last year, but going to have to see what this roster decides to do heading into the next split. And what's up next for Zyko. He has been a fantastic player at this level. Whenever he has been competing and really got that big monkey off his back and hoisting that CLOL trophy, something that he has not been able to do for the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, he
was a charm there.
He humorously noted that I would love to be known for never lifting a CLOL trophy, which, you know, was like, oh, I hope that doesn't actually, you know, happen.
That was a little self-deprecating even for me, you know. That's saying something.
Yeah, but glad that Dark Zero Dragonsteel, aka Maryville University, were able to hoist that collegiate trophy for themselves, the first in 6 years for Maryville University. Such a massive accomplishment, especially for such a renowned university program. Meanwhile, back to live. Shimmer forced to flash over the wall, taking so much damage. Oh, Dawning Shadow and Severing Bolt. Good blue suede shoes on the side of Shimmer's Trundles. He's able to at least dodge out on...
Oh, my goodness.
Wow!
Dark Wings.
Spyrax! Unfortunately, the one spell that he had to dodge was the Severing Bolt, but everything else, Chrome is just able to just play range gap, and now Sajed's the first one, and just like that, Matt, Zambudo died on the side lane too. He must have died to Hoarder and Kizno, and that's game, ladies and gentlemen. Conviction Esports just wiped out across the entire map, a full ace. Dark Zero Dragonsteel, no one's gonna be up to defend the base. We're going to game 4, and it's match point for Conviction Esports.
And Chef Bach and Manui cooked something up good for this team. Really like the draft for Conviction. They played it out well. And man, that range from the play in Senna was pretty gross. I know, thinking about that mid lane matchup, Rafa, Dark Wings really stepping up in this game. We've known him to be, you know, he can play everything in the mid lane, but I feel like he has always been pretty strong when it comes to those artillery mages. And that pro diff video we have about him, of course, teased that his Victor's quite good. He got the counter matchup into play, another pick that he can play really well, and ended up having a pop-off game in the end.
Speaking of pro diff, you know, if you want to be able to play like Dark Wings himself, who played a massive Hwei game, you know, check out prodiff.gg, who is, you know, one of the brains behind it, was a former NACL and tier 1 pro player in Armeo, you know, has been super nice in being able to, you know, help sponsor NACL as well as work with us to make this possible. But for us, Matt, I mean, that game was, not only you mentioned it, Spyrex has been getting the better of Dark Wings throughout this entire series so far, even in that game 1 win that Conviction found for themselves. Early on the laning phase, it seemed like Spyrex had control of the lane too, but this time around, Dark Wings didn't drop a single death, made sure to survive even during the toughest parts of that laning phase, and he was incredibly effective on this way. So, I have to say, Dark Wings be able to find his stride, which is super important since Spyrex has been one of our best solo lane performance in not just the series, this entire split. We're gonna see how this all pans out. Make sure you stay tuned. After the break, we'll have Kelsey Moser joining us again for our Game 4 pre-game analysis. Stay tuned, y'all.
Sajed has been a true carry threat in the NACL this split, powering Dark Zero Dragonsteel to a first-place finish in the regular season. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Sajed today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. Prodiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or the LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today. Crimson is one of the most exciting up-and-coming top laners in the NACL, excelling on carry picks both in lane and in team fights. Want to learn how he does it? Schedule a one-on-one coaching session with Crimson today at prodiff.gg. He will personally analyze your gameplay with you and describe exactly what you need to do to improve. Accelerate your rank climb and book with confidence. Prodiff only features coaches who have played in the NACL or LTA. Check out prodiff.gg today.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for Game 4 of our series between Conviction Esports and Dark Zero Dragonsteel. We are joined once again by Kelsey Moser on the desk for our Game 4 pre-analysis segment. And right now, it's Conviction on match point. 4 of us didn't believe they would go the distance. The other 3 did. And I'm saying things are looking pretty right now, Kelsey. And after that Game 3, where are your eyes immediately directed towards?
Absolutely the draft, right? I think I don't want to bemoan it a lot, but Dragonsteel are not playing the long game in draft the way that Conviction are with the Fearless. And this was just a really good read, right? They said, okay, we're going to pigeonhole Zamudo into really wanting to play something that hard split pushes, but they early picked the Victor, they early picked the Jinx. They really needed something with a front line for Sajed to carry on one of his signature options, and instead we end up in a situation where we have low CC, and Kisno says, give me that Viego, and has one of the greatest games that I think I've seen him play this season, so.
Yeah.
Cubby, any thoughts?
No, I fully agree. I think in hindsight, like you have the Jinx Victor not going with the tank. I know that the Orin's already off the table for Zamudo, but I think that not having the ability to create space for 2 champs that really can be a 2-threat comp and carry you was a mistake, especially with the Trundle, right? Because Trundle can actually do really significant damage if you end up with a tank game with tanks on the other side, just given the subjugate, the fact that he can build Trinity Force and just be really big. So I didn't think Trundle was the right pick this game. They needed to be able to control terrain, and I didn't think Nidalee was the right pick either. Zamudo went for something where he felt like he might be able to carry and make an impact on the side lane, but it ended up being Conviction that had the comp that was much easier to execute, and they pulled it off well.
Now Conviction find themselves on match point. 1 game victory away from being able to join Luminosity Gaming in the grand finals for our spring split of the NACL 2025 season. This would be quite the run for Conviction Esports, a team that at the beginning of the split, a lot of us on the talent team had them, in the average ranking, power rankings of like 7th, 8th, maybe generously 6th. They ended at 4th by the end of the regular season, being able to triumph over CCG. And now they are on the cusp of being able to knock out our first seed. Now, is Dark Zero Dragonsteel not at full power since they don't have Eugen anymore? Yes, but still, this is a roster that even with Shiver coming in, they were able to at least get better as a squad, and they were able to still play up to a pretty significant percentage of their overall peak power when Yuji was still in the lineup. And eliminating them from playoffs and moving on to the grand finals as Conviction would be quite the accomplishment, and is very notable here as we are 2-1 in the series score.
This is the furthest that Manui has come short of making finals so many times despite top 3 finishes. I think it would be huge for him to get in there or get back. Even thinking about Hoarder to make finals in his rookie split would be huge. And of course this Dark Zero Dragonsteel team, this team is really good, but haven't been the better team of the day so far, Kelsey.
Yeah, they haven't, and they just came off last week of their CLAW victory, but they didn't play against Darkwings and Chrome this time, and I am, as I'm sure Boise State would love me to say, in the arena where Aaron, now Chrome, and Darkwings were on that St. Louis team that took down. Yeah, so
history is
fortuitous.
Yeah, history might just repeat itself here, where even though they didn't meet in the collegiate championship final this time around, Darkwings and Chrome staring down Maryville University, at least Spyrex being on the other side of the coin. We'll remember all too, maybe not too fondly, that it was a 1-3 loss for them against St. Louis University, the first for St. Louis University's overall collegiate program. And in another year in the long winter of titleless series finals for the side of Maryville University before they were able to lift their first title earlier just this past weekend. But it is kind of funny to mention how last year they didn't win collegiate, but they won NACL. And now this year they won collegiate, and they might not even make it to grand finals. So is this just like a universe saying you can only pick one or the other? What's up?
And potentially, but I just got some big news that we're going to have to bring to the broadcast as Shimmer is out, Kryra is in for this one. Pulling the sub out. So that's an interesting one. I mean, shout out to Shimmer. I feel like he's done his best in order to bring this series, or at least do his damnedest. But Kryra has a pretty unique champion pool, Kelsey. I know that you've worked with Kryra in the past, and his solo queue days, man, he played honestly the weirdest two-trick combo I think you can find on the ladder.
Evelyn.
Zach and Evelyn, yep. No, it's a good combo. He's also very versatile on tanks. Like, he understands space very well, and he has the hands for some good, 1v9 carry performances as well. So
maybe a Maokai. Like, they want to drop the Maokai ban. I know Kryra plays it really well. Not exactly Shimmer pick. That's something that I have in mind right off the bat. But gonna have to see. Kryra, I really, really respect Kryra as a player. So excited to see what he can do in the series.
I mean, when we think back to the HP scouting combine that you helped host and run, Kelsey, back in fall 2023, many of the players that are playing in this series right now were in that combine. Hoarder and Kryra now loading up onto draft for Game 4 match point for Conviction Esports. And even though at the time Hoarder wasn't as impressive, Kryra from day one, a lot of us were like, wow, this kid's got some special talent, and we believe that he is going to go far. This is a chance now to play spoiler to Conviction Esports upset over Dark Zero Dragonsteel and bring them to a Game 5.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I didn't expect the substitution, because I thought they were more or less committing to Shimmer, but it definitely makes things interesting, right? Because Conviction probably weren't expecting it that much either, right? So
yeah, I'm really curious to see what Kryra is going to be able to play. I mean, like, he's a really good Zyra player, really good at Maokai. It feels like his pool is really deep. I know that there was another combine that me and you were a part of, Kelsey, with Supernova. We felt like he was the strongest player out of the, 20 plus that we tried out, just period. It was pretty clear. This guy, I'm curious to see what he can bring to the table. It's really tough to step in and sub like this, but we'll see if Kryra's up to the challenge.
If Kryra can do it, then that is the kind of performance you get remembered for, going forward into the season and being, seen as a savior and a hero. No Maokai this time around. They're just going to ban it as they always do on blue side. So I'm curious now that because so many junglers have been eliminated from the pool, now they're going into Game 4, there are angles that you can allow something like Kryra's trademark Zac to be able to flourish here. So Dark Zero not going to open with the Zac anytime soon. If that's the case, they're going to open with, some standard power picks that are still left on the table here.
Corki could open up, though, if they ends up going mid for Spyrax and AP junglers, which definitely is in Kryra's wheelhouse, Kelsey.
yeah, absolutely. And we have to think about the types of champions that are still up. We've got the Ezreal, which is just safe self-peel. Well, doesn't really give any information on what Conviction's going to pick. It lets them utilize the red side to continue compositionally counterpicking their opponents.
Oh, that Syndra being picked early, I think they're really trying to put that Corki in bot lane, Kelsey, because that Corki and the Syndra is a very good matchup for Darklings and a Syndra.
It's also one that he'd be very comfortable on, right?
Yes.
Syndra definitely old school Darkwing special coming out in this Game 4.
Sion being locked in for Zamudo. This gives me more indication that Kryra might be given the reins for a carry champion this time around, since now you have frontline duty or the burden of frontline duty already leveraged to both your top laner and then partially to your support, with Zyko being on the Rakan that can kind of float in between as engaged tools or disengage. But the Zillion pocket pick for Manui locked in. This is going to be a fast Syndra and Ezreal on the map.
It's a great answer into Rakan. Like, this is an individual counter matchup because you can drop the slow on the quickness and make it really tough for Rakan to get into the fight. On top of him being bursty and having that res, but we need frontline for Conviction. So I would love to see Dark Zero Dragonsteel take some of that away. I think the Ambessa ban is justified. I also could see an angle for maybe a sneaky Hoarder Olaf. I'm curious if that gets banned out too, because that would be really empowered by a Zillion.
Yeah. The other thing that this Zillion does is, because you get the resurrection with the Chrono Shift, any chance for a sneaky Evelyn angle, I think is just immediately taken off the board because your power as an assassin is just severely limited by, a res like that.
Well, you can always just target the Zillion over and over. But the
Mundo.
Mundo is
Ow.
interesting. Yeah, for sure.
He likes the move speed, and it's technically a flex pick. This could go
Yeah.
top for Hoarder, or also in the jungle for Kisno, if it is going to be that AP option for Kryra.
But the Kindred's not terrible here. Let me see. What are we looking for?
I mean, Yone locked in.
Mhm.
Okay,
a little bit
so,
of back damage, maybe.
Conviction with the Mundo lock in, you are like daring them to pick magic damage here. But so that, doubling down on the physical damage makes it so that Spirit Visage isn't as ideal of a lock in for the side of Mundo.
Ooh.
Oh, the Ivern instead.
Nice.
Okay, well, so
This is not a Shimmer Champ, so. Yeah, it'll be a Kryra look. Kelsey, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I'm a big Ivern merchant for sure. We've got Ivern and we've got Ivern locked in with double AD, right? We've got a huge tank in the top line that pairs really well for it. So definitely for me, I like this a lot better. And we've got Zed coming in as well, which you guys will talk about.
yeah, well, see you on the flip side, Kelsey. We'll see if the series is over or if we're going to hear the tunes of Silver Scrapes on the back half going into Game 5. But it's all about whether Conviction Esports can lock up this series in Game 4 or if Dark Zero Dragonsteel can go the distance. As she called out, Matt, this is a Zed last lock-in for Conviction Esports. Kisno already wowed us with the Viego in Game 3. We're going to see if he can bring the magic again on the Shadow Ninja.
Definitely going to look for the ability haste build, but I think he has the opportunity to sneak in a sneaky Serpent's Fang.
Oh, absolutely.
As with the Mundo top, we are going to see Zamudo go for something a little bit different. Longsword Rejuve potion to start, a refillable potion to start. I'm wondering how much damage he wants to put in his kit. I actually think that him building damage this game is quite good. I really feel like he can be a side lane threat and still can be tricky to take down. As this is a really weird front line for Conviction. It's going to be very pseudo front line with the Mundo, and then trying to hold space with both the Syndra, Ezreal, Zillion, right? They're going to really have to try and kite back. The execute's going to be much easier for Dark Zero in this one.
Yeah. The way that Conviction Esports are playing out these fights is more so, okay, the Mundo and the Zed are going to create chaos in the back line. Syndra and Ezreal, good luck, Try to do the best you can to fend off the Yone or the Scion if they pick, really solid engage flanks as we get into these team fights here. I like the call out for the Serpent's Fang because Ivern, obviously, with the shield is going to be very powerful if he gets to that point. Already a early summoner spell burned out of Zyko as he has dropped to 200 HP in this lane.
Chrome just ignoring the rest of the creeps. He's like, I'm going to try and get as much damage down as possible. As he does just that. And the Zillion, of course, you saw the slow being dropped on the Rakan. It does impact the grand entrance, and then, of course, the quickness as well. And that is a truly debilitating slow that Zillion has in his kit, as everyone knows at home if you face the champion. So, gonna have to see if Manui can really cash in. This is a pick where he's played it twice in this split. Oftentimes into Rakan, oftentimes paired up with stuff like Jhin Ezreal. And again, the Manui's gonna have to be on point with the Zillion in this game, because that onus of execution on a champion is really difficult. You mess up once, you're dead. Point is squishy. As we're getting a potential look here in the mid lane. Looks like Manui and Kisner were kind of coming to hover. They might be able to catch Psycho on the flip, though. Yep.
Dashing over with the W. But Kisno not able to force a summoner spell out of Psycho. It's just the grand entrance. He did go for the unsealed spellbook, so a lot of potential playmaking is going to be in the cards here for this Rakan, and not only extra summoner spells or combat summoner spells, but also the potential for a smite steal. That'll be exciting to look at, but that is Manui losing his flash as they got caught on the hover. Oh, Spyrex.
Hold on.
Could be in trouble here. Takes a lot of damage, but he had the Q3 ready. Kryra trying to threaten on the left side and just be able to throw some auto attacks down, allowing Spyrex to get this wave shoved in.
Really curious how early Kisno wants to go Serpent's Fang. in this game. Definitely something I'm going to look out for, Roth. I think into the Ivern, you got to think about it or do it.
Oh, I mean, it's definitely being built this game, but I think the question is, do you build it second or do you build it third, right?
Third, yeah, I'm with you.
I think this game, it's definitely worth building second. It does cut down on, you know, whether you get a larger spike in damage if you go Shojin first, so you guarantee the ability haste, or if you lose out on the ability haste by going Eclipse so that you still have burst damage alongside Serpent's Fang. I think in this game, I would like Eclipse Serpent's Fang. You're not going to have as much ability haste until the third item, but you'll still have this large burst damage and ability to threaten at least one person getting 100 to 0'd here during that mid-game spike. And Serpent's Fang is relatively cheap, so that's kind of like where my head's at. But we are in a tech pause, so we can further continue discussing whether Serpent's Fang is going to be second or third item, or point our conversations elsewhere, Matt, as we're in podcast mode until we're back on the Rift.
Getting news that it's a hardware issue, so hopefully we can get that resolved quickly to get back into the game. If things go long, I assume we can bring Kelsey back to maybe talk about where we're at in this one so far. We'll say that Zamudo continuing to build some damage in the top side did go Cole and another longsword in that matchup. So again, trying to maybe take a page out of the book of the boss. When you go up against a Mundo, if you build tank, you're just asking to lose. So gonna have to find another way to get push and pressure. And Cyan, of course, with his W passive, still gonna get quite tanky, stacking up the HP.
Yep, that's why when you see Cyan in your solo queue games, and no matter how many deaths they manage to spring upon themselves and they go full damage, and yet somehow find themselves above 4,000, 5,000 HP at the end of the game.
You know, I just realized it's like the boss versus Alois in the top lane. I don't know how you pronounce the Norwegian streamer has been playing a lot of Mundo. He's gotten quite popular. Have you seen this, Rafa? The push, push, push. He dresses up as corporate Mundo. He just plays Mundo.
I've heard of push, push, push before.
Yeah, it's from him. So a lot of European influence, you know.
It tends to happen a lot, you know, in NA that have European influence over the years. But we'll see how much that the top lane matchup comes to influence the game 4 stakes here, as one is a conventional frontliner that will actually be a really solid CC engage tool, whereas the other one just kind of wants to run into the backline and, you know, say, Corky, you don't get to have fun this game. But we're only 5 minutes into the match so far, Matt, so nothing too exciting has happened. Already Manui's Flash is coming back off of cooldown after there was a chance for Dark Zero to catch him out when he rotated over to the mid lane.
Really think that Dark Zero can try and play out 3 lanes in the mid game too. Curious what happens with Spyrax. He's done a nice job so far getting resources on the Yone. Has been a really big pick for Spyrax. He's 2-0 on the champ. This is a pick that was oftentimes banned away from him and Dark Zero.
Yeah.
So see if he's able to make things happen.
And for the most part, this series, Spyrax has had the advantage on Dark Wings in lane. Even in the game 3 loss, he was threatening Dark Wings early on. Right now, kind of hard to do that as Yone, since this champion wants to get through the laning phase and then scale on up and be that team fight menace that we know Yones can be once they hit, you know, spikes on 1 item, 2 items, and eventually 3 items, and it just seems like it is uncomebackable for the opposition here. So far, Conviction Esports have not really had a chance to put any denting blows in his laning phase so far. And as long as Kryra on the Ivern can continue to, man, it's just the longest line of trucks outside my window here, I guess. Anyway, Kryra, all he's got to do is be able to get farm for himself, hit these relatively inexpensive spikes on the Ivern, and give these shields over to his team and allow them to do the carrying.
Yeah, I do like the draft they ended up coming up with when it comes to this sub. I know Kryra kind of a specialty Ivern player, whereas it's definitely not a Shimmer champion who, frankly, Shimmer kind of detests this, the champ itself, but that's okay. We'll see if that changes over time, as we do see an ult pop from the top side. Hoarder gonna make sure that the guns are out. Busting through the shirt a little bit, gonna get that health back, but advantage Zamudo on the top side. He did pop the ultimate. But of course, with that damage on the sign, you can see he's up a little bit in CS, and he's doing good work in this matchup so far, making sure that this Mundo isn't just getting free farm and free scaling.
I mean, when we've
mid?
seen... Looks like Spyrix is fine. Didn't pop the ulti or the flash, so he's totally okay. Meanwhile, bot side, Sajed actually lost both of his summoner spells, so there was an all-in. Chrome also losing both of his summoner spells, so bot lane pretty volatile at the moment. Manui's not level 6 yet, so Chrome can't step up safely just for a Chrono Shift to bail him out. I will say, back to Zamudo on the Scion, we've seen in previous games throughout the entire split when he's playing against, you know, ranged carry top laners where, you know, you would think that something like the Jace should have the advantage, and Zamudo just dunks on them as the Scion. The fact that he's playing into a tank, I would have faith in this guy to know how to navigate and still find an advantage as the Scion in pretty much any matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a tough one, right? Where I think that when you opt in for the Mundo, you know you're going to be going up against this style of Scion, right? I'm just curious, like, what the breakpoint's going to be. As we do see Hoarder, of course, you want to rush towards that Heartsteel in this one, but taking a pit stop to at least pick up one cloth armor, going up against all the AD that Zamudo is going to be packing.
Yeah.
And Zamudo just being doing a really nice job, making sure that this lane's nice and stable. Again, I like the alternate build here. I think it's necessary for the game.
The power of his lane priority from Zamudo pretty much guaranteed Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, all 3 Void Grubs on that rotation. Neither team has gotten a chance to look for the first dragon of the game. Conviction Esports are now getting that objective for themselves. It is spotted, but nothing can be done from the side of Dark Zero Dragonsteel since Sajed is down summoner spells, so moving him from that bot lane would be a little risky. Objective score so far 1-1 for both of these squads. Neither team has found a single kill of the game, so definitely a lot more tense and a lot more risk averse so far from both of these squads, as, you know, both teams recognizing the importance and the stakes of this game for State.
Nice chunk on the Manui. Chrome goes over the wall.
Grand entrance and quickness use. Chrome, no summoner spells, remember, but Manui does have Chrono Shift. As now Chrome
They're gonna
gets,
wait. They're gonna wait.
Yep. Chrome is dead, and Spyrix is just gonna look for Manui on the back half. Probably not enough for a Fate Sealed, as he actually forces the flash out of Manui. Was ready to go all in under the tower.
Primer
And that's
flash
first
too.
blood for Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Look at Zed. Kizno, he's on Kryra trying to get the pop, not able to get it. So a win for Dark Zero Dragonsteel on the bot side. Chrome overplays his hand quite a bit, and they're able to pick up a kill. Kizno going to try and make quick work of Daisy, but you see the harass that he's taken along the way. TP coming out from Darkwing's bot to make sure he can soak that wave, so another tool taken away. And this first blood, Chrome playing this too quickly, and Dark Zero Dragonsteel showing some good discipline to wait out the revive from Zillion.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say. It's just such a tough position. You don't have summoner spells as Ezreal, and just trying to push the luck of that fight. I'm not sure if Chrome was just kind of already dead at that point, and so yeah. Honestly, not sure, so I'm not going to speak any more on it. Dark Zero Dragonsteel, well played, being able to, you know, outplay the situation that was given to them at hand. And the fact that Kryra was able to avoid an all-in, thanks to the power of the shielding. Did burn his flash from Kizno after he used the Death Mark, but so far, Dark Zero, as long as they're able to avoid any massive early game tragedies being brought upon them by Conviction Esports, you've got the scaling of this Ivern, you've got the scaling of this Scion and Yone. Do you really still favor Conviction Esports when it goes to late game, Matt?
Well, I mean, the Syndra, the Zed, unironically, kind of, yeah. I think that this mid game has to be big from Dark Zero. Because if you go late, I think that a Zillion team augments everyone else where you're actually going to outscale his conviction.
Sure.
I don't really see a way that Dark Zero can, like, reach them and lock them down. I just think that this early to mid game is going to be really tough for them to play because they don't really have tools to consistently make plays in their own terms. So that's where my concern is.
Well, Conviction, at least for their sake, so far the only win they have been able to make was the first dragon of the game. Second one is coming up in the next 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So still a ways away before that objective even needs to be prepped for, but right now Conviction taking this timer to clear up some vision on this bottom river. Gonna spot out that there was one in that banana brush, but we'll not get a chance to clear it until the next sweeper rotation is up and available. I imagine next objective look, other than this dragon, that's gonna be Rift Herald in the next couple of minutes as well. Item spikes have come online for a few members here, map. Titanic Hydra completed for Zamudo, so has a lot of powerful wave clear already into the Mundo matchup and dominating in the CS department. So as we said before, Zamudo Scion pretty damn strong into any matchup.
I do think that he's a little bit ahead of the pace, but this is about where the matchup is as well. Until you get Hoarder getting some more power here on the Mundo. But good job by Zamudo again. I like how he's built. I think greeting the Nodorans and greeting the Cole for sure the right move to just kind of use your early power to try and stay ahead of this Mundo as long as possible. But of course, level 11 coming in, better ultimate for Hoarder, going to make it so that he might be able to step up and trade a little bit more with Zamudo. But from the look of things, Zamudo's doing a really nice job up here. And yeah, he's going to force that ultimate before 11 comes in for Hoarder. You can see Zamudo already 11 on the wave, so he's ahead. And that's pretty big. I think Hoarder's going to be sent packing after this one.
Wow.
And yeah, that ultimate not being able to be used when it ticks and he gets that other point, that's a nice, I would say a small win, but I think it's a pretty big win for the Scion. Because Hoarder has to head for the hills. Oh, he canceled. We actually could see a death going up on the top lane. Hoarder's going to be really careful.
Yeah, Zamudo still has an ult advantage on top, and there's no ultimate to bail
Hoarder got
out.
Zamudo's flash out. I don't think Zamudo had enough mana for the ultimate.
Oh, maybe.
A mistake from Zamudo, yeah.
I didn't get a chance to see what actually happened, but since he
on
still
screen.
has ultimate available, Hoarder is going to TP back. Zamudo's teleport is coming off cooldown, so he's going to take his base and probably return with the same move as well. Prior popping Daisy to use her as a way to face check this line brush in the mid river.
Okay. A couple things. One, it's Warmogs for Hoarder. Makes sense in this matchup. You can retreat, get your health back. The window for Scion to win, it's gone. Because now Mundo can always play on good conditions. Second, you see Conviction, good control over bot river, but they've spent a lot of time here. It has opened up Spyrax to kill another wave and start the pressure. So if they want to hit the dragon, they have to do so now. I think this fight's scary because there's no Serpent's Fang yet on the Zed. So any fight taken right now, I very much favor Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Redemption also first completed by Kryra, so could give that additional boost of healing in that giant circle. Spyrax threatening on the right side, but now separated. Fate Sealed not allowing him to go over the wall. He's forced to flash. Kisno not able to follow through with the death mark. That's the second dragon going over. Big engage from Psycho, finds the back line. He's charming all of them up with the quickness, and Conviction Esports are now on the run. Chrome flashing after casting the True Shot Barrage. Will not find any stragglers though from the side of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. They're still working with all 5 members as 4 are trying to lurk and launch down any members of Conviction Esports for the kill. Kryra falls. Kisno trying to style on them, but is not going to find anyone. Dark Zero win big on that dragon fight.
Really well played by Dark Zero Dragonsteel as Spyrax soaks so much. The ult from Anubi came down early as he thought maybe Kisno was going to be able to chase that one in full. Not the case, and then the beautiful engage from Zyko in the back half, Rafa. He was the game changer in that fight.
Psycho has had quite the series so far against Conviction Esports. Even in some of their losses, it seems like he is the one that has been burdened with the engage responsibilities for this squad, and he has been able to find such huge plays back-to-back in some of these biggest wins for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Curious to see if we'll get another look at that fight or not, but as we proceed further and further into the game, it's now nearly a 4,000 gold advantage for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and this is the spot where they want to continue pushing the tempo, wanting to make this snowball go further and further before Conviction Esports get a chance to get back into this game.
That's Dark Zero Dragonsteel that's trying to push as much as they can on the map. You see that Overlord's Bloodmail secured by the Scion. He's thick, and yeah, let's take another look at this one. It's a stun onto Spyrax, and the R is caught. Kisno goes low, but again, that ult being dropped early. Kisno wasn't going to go down, and then that disengage from Psycho, just beautiful. Preps the quickness, flashes, then over the wall, gets around that window, was able to hide the fact that he casted it. Like the attempt on the R flash from Chrome to bait him in, just doesn't hit, and Dark Zero able to corral them. It's Psycho finds another big grand entrance in the back half. He's been really solid today, Rafa. You called it out, the burden of Engage, making it look like a privilege as he found a big one there. And again, Dark Zero, this mid game, I think they really need to hit it hard and make plays before Conviction kind of slingshots their way back in with the scaling. Really big, they were able to secure a fight that large to pick up the Dragon, and that's so much gold.
Gizno already working towards what we imagine to be that Serpent's Fang for this set as the second item. Once that is picked up, it'll be a little bit easier to try and cut through these shields on Dark Zero Dragonsteel's side, but right now they are using the best of their gold lead, sieging onto this mid-tier 1 turret. Doesn't look like it's enough time to take out the turret completely, but next minion wave should be theirs to secure. And even though Hoarder got the Warmogs, he's still struggling in this matchup against Zamudo. Will have to find a chance to walk back and away. Wow. Cryo throwing the redemption just to add a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, he's okay though, because again, like he does have the Mogs, so with that extra G belt now, he can step back and utilize the passives. So, like, oh, hold on, Kizno.
Flashy. Oh, he doesn't have flash. Oh, unlucky. As you called out, you know, Hoarder was able to step back with the Warmogs, giving him a little bit of extra HP, but it's enough time for Zamudo to find the first turret on the top side of the map. Not necessarily the first turret overall, since that was taken on the bottom side just a couple minutes ago. Conviction still down 4,000 gold. Not completely out of the woods yet, but Dark Zero doing the best they can to snowball this game.
My eyes go towards that serrated Dirk in Kizno's inventory. I think it's going to be that second item, Serpent's Fang, and rightfully so. So many shields able to be used by this Dark Zero Dragonsteel roster. If I'm Conviction, I do not fight until Serpent's Fang is done. I don't even consider it. I give everything else over until then. Really feel like that's how important that item is. And again, with time, I think that we're waiting for 3 items plus. If Ezreal is able to get that Shojin, kind of lean on the range, Zillion as well, gets more levels in at that point, because he doesn't really scale off items when you're Sport Zillion. You scale off levels, how many points you can put in your abilities, and the ability to reduce the cooldowns of those as well.
Yeah.
I think that's the big thing, so I think Conviction still have to eat it for a while.
Meanwhile, Dark Zero, the burden's on them to press this game forward, knowing that Conviction Esports might try to take a backseat to see if Conviction Esports will just kind of give them objectives willingly. Obviously, Dark Zero have to show their strength first to bait it out of Conviction, as Chrome steps on forward with the Arcane Shift forward. That's bold. Manui might just die for it. The Chrono Shift is popped early, and he speeds himself away so that he does not die for free in the end. But that's a Chrono Shift already expended right before the third dragon of the game. That should go over the Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
In outer, too. I just think there's no way, again, that Conviction can look. I again think this is the window where we really expect Dark Zero to be at advantage. Bled, but, you know, not broken for Conviction here. Dragon and mid tower going away, as now that gold lead has grown to 5k for Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Doing a quick inventory check across the board as Serpent's Fang is completed for Kizno. Meanwhile, Dark Zero have been rocking second item, Overlord's Bloodmail for the Scion, Moonstone for Cryra. We're not quite yet at, I imagine, to be a shield bow for the side of Spyrex on this Yone, but more Manamune stacking up to eventually be our Muramana for Sajed. So Dark Zero in a position where they want to be, as you called out, mid-game is looking pretty darn strong. Not everyone on Conviction Esports have been able to match their individual counterparts' own strength, as we finally get the Heartsteel locked in for Hoarder. Definitely a bit late since he did go for the Warmogs first. We'll see if
that's fine for the matchup,
Yeah. If the game goes long, it will eventually get a lot of value. But right now, it is not at peak strength.
Serpent's Fang as well in the inventory for Kizno. That item very, very significant in this game, as of course we have spent a lot of time talking about the builds, Rafa. If you want advice on builds at home, maybe check out prodiff.gg. As we do have 4 players in this lobby that are a part of that website. If you want to make sure that you get the best advice available, get that prodiff yourself. Prodiff.gg, only pros on the website you can get coaching from, including members like Kizno, Darkwings, Sajed, and Zamudo, all on the website if you want that coaching.
Maybe it'll show you how to be a Giga Chad Scion too. This Conviction Esports doing the best they can to weather the storm right now. As you called out, 3 items might just be the play here for Conviction Esports if they can stall for another few minutes, but gold is being limited further and further as these outer turrets are starting to fall, which means less likely that they get access to the jungle camps, which is where Kizno is going to be depending on getting a majority of his income for a 3rd item, Spear of Shojin. The fact that he had to skip tier 2 boots just to guarantee the Serpent's Fang, given that power spike. Chrome forced to flash away, and Kizno now caught out, forced to flash as well, and Dark Zero Dragonsteel just going to take 2 summoner spells for free off of that engage from Zyko.
Great find from Zyko as the pressure continues. Spyrax, of course, making sure that this wave down bot is at +2. And yeah, that might just be an Otacon start. I don't think this can even be contested. If I'm Kizno, I'm looking for topside, and you can't kill the Scion. They might try, but good luck, man.
Well, the Serpent's Fang will help cut through the Soul Furnace shield.
I think
that's pretty much it. Otacon secured freely for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and even though Kryra has not necessarily been a standout in this game, he is doing his job, Matt. They had an idea. You know what? We're probably going to lock in Ivern for you this game, or have an angle for an Ivern in this composition, and Kryra is being the team player and locking it in.
Has been good so far. It has looked nice and controlled for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Again, I think a 5k gold lead. Given the draft we have for Conviction, I do expect them to be at a deficit in this game. I feel like Dark Zero are on pace, if not a little bit better than the pace that I would expect given the drafts. My concern is just, again, as time goes on, I think that, yes, it's kind of a weird comp where there's not a ton of hard CC on Conviction, but Zillion can really aid that. Just with the Shurelias and the move speeds, and able to kind of play around this Dark Zero lineup. And if Chrome is able to get to that 3-item plus range, this Ezreal can do a lot of work. Will be really tough to get on. But Zyko's done a great job so far of closing the gap and finding those engages. Definitely the pog for Dark Zero Dragonsteel so far in this one.
Again, Zyko has had a fantastic series so far for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Been super clutch in all their wins, and even in some of their losses, at least gave them some moments of, what ifs, potential comeback scenarios for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Baron has spawned as we have passed the 25-minute mark to Dragonsteel in the name of Dark Zero Dragonsteel, with 45 seconds before another Infernal Dragon spawns on the map. Dark Zero can easily just take up space on this top quadrant and then shift their attention over to guarantee themselves at Soul Point. We'll see if Conviction Esports have an answer.
Man, Zamido's doing a great job of sidestepping a lot of these briefcases from Hoarder. That's tough to do as a Scion. He tries to ult out, but does get stuck. Hoarder might be stuck now too.
I mean, Redemption and
Still
shield from both Zyko and Kryra, and Hoarder is going to try to flash away. Zyko popping the quickness, but gets stunned by a great Scatter of the Weak by Darkwing, so no chance for a re-engage from Dark Zero. That's a lot of tools that have been burned, and crucially, all of the engage tools used by Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
That's exactly what Conviction's looking to do. Now Zamudo might be stuck. He has flash. He's still looking.
Chrome!
One shot!
Zamudo just popped him like a balloon! This Scion is built different when it's in the hands of Zamudo, baby! And Chrome will not get a chance to play for this dragon, and it is guaranteed Soul Point now for Dark Zero.
Boss greater than Alois. They win out on the Dutch War with the power of the streamers entering the Rift for Game 4 for NACL. It's no push, just a dunking from Zamudo as he straight up one-shot Chrome with the help of Kryra on the shield, but oh my. I was not expecting to see that one, Rafa. I mean, that was the kind of fight where Conviction, you were teasing it. They got a lot of those cooldowns out early. We're able to actually reset things. That's the condition that Conviction's looking for in these team fights. Zamudo just completely broke that win condition by finding Chrome and taking him out.
I think just disrespecting the power of that Overlord's Blood Mail. The lower HP you get on that Scion, the more threatening you are. Zyko is in enemy territory. Was either trying to get eyes on where the rest of Conviction Esports were going to be, or looking for a deep flank, forced to flash because the double bombs were about to stun him to eternity. Zyko now has Zamudo flanking with the teleport. Kizno is going to throw the death mark right on top of a Scion, but I feel like that is not the ideal target, and now Kizno is just dead. Conviction Esports are getting dropped one after another. Hoarder is trying to pop the ultimate, but he can't do anything when he's surrounded by the rest of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. They have completely outplayed Conviction Esports at every returned this game 10-1, 8,000 gold advantage. They're going to take the Baron, and more than likely, we're going to go to a game 5.
Oh man, I gotta believe this is gonna be a tough one. It should be Conviction blue side for game 5. I think that might be what it comes down to. As this draft, some creativity from Conviction this time around. The Zillion not quite working out, and Kryra subbing in with this Ivern. Able to keep things calm and stable enough for these solo laners for Dark Zero Dragonsteel to really take off in this game, Rafa. Been big performances from Zamudo and Spyrax, as well as Zyko. I really feel like, again, the MVP of this game 4. Onus is on him to make plays of the Zillion, and he's done a great job of that so far.
Yeah, being able to push through Manui's counter pick of choice. We already highlighted how difficult it can be as a Rakan to reliably make those engages happen as you get further and further into the game. Well, we're 28 minutes, and Zyko's job has not looked harder for himself, you know, as we get into this stage of the game. We're about 2 minutes and 45 seconds away from Infernal Soul spawning for Dark Zero Dragonsteel to take. They have Baron for the next 2.5 minutes, so they can get some serious damage done as they've already taken out the outer mid turret in, or the outer tier 2 in the mid lane.
Gotta believe 10k gold is just gonna be too much to overcome, Rafa.
Yep.
As the scaling of Conviction, I mean, with Darkwings maybe sitting on a death cap, he needs to go full damage to try and catch up. No Sorelda's in yet for Chrome either. Really trying to get to that 3-item mark, but Dark Zero's played this game fast enough and well enough to make sure that it's been tough.
Now, fortunate for Kizno not getting access to these jungle camps anymore, meaning Kryra, even though down in CS technically, has a much less expensive build that he gets to build for himself. He's on 3 items, supercharged on this Ivern, providing so much healing power, so much shielding power. Even with the Serpent's Fang in tow for Kizno, it's not enough to cut through it all.
I mean, we talked about the resets and resetting conditions for Conviction. Oh, hold on. Hoarder gonna have to press R. There is heal cut on Zamudo's build now if he's autos, so Hoarder unable to recover quite as quickly. But of course, Ivern just reset that Conviction. Now Kizno's dead. Wow, Manui didn't get the R off. He's dead.
Daisy sets up the knockup for Spyrex to follow through on that Q3. No fate seal needed. His fate was already sealed thanks to the power of Kryra on this Ivern. And now it's a guaranteed 5-on-4. Dark Wings, can he pull out a miracle now with Death Cap on his side? Can Chrome find the damage necessary on this Ezreal? But they've already pushed through one Nexus turret. Hoarder's gonna get dropped next. Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they were put into the corner and they rose up and met the challenge. We're going to game 5, baby. Cue the Silver Scrapes.
Great game from Zyko as Kryra steps in, stabilizes stuff on the Vern, and Zyko ended up stepping up, making some really big plays there to help ensure that Dark Zero Dragonsteel squad could push us to game 5. I'm curious if we see Kryra again. I think that's got to be the play, taking advantage of how big his pool is, and how different it is from Shimmer. And likely Conviction going to be on blue side for game 5. They have been a team that has elected to take red side in the past, so curious to see how that affects game 5. But excited to see this one. Really feels like both teams, they deserve to be here where they're at. So we'll see who ends up taking the cake and is able to play against Luminosity Gaming in our finals tomorrow.
Yeah, just super fun to see that Conviction Esports have pushed Dark Zero Dragonsteel to the full Game 5 distance in this lower bracket series, but also just as exciting to see Dark Zero Dragonsteel in a world where they don't have Yuji, they've tried to use Shimmer, and they are able to use their resources in subbing in Kryra, and he's able to do a great job fulfilling his role. And now we get a chance to see when we are joined by Kelsey Moser again for our pre-Game 5 analysis segment right after this break, what Kryra can also pull out of his deep pockets. Stay tuned, y'all. Bee-woo-woo. Bee-woo. Bee-woo. Yeah. Silver Scrapes has happened. Game 5 on the line for Conviction Esports and Dark Zero Dragon Seal. Their prize winner gets to advance to the grand finals for a match against Luminosity Gaming for a chance at the spring split title here in the NACL 2025 season. I'm Rafa, joined by Cubby and Kelsey Moser for a final pre-game analysis segment as we take a look back at all the highlights of Game 4 and look forward to what could be in the cards, what's cooking in the pot for Game 5 draft. I'm going to go to you first, Kelsey. I know that as soon as you saw the Ivern, you were like, yep, that's exactly what I wanted to see from Cryo.
Oh yeah, I am a big fan of the Ivern, and the composition was just great for it. The fact that you had like such good holistic pieces for it, and you saw like this topside fight here, the shield just is constantly up for the most part. We have like so much healing, and then Zamudo just becomes unkillable. Just a really, really good performance there, but he was definitely not, to your guys' point, the hero of the game. For sure it was Zyko. So.
Yeah, Zyko was fantastic with some of these engages. Again, you have to make plays, play fast and resilient, or else too much time can be pretty bad for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, but time is not of their concern. It's about how fast can we get into game 5. They managed to play it out really well. Again, solo lane strength backed up by some good engages by Kryra and a controlled map, or good engages by Zyko and a controlled map by Kryra. That was a winning formula for game 4.
And, you know, on the point of the solo lanes, Zamudo just is one positioning error from Chrome on the mid section of the map, and instant flash, and we have Assassin Scion coming in and doing a lot more kill potential than the Zed for sure. There you go.
When you when you look at the numbers that he put out,
I mean, it's like 4 times, 5 times.
Top lane war. Top lane war.
I mean, yes, that's true. That's where the numbers do get inflated. But man, when you have double shields from Rakan and Ivern, I think Zamudo made the right call saying, I mean, why do I need to build tank items? I should just build bruiser items, Titanic Hydra into Overlord's Bloodmail, and then the lower on the HP scale you go, the more threatening you become, and the deceptively you are a bigger assassin threat. And I think Chrome just got a little too comfortable for his liking in that one interaction that we saw where he had like 700, 800 HP, instantly gone. So now, looking forward into game 5, I love this conversation because I always get to talk to Matt and be like, hey guys, 40 champions are now gone from the champion pool from both teams. Bans have stayed relatively the same throughout the entire series. Nico, Maokai, Lucian, Azir, Gwen, all taken off the board multiple times. We have not seen any changes in those opening bans whatsoever. Do we see it now, Kelsey, or is it just going to be the same?
I think it's possible that we see a change. I know in Conviction's last series, they've been really consistently banning the Yone, and then they, in Game 4, opened it up and picked the versus near airport, and I believe picked the Vigar into it. So there's still a possibility, but I don't know. These bans seem pretty comfy at the moment.
I think you drop Maokai, if anything. Of course, if you guys have any thoughts on that, or picks and bans, or just the series in general, make sure to follow us on socials at NACL everywhere except for Twitter, where it is at WatchNACL and the hashtag NACL. You can join the conversation. As excited to dive into this one and see how we can wrap things up, Kelsey. As outside of a Maokai drop, you see anything else or any like champs that you have on your bingo card that you're really looking out for in this last game? And Bessa's been missing all series. That can make an appearance for sure.
Potentially Ambessa, you still have things that you can pick into the Ambessa, right? Like the Renekton, things like that. So it's something that you have answers to. I think the other option is, like, you definitely don't open the Azir because most of the Azir answers are off the table, right? Like the Yone, the Victor. Yeah, maybe the Akali. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to like Akali's Silas though, and that's kind of scary.
Yeah, it's a lot more volatile for sure, especially if like you feel like the jungle matchup might be mismatched or whatever is going on. It becomes a lot harder to play. So.
Don't look at me, guys. I'm just hoping for funny jungle picks, you know.
Oh.
Known for the Zach Evelyn, I would love for, you know, that angle to be opened up, but more than likely with the stakes being this high, only if the conditions for it are so damn good, it would be dumb to not go for it.
All right.
Probably not going to see it, but Conviction does elect red side, so they are hoping for a special counter pick in the chamber.
Yeah, we teased it. We'll see how creative Manui is willing to get. I will also say a lot of the engage picks for Zyko off the table. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a Poppy sneak in this game, whether it's played support or jungle, given how useful that champion is and the flexibility. But things can get pretty goofy in Game 5, so excited to dive into it. Of course, before we do, also have to shout out our sponsors in ProDiff. We'll be featuring all the wealth of Fearless bans that we have going into the Game 5, but as always, if you want to get that pro diff guarantee. You're getting coaching from the pros. People have done it themselves. Head on over to prodiff.gg, check out the website, and shout out to them for partnering with us and helping us, bring you some extra juice for playoffs. They've been powering us through, and the finals week now here as we wrap on up.
Here we go. Game 5 draft is at our screen. We'll see if any of the bans do get changed up here. As you highlighted, Kelsey, the Yode ban was dropped earlier to make room for that. Scion ban was another one that kind of got dropped, but so far, the usual suspects are still getting banned in this opening set. Nico and Azir will not see this series.
Sayonara Azir. No way. I think Maokai is the one pick that you think about leaving up.
Oh,
Never mind. Okay.
There you go.
Lucian ban for sure. I guess you could split the Lucian up, but they're both Milio and Nami are up, so I don't think it makes a lot of sense.
We'll see Lucian or Mbessa are the ones that are kind of the left. Let's see what we get from there.
Also, I could see a Jhin being banned away. We haven't seen
Callista,
Jhin yet. Definitely a really big pick for Chrome and Conviction.
So Mbessa is open. That was one we gave a shout out to. We'll see what we get for the first pick, because that'll set the tone of the. Oh, there's the Jhin. Maybe? Is it locked in? There we go.
Prime utility 80 carry this late into the series. In the right conditions, can still be a threatening 80 carry presence if there's no tanks on the other side. Conviction Esports, what is their answer? What do you even prioritize? Nefiri did not see the series this entire time, and with a landscape of options that are kind of nice into Nefiri, you could go for it, but it's the Aphelios answer for Chrome.
That you're signing up to be at a range disadvantage already, Kelsey. I'm a little bit surprised about that.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising. I know that for a lot of people with the combination of the green gun and the white, they still feel like their range is pretty competitive. You do a lot of burst damage. You can always do the R flash, this kind of angle. But and I know it's a favorite of Chrome, but I do agree with you. I think you're just going to get completely zoned out. Especially depending on what we picked from Dragonsteel to follow up after.
They gave Nefiri too. I really like how Jhin Nefiri interacts because of the pets and the Q. It's really easy to maybe look for Deadly Flourish procs. As also the Aphelios is immobile, and it's a game 5. It's a specialty Zamuno GP. I like this too because it really kind of forces Hoarder to sign up and pick his champion now, or else he's really going to be down picks in the hole. I think he still has some options up and available.
There's
but
I
if you don't drop it, then like Emilio is a really good pick with Aphelios. Do we see that? Or Wukong, I think, is a must grab here to make sure you get that mid jungle synergy. So that will be the snag. Now I'm curious. I think Poppy ban could be pretty justified here by Conviction or a Poppy takeaway. I'm kind of curious. Okay, yeah, taken away.
There it is. Yeah, I think Poppy takeaway. We've seen Nefiri banned on the 4-5 a lot, but both jungler picks are here.
Blue.
Yeah, as we said, a lot of the engage picks are down, so some of these either disengage or the Enchanter double range picks become higher prio. We're seeing those drop for the 4-5.
Porter has a lot of comfort on Olaf. He can't play Olaf with what's showing so far. I think he's going to be down a lot of champs in the pool. I like the Braum ban a lot.
Oh, the Shen?
All right, this is technically flexible with Manui.
Yeah.
But they're really signing up to either... I mean, they're going to choose whether they play bot or top with this last pick, pretty much, Kelsey.
I think I would like it probably a little bit more support, but it's nice to have the flexibility, right? Depending on if you pick just a completely unplayable matchup. Oh. This one's fun.
Scaling it is. We're just daring them to try and make plays and push like that. Pretty much. Again, we talk so much about the strength of both Zamudo and Spyrax. When you pick GP Vlad, I mean, you're just daring the enemy team to beat you as players. Because if not, then you will get outscaled.
I think a lot of the things that we talked about, right, was the power of Dragonsteel's landing phase versus Conviction's map play. But I think what's been happening pretty consistently in a lot of these games is Dragonsteel are winning fights, right? Like a lot of their overall team fight cohesion has just been stronger, unless Conviction has a pretty large lead. Like we especially saw it in game 1, and we'll see how it plays out in this one.
Well, Conviction Esports' last pick is the Camille. I was curious if that was going to be something in Hoarder's wheelhouse, since it does have a pretty nice time in diffusing those barrels early on in the laning phase. But I'm with you, Cubby. There's a big clock on Conviction
Any thoughts
Esports
from
here.
Kelsey before we say goodbye? Pretty much is what I'm thinking, Rafa.
Yeah, I think even though it has like some ease early, Camille versus Gangplank isn't the most comfortable matchup. It's definitely going to be one that Hoarder's going to have to flex a bit, right? And given some of Zamudo's performances, not a tall order, but I appreciate that Conviction has a lot of faith in him. We'll see overall, but draft looks good for Dragonsteel. They just get to scale and team fight, and that's been working out for them overall, as long as their compositional has some kind of coherence, which in this case it does. So.
It is game 5, y'all. This is it. No more do-overs, no more remakes in the tank here for Dark Zero Dragonsteel or Conviction Esports. I think it has been an admirable series fought by both teams. We've definitely seen not the cleanest of execution on both sides, but we have gotten to this point. Game 5, winner takes all. They ascend to the grand finals. We bid adieu to Kelsey Moser. We'll see her on the back half of this game with a winner declared and a challenger for Luminosity Gaming in the grand finals. It is game 5 between Conviction Esports and Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Conviction going into Dark Zero Dragonsteel, we've really pitched Dark Zero Dragonsteel as being that team that can play those strong lanes and alpha other teams out, given their ability to lane. And they did not pick the strongest laners, but they did pick strong scalers. And if you do not crack these guys in lane, you don't take down a GP, you don't take down a Vlad. As they scale throughout the game, their economy can be too big to overcome. So all eyes are going to have to be on Conviction, that young team, where none of these guys have made an NACL final. It's going to be on them to make the plays and pick up some early wins against Dark Zero Dragonsteel, or else this could be a pretty grim 5 pretty fast.
And when I'm looking at Conviction Esports and their ability to snowball the game, I don't have the greatest of faith, if I'm going to be honest, Matt. I mean, you have this Ahri that can make plays when she's level 6.
Yeah.
And guaranteed with Wukong here, but that's kind of it, right? You're hoping, I imagine that you want to play towards the top side of the map, use Camille as guaranteed lockdown onto the Gangplank, since I'm fairly certain you can't use oranges to cleanse out of a Hextech ultimatum, correct? Yes, no?
No, you can. And
okay.
But I will say, it's really hard for Dark Zero Dragonsteel to make plays too, because you're going into a Shen. Any play that you're going to take into that Shen when 6 comes around, it is hard. So that's going to be something that we're going to have to see if they can navigate. I really am unsure about like what kind of confidence they're going to have in terms of making plays.
Hoarder has Ignite. Zamuna's got to be careful about how low his health bar is getting. Okay, it's level 2.
Yeah. Ooh, that was close. As Hoarder, he'll snack too. He's got a D shield, so his sustain is going to be okay. I think he's going to just take the W and then try and sustain off that as well. As again, this matchup can be played really aggressively. GP does get early wins with his kit, but as the game goes on, it really is on Camille to hit that Triforce spike hard, because that's where like Camille with 9 and her Q and her kit, you can really start to pressure the GP before he gets a little bit too big from green tree and other items coming in.
Yeah, I guess my hesitancy on Conviction Esports' ability to make plays is it would be nice if you could do things early on. You can't do that though with, or I guess pre-6, if you had another jungler at your stead, but it is the Wukong, so no real CC available coming from Kizno in those early gank setups. If you want to get the snowball super early, it really will come down to your laners looking for their own CC setup, whether it's Hoarder finding a hook shot or Zamudo landing a taunt flash, charm flash from Dark Wings. But Zamudo is pushed up here on the top lane. Kryra is on the top side of the map as well. We'll see how fast they can play it. Kizno gets the bonk first onto Zamudo, but Hoarder is too low to step up, and Kryra will arrive. Already popping the call of the pack just to guarantee the extra movement speed as well as the damage, and Kizno's already tanking so much of his HP just from the threat of Kryra.
do really like how Zamudo played that one, just retreating to his teammate as Kryra steps up, throws out some Qs, and both top laners going to be able to soak to the best of their abilities. Big thing, though, for me is that Zamudo already based and TP'd back. Again, this is a D shield versus a D blade. So he will have to walk back for this, whereas Hoarder can TP himself. So a little bit more missed on Zamudo in the back half here.
Still maintaining a pretty dominant laning phase setup, though, and as we highlighted, as long as these scaling solo laners can get out of the laning phase pretty unoppressed, should be fine. Zyko taking a lot of damage, forced to flash. Chrome stepping up big. One more auto attack should do the trick under the tower. That's first blood guaranteed for Chrome. So Jed's gonna try to step up with the fourth bullet, but not enough damage in the tank, but he gets at least the power of the minion wave, being able to assist him. Manui looking for the taunt. It's the cleanse. It's not enough to save him, but Cryer will be able to pick up the pieces and clean up the last kill. Kizno shows up and will help push in the wave. Explosion on the bottom side of the map.
A lot of summoner spells burn. The big thing for me, that BF sword was able to be secured by Chrome. Is really good clicks by Kryra. Actually saves the wave from getting all the way in. That will be a small win for his bot lane. But yeah, this play by Manui, the Thresh kind of guessed the fact that it was going to be Shen bot. This is actually a good matchup for Thresh, which is kind of hard to find because that Flay can get Shen out of the taunt, but Manui was able to land one, flash to drag the blade through, found the slow. And Sajad was able to at least trade out the kill. Manui, though, good pickup by him, playing that Shen. I know Azazel was an early adapter of the Shen bot and their ability to play around topside for Luminosity Gaming. Manui taking that strat out of the book for Game 5, and at least able to get his bot laner an early kill. But again, with where the waves fell on the back half of that, actually ended up being advantage Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
You can already see that reflected in the CS advantage. Although being small, it is definitely meaningful for the arms race for these two bot laners. Kryra trying to secure this dragon in the face of Manui. Teleport is coming in from Spyrex so that he can help assist in guaranteeing the first objective of the game for the side of Dark Zero. All in from Hoarder. Zamudo doesn't have level 6 quite yet. Ignite will take him down. Hoarder doesn't even need to look at him for the final tick because it's the Ignite that burns him down. Solo bolo for Hoarder.
That is huge for Hoarder. He has yet to play a Camille game this split. But meanwhile, Zamudo, his GP, it's been a terror in NACL. The player averaging over a 1K gold differential in his favor at 15. Our votes for most viable prospect and our first team all-pro top laner in Game 5. He falls to Hoarder, who continues his fantastic rookie run. Steps up for his team. A lot of weight's going to be on Hoarder's shoulders this game between him playing the Camille, needing to win hard in this mid-game to snowball, and having a Shen in his back pocket too. That's a good start, though, for him. We'll see if he can continue to step up.
That extra bit of gold will help him accelerate that Trinity Force spike, and if he's able to get that first for himself in the matchup, he can roam out of the lane and try to pick those timers well, where he can start snowballing and leveraging his advantage across on the other side of the rift, trying to take out members like Sajed and Spyrex. Zamudo gets a repeat visit from Kizno, flashing away. Hoarder, does he have another hook shot lined up in the tank here? Cool down, it's coming up. He's looking for it. Goes in, Q1, Q2. He is down. Kryra will be able to at least get vengeance for his fallen top laner and puts himself at 2-0 in the game. But right now, Zamudo taking a lot of pressure in the early stages.
I mean, if we're going to take economy away from both top laners, I'd rather have it come away from the GP. I think the Camille, again, like at this point of the game, can win this matchup. And Hoarder with the 2 kills, it's none going over to Zamudo. That might be critical moving forward. As you can already see, Zamudo has a small item advantage. And we're actually going to have a lane swap coming out from the Dark Zero Dragonsteel squad. So Zamudo going to sign up to put himself in the 1v2. And then Camille is going to be pushing this lane. She does not push fast with no Tiamat. So going to be stuck in an awkward position. But it looks like the bases were canceled. We have a fight here.
2v3. Zamudo, I don't know how he was here.
He walked down. He just walked down. They're going for the swap. They canceled the swap, though. Again, Hoarder doesn't push this wave out quickly. So I think they can still get back up there in time to catch everything. And frankly, that's correct from Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So really creative swap with the GP. Even with Zamudo being set behind, still able to find a winning angle.
Wow.
As, yeah, I mean, they blocked the reset. Manui, no 6, not able to save Chrome. Everyone gets involved. Zed gets the kill. That's really well played by Dark Zero Dragonsteel. That's a great read from them. Yeah, they cancel the base, but because it's Camille doesn't push fast to get everything on the top side. That's really, really good. Really good.
Really impressive map play from Dark Zero Dragonsteel. It gives them a little bit of breathing room in what could have been just a Hoarder show steamrolling through the top side of the map. Zamudo gets involved with that, gets a little bit of extra gold in his pocket. Meanwhile, Sajed reaping the rewards and benefits off of that play as well. So he's starting to accelerate past Chrome on this Aphelios. They're still trying to give Chrome as much of an advantage as possible, but with the way that Kizno has been mostly hovering for Hoarder's favor, this is definitely going to now be leveraged onto the shoulders of this Camille to see if he can find windows to make this mid-game snowball happen for Conviction.
Well, Sides of Blood going to be used to get out of the taunt from Manui. That is a big cooldown gone, though, for Spyrax. As very quietly, he's been even in CS, stacking up that ability haste. Does have that level 9 coming in tow, which is where Vlad really starts to become a bit of a champion. With that W down and that mid push in favor of the Aphelios. I don't know how many grubs are actually going to be able to snag after that first one as Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Kizno might be forced to smite this one. Sajed can threaten if he steps up, but not going to be the case. So Kizno able to save his smite and secure 2 grubs for himself, unless Dark Zero does something really funny.
Ryra still has a smite of his own, so we can flip this.
Yeah. All right, Kizno clutch with the smite. Good use of the Dark Passage allows Kryra to get out scot-free. Kizno not even needing to use the clone to get over the wall. So Conviction Esports able to get a majority of the grubs there. Second dragon of the game spawning in the next 40 seconds here, Matt. We're 10.5 minutes into the game. Still not quite into the mid-game spikes for a majority of these champions. Trinity Forces will be coming online soon for Hoarder and Kizno relatively. I think this is also a Malignance game for Darkwings, so this is going to be the big point where Conviction have to really slam on the accelerator pedal and have to find successful picks back to back to back and find the snowball. Otherwise, it could be Dark Zero just running away with a scaling advantage.
They need the Trinity Forces, I think, before they go for a look. I think they're kind of forced to still look for this, given that they dropped the first dragon. I mean, if they drop the second dragon, that takes away the soul win con pretty much, because by the time they would be able to amass a soul, the mass on GP and Vlad I think would be too much to handle. So I think Conviction kind of forced to fight this, even if they're down in the clips and down a collector, looking at their opponents, with Dark Zero doing a nice job getting gold on some priority targets early on.
So threatening when a Jhin is able to get a collector this early on, but it doesn't seem like Dark Zero Dragonsteel...
No, TP top. They're going to give. Okay. So again, there are some items that are good for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, but realizing that might be top, they're at least going to send Zamudo top. He can't participate with the R. Hoarder has not TP'd yet.
Kryra, steal,
Huge.
He got it!
That's
oh
huge.
My god, that is huge. Call the pack, flash over the wall. They don't even need Zamudo there for the play. He can always use a cannon barrage if necessary. Wow, what a call for Dark Zero, but now Manui and Hoarder just gonna force the engage onto Zamudo in the top side.
He killed most of the wave still, and that's a humongous win for Dark Zero Dragonsteel again. That takes away the soul win condition for Conviction, and it's so important for Conviction to continue to push this game forward. Time is not their friend in this one. As Manui was trying to taunt someone on the way in, just in case. Chrome did end up popping the ghost out of that for nothing. Good death sentence from Zyko, who again on this Thresh, kind of gonna enable Kryra to play a little bit further up if he wants to, and been making good use of it so far. Again, a decent matchup into the Shen, which is really hard to find decent matchups for Thresh bot.
God. You know, Kryra had some big shoes to step into, being able to fill in.
You know, they have to zone him out. I think that's an error from Conviction, but a really clutch play by Kryra.
Yeah, I mean, ever since stepping in for Shimmer on game 4, he played the role of, you know, or played the team role for Ivern. Obviously not going to always be the most exciting jungler to play if you are more carry-oriented, but Kryra knew what his job was in Game 4, and this time he gets to play, you know, someone with a little bit more carry potential on the Naafiri. Despite all the nerfs, this champion can still be pretty darn bonkers, and the fact that he has been able to get 2 kills for himself, accelerated Eclipse Spike, and now working towards what should be a Black Cleaver, this Naafiri is going to be a big threat, and once again, more credence to the fact that Conviction Esports, they are on a timer. If they do not snowball this game now that they are on mid-game spikes with double Trinity Forces and Malignants before Dark Zero start to hit 2 and 3 item spikes on their side, I think it's cooked.
Those first items already coming on in. Hoarder still has the advantage. Does have TP. I would love to actually see Hoarder base TP back down and then check that timer on the Stand United from Manui. They can actually threaten Zamudo yet again, who did just get his flashback up off cooldown. But I think that just continuing to play in Zamudo is good, but Zamudo has done a good job of at least getting resources. Again, this matchup, it should be GP up CS against the Camille. I think around this point, I'd say like +10, +15 is reasonable. The fact that it's even to show a lot of the focus that Conviction has had in this 1v1 specifically, just with all the help they've sent his way. And have to see if Hoarder can continue to step up though, because a lot of weight's going to be on his shoulder. You got to hit this mid game as Camille hard, or else this game's going to be really tough for Conviction to win as you're teasing, Rafa.
Yep. Zamudo so far being able to survive. Order not going to get aggressive anytime soon. There is a Rift Herald to play for, so maybe Conviction Esports just saying, hold on before committing to a Shen Stand United play on the cross map. Let's see what we can make happen with this objective first before we send it for Zamudo. Spirax could be in trouble. Darkwing's already getting critically low. The Hemo Plague not going to pop him completely. Spirax still in a world of trouble. No Sanguine Pool available. It's a teleport from Hoarder as he is here to join the fray. Curtain Call already used by Sajed, forced to flash away from Hoarder. Good absorbed by Zyko, slowing down the engage of Hoarder. He's forced to use the flash as well on the Thresh, but he saves his 80 carry for now. Decent damage from Kryra on the Nefiri daggers there. Set up by the Deadly Flourish. Sajed threatening with a 4th bullet in the chamber. Zamudo, meanwhile, called upon Dark Wings with the teleport since he was putting a lot of pressure on the turret. Rift Herald still at the play. Kryra forced to use the call of the pack, does not get a chance to steal the Rift Herald this time. Sends it with the ultimate. Can he get a reset in for the shield? Not quite. Kizno and Chrome on the run, flashing away. Zyko and Sajed stepping on up, and now it's Spyrex rejoining the fray. Another death sentence by Zyko will find Chrome, and Dark Zero open up the game. Still 7-7 with 1,000 gold advantage on their side.
Yeah, Rift Herald went one way, but Hoarder went down, and Dark Zero Soul Laner is going to be able to play out these sides, get some more resources funneled into themselves, as I think that Conviction overplayed their hand on that one, Rafa. We didn't see Manui able to get the Stand United off to really help Hoarder, and I think that TP in from Hoarder might have been the overkill. I would have preferred if they actually took the 4v4 and then again TP'd Manui into Zamudo in the side lane and tried to play it that way, instead of committing Hoarder to the fight itself and abandoning that 1v1, 1v2 that Conviction can create.
Zamudo got a lot of solo time for himself. He's now ahead of CS. Hoarder, is he going to call upon Manui for the Stand United? Doesn't necessarily need it. Spyrex able to sustain up decently, though. Taunt will come in with the Stand United. Continues to be able to clip Spyrex in the back half, but Order's got nowhere else to run. He's in enemy territory, and this should be just a 4th free kill for Kryra's Nefiri, who has been looking fantastic ever since he subbed in for Game 4 of this series. Now 4-1 on the Nefiri. Conviction Esports continuing to fall as they are at least able to find 2 turrets for themselves in mid and bot, but the fight continues. Curtain Call will slow Chrome. No flash available. Zyko can just walk up and look for a flay, but he's going to connect to the death sentence first. He has hit every major death sentence he has needed to this game far, and now Manui could be in trouble because they're taking the portals using the power of the Hextech map.
I mean, he's retreating to his teammates, but look at Zamudo. He picked up a free inner on his own. So this GP, like the last few plays we've seen from Hoarder and trying to snowball this game forward, I know Conviction feels like they're on a clock, but they're pushing this way too hard. And Dark Zero, I think some of the stability and experience really paying off here. They put a lot of pressure on Conviction and their ability to make plays in the draft, Rafa, and Conviction. They've been overplaying their hand so far.
Dark Zero now put themselves at soul point, thanks to Kryra being able to steal the 2nd dragon of the game. Kizno is going to find an overextended Zyko. At the end of the day, at least for Dark Zero's case, it's not an important death to be losing. A little bit of extra gold into the pockets of Kizno's Wukong, who is still 3-0-1, but we'll take a look back at the, I guess it's the replay of Zyko just basing where he probably shouldn't have been. But I am getting word that
mean,
we are in a pause.
Taking the gate over to your side of the map's overrated, you know? What if you recall and send a message in front of their faces? Well, not the case, but in a pause, of course, I think the Dark Zero Dragonsteel, I'd say that with the game state where it's at right now, probably 75% chance they win. It's going to take a lot of plays in rapid succession, really, before this Vlad and GP get further online to try and deter what we're seeing so far from Dark Zero Dragonsteel, who I feel like one of the big beats we had coming into the match, Rafa, was just the raw strength of their solo laners and how talented Zamudo and Spyrox and how good they were in this league. And just, man, Alpha slamming down GP Vlad in Game 5. That really is putting a lot of faith in those two players.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, Spyrox was never focused or deterred early on in the laning phase. You know, yeah, he's been caught out a couple times, but it hasn't been a major deficit for this Vlad. He's still scaling on up just fine, and he's still kind of contributing and being having his presence felt in these team fights. And in Zamudo, down 3 deaths, and yet he's still finding a CS advantage over Hoarder's Camille. So he's not even really down that much in gold.
There were some big TP plays attempted by Conviction. I think that looking back, that Herald fight, TPing Hoarder in and not taking the 4v4 and then sending Manui elsewhere was the mistake. I think that's really where they have to be strong and keep on playing towards that win condition. It was a lot. I think that, again, a lot of tools were burned for not very much up there. That was really the start of Dark Zero Dragonsteel getting the game in a good state. And yeah, when you're on Soul Point 19 minutes in with a GP Vlad, that's pretty tough to go up against.
Yeah, and it's Hex Tech Soul, so if you ever get tagged by a barrel chain, that is a team fight one.
Even just in the Fury queue, and you're setting up the Deadly Flourishes with that slow too. I mean, that's a really bad draw for Conviction. Even more punishing the fact they missed stuff early. And okay, yeah, we're gonna see Spyrax. He's feeling himself now on this Vladimir. He's got that level 13 and even more ability haste in tow. Looking for the Riftmaker second. Yeah, just forced out Darkwing's ult and got Stand United as well. And now Zamudo, he might be able to win this on his own.
Yeah, he's got Serpent's Fang. He has his second item before Hoarder was able to get his because so much free gold was given back to this Gangplank. At least Kizno will show up and make sure that Zamudo is not able to pull off any funny business on the top side in that 1v1, guaranteeing a 2v1 for themselves. Should be able to look for the tier 1 turn on the top side unless the Jet has other things to say about it. Curtain Call is going to kill the wave, if not look for a return kill. Not quite.
Try there. I think that the last bullet from Sajed might have been able to wait out, see if the clone expired, or tried to cut it a little bit closer to the clone. I feel like that was one of the exits that Kizno had if you want to do on a rapid fire, but they're not able to find that. Still was able to prevent the turret from going down. And things continue to look up here for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, Rafa. Again, 2 items on Vlad. You're ahead of the Ahri. The GP's ahead of the Camille. These are the things that we needed to see the plays be made by Conviction to make sure they were further ahead as a team. Just haven't been able to get there yet. As well, Zamudo, he had the right idea, but Conviction they snuck in a little bit too far here.
I mean, I appreciate what Conviction Esports are trying to do. They're just looking for the goon squads multiple times and just trying to get as much kills back into their side, looking for these fast picks when they, you know, can't get major advantages on the cross map for objectives. What's up?
Remember when we play 5 sometimes and I grief in the side lane but say it's fine? This is why. You're still Zamudo. Even though you're 05, you get all the CS and
5v4 for Otacon though. Zamudo will have teleport if he can spawn back up in 13 seconds. Conviction should just try to burn this down before.
Oh, it's stolen! Kryra!
It still goes to Kryra! The smite was early! Or it just came in from Kryra because I don't see the smite cooldown off of Kizno and he falls! Kryra, the savior for Dark Zero, not once but twice this game! Yoinks away critical objectives from the face of Conviction Esports!
I mean, straight up, I think that this is game, Rafa. All the dragons are now further empowered as Dark Zero and Kryra are going to continue the push. Final order, good play. Hoarder's going down.
Play. Death sentence right on top of Hoarder. Even with Manui sending in the Stand United, it's not enough to save his top laner from certain doom. It's only a 2,500 gold advantage for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, but the way that this game has played out, it seems like it is series over for Dark Zero.
Dark Zero, I mean, the conviction that they've been scaling up all year. They've made this series close, but Luminosity Gaming, they're the ones that have the back-to-back defending champions in NACL in their core when they played in 23. Dark Zero, they were the team that were back-to-back finalists with hoisting that trophy in the summer at 24 with the majority of this crew for the squad. And man, entering 2025, it looks like we're going to get that match in finals where it's the defending champs the last time they played from 23 and the defending champs from 24 going toe-in-toe in the finals. If Dark Zero Dragonsteel can just really get this across finish line, which pretty easy to do with the champs of the game state they have right now.
Yeah, not even the curse of the 2024 CLOL final was going to show its ugly rear head today, as a couple of the members from Conviction Esports were able to be triumphant against the core of this Dark Zero roster in that 3-1 Maryville final for St. Louis University victory last year. We thought that maybe after the 2-1 lead that they had going into Game 4, Conviction Esports might have the sauce and have cracked it. But Kryra, ever since he stepped in, maybe Manui can find something back. Hisno flashing in as well, or Manui flashing in. Hoarders into the back line, trying to eliminate Sajet from the picture here, but he still survives. And now the curtain call is retribution against Conviction Esports. Kryra sends it with the ultimate, diving deep into the back line. Not a single member from Dark Zero will fall. Ace for Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
They want to book that ticket tomorrow against Luminosity Gaming, as I think Kryra stepped up huge in this series. But man, this bot lane for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, I know we spent a lot of time talking about the solos, the raw strength that they always bring to the table. I thought it was a great day for both Sajed and especially Zyko in the bot lane, as even this Thresh pick, kind of guessing the fact it was going to be a Shen support. Zyko's played this one really well in this game. Is help make sure that his team can control that front line. And man, nothing but control coming in now as you're staring down a Hextech Soul and all this scaling. And Dark Zero Dragonsteel, I think Coach Niles can start thinking about drafts tomorrow.
Yep, Dark Zero Dragonsteel currently on that victory run, winning the CLOL title, the first time that Maryville University have clinched a title in the collegiate circuit in 6 years. Now on the cusp of booking their ticket back into the grand finals for a rematch against Luminosity Gaming. And the way that this roster has continued to level up and play better and better and learn from their past games has been remarkable to see. As you called out, really, what a day for Zyko and Sajed to step up when a lot of the focus has historically been around the solo laners for the split. They're putting on a great performance.
Yeah, they are. It's been really good to see. I don't know how Conviction played their way out of this one. I know we've been saying that one for a while, but yeah, Baron spawn. You can just see Dark Zero Dragonsteel. They're hinted on spawn. Way too far ahead at this point. You can't walk into the Hextech Soul. A ton of damage on their shoulders. And another step closer to make sure that they find that rematch tomorrow and have another opportunity to take down Luminosity Gaming in finals when they were the team that sent them to the lower bracket in the first place.
Conviction Esports willingly give up the Baron and go for the only trade possible, which is an inhibitor tower. It's a little bit of gold back into their pocket since they are in the objective bounties, aka pity prizes zone of the game. Conviction trying to steal a red buff as well, but not enough time before Kryra comes in and forces them out. They take the Hextech portals back over the wall. Soul already on their side. We're about 4.5 minutes away from Elder even being a possibility. But the way that these fast fights have played out for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they just need one more good fight, Matt. They don't even need to go to Elder Dragon.
I don't think you want to go to Elder Dragon, right? Like, prevent the flip. There's no way that you want to give the enemy team a chance to like even find that buff and flip it, right?
Obviously, yeah.
It's just whether they can win before or not. This Baron, it's been a stabilizer. Playing this a little bit carefully. But Deathcap almost in for the Vlad, and that's going to make Spyrax quite the terror. In the mid lane is, of course, Vlad's passive. The more health you build, the more AP you get, and the more AP you get, the more health you build. And Deathcap, well, that makes everything just that much greater with that amplifier and the raw AP you get from that.
Moment of tension before Dark Zero Dragonsteel are able to leverage all their remaining pieces and get themselves set up for this siege with Baron buff on their side for the next minute and 20 seconds, trying to push this vision line as far up as possible into the encroachments of Conviction Esports outer base. If there is a chance for a comeback, at least Conviction Esports have now opened up the lane on the bottom side of the map. No inhibitor turret stands in their way, just an inhibitor and 2 Nexus towers, but Conviction Esports would have to push through multiple minion waves since Dark Zero have recognized this one win condition and have pushed all the way through bot lane.
I mean, I'm done talking about ways Conviction win this. I want to talk about the final, man, tomorrow. I think this matchup's actually so hype. The defending champions from 23 who went to LTA, they're playing as the, or LCS, they're playing as the LCS rejects, trying to make their way back into the LTA. This split versus the college kids who were able to win Tier 2 last year. After back-to-back finals, they found the win the second time around. That's going to be a really fun rematch that we have. As the pedigree of Luminosity Gaming, it's real, but these Dark Zero Dragonsteel guys have proved that they have to be respected throughout the entire season. And regardless of who they put on the Rift mark, it's been a good look for them, good enough to get into the finals.
If tore down through the bottom inhibitor, mid inhibitor now exposed, should be easy pickings. I mean, Darkwing's already taken below third of his HP.
Nice.
Sabuto drops. Conviction Esports doing a decent job of defending the base so far. 5-4, but the curtain call is looking for stray bullets to see if he can find any stragglers here. Psycho flashing right on top of Hoarder, trying to keep him in line and preventing him from getting a flank. And now the rest of the cavalry is here to isolate this Camille. 4-on-4 now for Dark Zero. The rest of Conviction Esports trying to refresh their HP pools and getting ready for another defense.
Fresh play from Zyko has been fantastic this game. Outside of getting picked once to play these fights great as Manui misses.
Manui goes in too early. The flash, that's it. Good night, Conviction Esports. An admirable run will end here. Dark Zero Dragonsteel are ready for the rematch against Luminosity Gaming in the grand finals. Game, series, match. Dark Zero Dragonsteel beats Conviction Esports in the lower bracket finals.
And I'm excited for that matchup tomorrow. Again, I really feel like these have been the best 2 teams all year. It's only right that they get to compete for that final where, in a way, you can argue that both teams are looking for the repeat. Of course, the last split that Tomio, Fake God, and... it's been a long day, Rafa. Zazel played. They won. The last time Insanity played, he was in a final. Tactical was an NACL winner himself. These guys go make an LCS career for themselves, find themselves back here with the league narrowing and promotion and relegation back. Whereas this Dark Zero Dragonsteel team, they've been the college kids who were able to hoist that NACL trophy, represent NA internationally, which didn't go their best in Brazil. In the words of Shimmer, we don't talk about Brazil. But nice. Still, they've earned that right. So they're defending themselves, or their own title as well. It's going to be a really good final tomorrow.
Yep. We are going to be getting ready for the closing of our show in just a few minutes here. What we're going to do is take a short break. We'll welcome Kelsey Moser back. Or are we?
No break. No break.
No break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get Kelsey
My bad.
back.
Okay. Well, we're definitely bringing Kelsey Moser back. And we'll be concluding and reviewing the end of the series, celebrating Dark Zero Dragonsteel on their series victory, and looking forward to what I imagine will be an interview with one of the players from Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Yeah,
So,
Kelsey, hop on in here. What were your thoughts on the final match? We got to get some words from Kelsey Moser as Dark Zero. They booked their ticket in the finals.
Yeah, no, I think it was definitely an excellent showing from the heroes that we highlighted at the beginning. I think one thing we didn't necessarily mention was the GP picked after the Aphelios was shown was actually a really, really good way to create zone, to create space so that it was like impossible for Chrome to play up and auto attack. So I think that was really cool to see, but, you know, in his first debut game, Cryo wasn't necessarily the hero, but I think we got to see the Nefiri. Always good. You know, we went from my favorite jungle pick to Rafa's favorite jungle pick, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't hear any howling this time, so a little unfortunate.
The howling was from the fact that he stole 2 objectives, you know?
True. Yeah.
That got me going.
But Snowball and the Fury is always a good time to watch, and I think we're seeing a little bit more of what that Dragonsteel team looked like at the start of the split, so that's very exciting.
I'm gonna roll through the
this one was
highlights
fun.
of Game 5 here now. It started off promising for Conviction Esports. They recognized the Hoarder Camille win condition, tried to play it to him. He was able to get the solo kill in the lane matchup. He put a lot of pressure onto Zamudo's GP early, and for the most part, they tried to leverage Manui's Shen into guaranteeing a lot of those plays, Matt, but I think one of the big turning points of that game was the Rift Herald fight that you called out, where they just over-indexed on trying to fight for the Rift Herald rather than just graciously giving up the Rift Herald or not using as many members and then waiting for the outcome of it, and then committing Manui over to the bottom side where Hoarder was already matching Zamudo.
I think that was one of the big moments for me. Kelsey, thoughts on that sequence, if you can remember?
The Rift Herald fight or the lane swap? I think
both the TP and the Herald fight.
Effectively. Yeah, I think that was a really, really good read from Dragonsteel, as you guys highlighted.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, GP, you might not even think about it, right? Because GP normally just goes bot for that kind of swap and clears the wave, sits under tower. So I think that was definitely something, a little bit of a bait and switch from normal expectations. And probably one of the game-winning sequences. I think the fight afterwards was definitely the game-winning fight, though. Like, we got the double kill for the Nefiri. Yeah, it was a good time.
I mean, that also the double yoink from Kryra too was so clutch. And man, for him to come in, I know that of course Kryra, there was a world where he might have had a full split in NACL. Definitely a player that I am really high on and was really excited to see. I'm really bummed that he didn't get that full split himself, but to have this scenario with Dark Zero Dragonsteel and to be able to step up, come up clutch. I mean, this is a guy who took down Zamudo's team in ACL playoffs. If we want to go back to the fall-winter split, one of our co-streaming partners over there at Aegis Esports, that's a really competitive league that goes on when NACL is not going on in that fall-winter time. Kryra was able to win that. Kelsey and I were talking about how in some of the tryouts or combines we've been a part of, we think that he's been one of, if not the best player at the combine as a whole. Has a great mind for the game, and to be able to step up. Shimmer did good work in that Nocturne Oriana game, but when the pools get narrowed up, Kryra has a very different pool than Shimmer, and to actually see the effective this six-man roster being used, that was not something I had on my bingo card coming into the day, but was necessary for Dark Zero to really find that win. Shout out to both junglers helping with that big victory, but especially Kryra, who really stepped up big in these last couple of games.
And how rare is it that you get subbed in this high pressure series, right? You're not your team's first sub, you're your team's second sub, and you have a performance like this. So that's actually really impressive.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that our expectations for Kryra are not only answered, but also, you know, even better than what we could have hoped for. You know, it is, we kind of highlighted before the draft concluded in Game 4. If you're put in this position as Kryra, what a story would it be if you come in and you save your team from getting knocked out in the lower bracket and pretty much preserving the prestige and the how far you go as Dark Zero Dragonsteel, who was at the beginning of the split our first ranked team in power rankings, understandably so, when Yuji was still on the roster, and ever since he got promoted to Team Liquid in LTA, the question was, okay, how much do Dark Zero Dragonsteel get nerfed by this? But the fact that, you know, Shimmer stepped in, and then Kryra having a massive performance in Game 5, stealing 2 back-to-back objectives, and then obviously not necessarily the hero for Game 4, but he did his job. He played the Ivern, and he knew exactly what his role was, and he played it.
He was a dog champ in Game 1, and then he got to play the dog champ in Game 2, you know?
Yeah, a carry dog champ in Game 2.
He went from being the dog to the big dog.
Yeah, he went from being on a leash to then holding the leash on the Conviction Esports.
He's got that dog in him, you know?
Yeah, I know. I mean, ever since I saw him playing Zach and Evelyn in the Combines, and I saw that he was one of the few, if not the only Zach player, where he would hold his cooldowns and walk up menacingly with Q, and then use E, I was like, oh, this guy's just built different. He just thinks about the game way more intelligently than any other jungle prospect I've seen in quite a while, so we've been super excited for this guy since fall of 2023. What a way for him to show up in such an important high-stakes match in this lower bracket final, and now setting Dark Zero Dragonsteel up for success in a rematch against Luminosity Gaming in the grand final, Matt.
Excited to see that. Kelsey, any thoughts on that one?
Oh, I think it's going to be a great one. You kind of touched on it in the final calls, but I think that'll be a really fun one. I still think I favor Luminosity just a little bit in terms of their overall map control, and a lot of the ways that Zeyzal just plays around the map in particular and and stabilizes a lot of the situations for the team. But I think this could be a really fun one. Absolutely, especially if we get to see a little bit of jungle flexibility. If I'm Luminosity right now and I watch the series, it's, oh, they can do that, and I might be having to rethink some of my drafts going into it. So might level the playing field a little bit since they've had a lot more time to kind of think about this, whereas Dark Zero had to prepare for this match first.
Yeah, I think Coach Deos at least will be thanking Conviction Esports for pushing Dark Zero the distance so that he was able to get the intel necessary to now understand the full potential flexibility of this Dark Zero Dragonsteel roster, as we now get a chance to see our MVP for the series. I'm actually curious who it's going to go to. We have our eyes. Oh my goodness, let's go. Kyra steps in for 2 games. MVP, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Why not? Add some big steals in there. I think Andre mentioned the Zyko for sure.
Yep.
Was really solid for all 5 games, but Kryra coming in was big as the sub, and again, got to be the dog in game 1 and then the actual dog in game 2 as he clutched up in games 4 and 5 and helped make sure that his team secures a match against Luminosity Gaming tomorrow, who, man, if I was LG, I would have definitely gotten some delivery and tuned into those games and been talking about draft quite a bit and a lot of the looks that we see.
And, you know, stats don't lie. 100% win rate in the series. No one else on his team.
Highest KDA,
you know. So,
yeah,
exactly. So, definitely, I think there were games we were praising pretty much every single member of Dragonsteel, right? We had game 1, we talked about Sidred playing the lethality Varus really well, and Spyrax maximizing the rise damage. Game 2, I guess their second win. I'm not gonna do the math on the backtracking the series, but game 2, we saw of their wins. We saw the Scion popping off for sure for Zamudo, and the Yorick, absolutely. And then of course we see Zyko with the insane engage with the Rakan, absolutely. So I think all of the players definitely had their time to shine. Even Shimmer, right? He had a really impressive Nocturne game with the Orianna setup. So everyone on Dragonsteel pulling their weight, and today was their day, absolutely.
Being able to continue their victory run from winning CLOL finals this past weekend, 3-0 over Ole Miss. First title for Maryville University in 6 years. They get to continue now, going for a chance at another NACL title against Luminosity Gaming tomorrow. We'll see how all that pans out. But for us, before we close out the broadcast, we still got an interview to conduct, and I'm assuming...
You threw me for a loop there. I was like, oh, you gotta be talking to someone on
Don't worry,
right?
Don't worry. I'm okay. We are not quite ready yet on the interview, so we're gonna vamp for another minute. Let's continue doing the victory laps, y'all. What are some things that Luminosity Gaming are gonna be looking out for? We already highlighted, you know, the flexibility of now you have Shimmer and Kryra who are willing to step in and out. Do we even see like? I'm assuming that Shimmer will still start for the team when a lot of the power picks are available, and then you put in Kryra when the champion pools are starting to get threatened a bit.
Maybe.
Because
yeah. I'm curious. I mean, we'll see what's up tomorrow. I think really highly of Kryra as a player, but of course, Shimmer goes to the school, and he's there in person with everyone else, which I think is a huge advantage as well. And he's really like pulled his weight too. So I mean, this is an opportunity, I think, for both players to really show their stuff. They did so today, as Kelsey was highlighting. And we'll have to see what the plan is for Coach Niles and Dark Zero Dragonsteel tomorrow, frankly.
That is definitely a factor, because Kryra's in another country, right? He's in Canada. So, all right. There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
It'll be a tough task, but we'll see how well Dark Zero Dragonsteel can answer the call against Luminosity Gaming, who did beat them in the upper bracket final. But for now, we have our interview locked in and queued up. It is none other than our MVP of the series, the jungler substitution in Kryra, who will be on the interview desk with us. First of all, Kryra, welcome to the desk. This is our first interview that we've gotten a chance to do with you all split long. I'm really glad that we actually get a chance to talk with you since your team situation is pretty unique. But the fact that you got a chance to sub in for Game 4 and Game 5, be a massive hero, 2 back-to-back objective steals. I just backtrack with me going into, at the end of Game 3. At what point did you know you were going to be subbing in for Shimmer? Was it, during Game 3, or was it just after the discussions of Game 3 post-mort saying, all right, it's time for you to sub in?
Yesterday Nals told me just be ready, like you might play tomorrow. Like that's because with this just that's how it started. I think that's told me like yesterday, so I like played with them like in the scrim, just 2 games. So that's just all I got like, actually with them, just 2 games so far in scrim with like this full 4 with Sparax, I mean. And then like I think after Game 3, Nars messaged me, okay, be ready, like you're in next game for sure. Like that's when it was. Like Game 4 I knew I was gonna play.
I was gonna let Kelsey go. You're more familiar with her. What do you got for Kryber, Kelsey?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I guess for you, when obviously this has been a very interesting year for you and some of your teammates overall. I think for you, I wanted to hear a little bit more about the experience of technically being part of Dark Zero Dragonsteel while maybe not necessarily being in the facility with them. How much scrims and reps you've sort of gotten. You said just 2 with the team, but what kind of feedback or anything else with the coaching staff and things like that?
Yeah, I mean, when we were like as well DZ Light, right, with Plastic Regen, Spa and Toasty, we were doing many like scrims together, I mean against each other. And I mean just get feedback like Loretta would share his like sheets or like scouting, stuff like that. But I mean just like this, since I scrim with them, Niles and Drax here, like the other coach, help a lot. Like they just say what to do,
Yeah, I mean, great to see. Of course, we were kind of joking on the desk. You played the dog champ in Ivern the first game, and then of course you got to be the big dog game 2 in the Fury.
Yeah.
But Kryra, we've seen you in NACL before when you stepped up and stepped in for CCG last split. What's it like for you to potentially, be playing in a finals match tomorrow, going up against 5 players who have been career LCS players?
I don't know. I feel like it's expected. Like, I feel like I'm like good enough. I'm that good, and against them, like it won't be like hard. I don't think, like, because I don't know. Like they're not that good. Like they're just like there's a reason they're not in LCS right now.
Dang.
All right, we're gonna see if you can prove that tomorrow.
Hell yeah!
That's spicy.
I mean, I like that.
Strong words.
Good.
I mean, this is the kind of banner I want to see going into a grand finals match. Someone put this in a hype video for our grand finals tomorrow. But I appreciate the bluntness and appreciate the honesty. And I think with that kind of mentality, by not putting your opponents on a pedestal, you're just setting yourself up for success, right? And so, how does the rest of the team feel? Off the back of obviously the team has been super busy. Prepping for CLO finals that was just this past weekend. They got a chance to fly back recently. Has that slowed them down in their ability to prep for this weekend of NACL, or do you think based on the conversations they've had that they're just as ready for tomorrow?
Oh no, yeah, it was a bit hard for them because they were practicing CLO, so they were not practicing Fearless. They were not like ready, let's say, like last week. But now I think they're actually doing 5 games, and like going all the way, seeing what like prepping comps and just new champs, in that series against LG, like they didn't know what to expect. I'm pretty sure they never scrim Fearless, and But right now, like, they've been working a lot, I think.
I guess.
Yeah.
Along those lines, in terms of champion pool flexibility, you obviously can't say anything, but is there anything in particular that you're looking out for Luminosity tomorrow?
No, like nothing particular. Like I've champ pool Ocean, like I would just play whatever.
Absolutely, except for Zach and Evelyn, right? We're never gonna see those again.
Yeah.
You never know,
Oh no. Okay. Well, at least we got to tease the 2 tricks a little bit. But
Yeah.
hey, it looks like a pretty good 2 trick today. So again, for game 4 and 5, helping your team find the win. Cryer, congrats to you. Excited to see what your team can do tomorrow, whether we see you again or not. Any parting thoughts, thank yous, or shout outs you'd like to give before we say goodbye?
Shout out, I don't know, shout out the whole team, right? I think they play really all well. It's really easy to play with them. It's really easy to play with Sparks. Like, I feel like he always has control in the game. And shout out also just Niles for trusting me. He puts me when score is 1-2, and I will just pick up his job, you know? Yeah.
Again, thank you, Cryer, for joining us, taking the time
Congrats, man.
for
Good
this
plan.
interview. Yeah, really stellar performance in games 4 and 5, and congratulations on being able to get a chance to rematch against Luminosity Gaming. Obviously, we hope the series goes well enough that, you know, whether you sub in or start, you know, it doesn't call for the situation, but it would also be exciting to see you play up against Luminosity and see what you have takes against Tomio, who is, you know, probably last jungle opponent in the split that you have yet to prove yourself against. So again, thank you so much, Cryer.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All
With
right.
that, we bid adieu to Cryer, our victorious MVP of the series. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our coverage for the lower bracket final of our NACL spring split. Before we get into the nitty gritty, we're going to thank ProDiff GG one more time, as they've been an awesome sponsor for us, Matt and Kelsey, as we are familiar with many of the players that played in this series today. They're all coaches, so you can request a 1v1 to level up your game as well. So make sure you check out the website on the bottom, as well as shout out to our Mayo, who has been helpful in, you know, getting this sponsorship in reality and helping power up NACL on the back half. But Cubby and Kelsey, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, lo and behold, even through all the challenges that Conviction Esports put up against them, they still make it to the grand finals. And, you know, the words from Cryer have me inspired. You know, I still think, you know, it's reasonable to think that Luminosity Gaming should be favored in this matchup. However, I'm feeling spicy. Cryer is saying, like, these guys are not that good. I'm like, my goodness, like, that's the type of, you know, banter I want to see, the confidence coming out from Maryville University, or aka Dark Zero Dragonsteel. And now that they no longer have to worry about collegiate finals and prep, they can fully lock in for fearless scrim scheduling. And it looks like they were a lot more prepared in this series than they were against Luminosity Gaming last week.
Yeah, I mean, Cryer, I like the fact he's talking a big game. You know, he might be Canadian, but it could be channeling some of the French Canadian there with the European, making sure that he's coming through. But yeah, I think it's a really exciting final. The fact that we have so many players that have hoisted NACL trophies before, even in the last split that they've played in the league, and they get to go toe-to-toe to see who can win in spring is quite fun. So I'm excited to see who can get the best of who tomorrow, as I will be excited to tune in from the co-streaming angle over at my channel, so it should be a good time.
And Kelsey, it's been a blast to have you back on with us.
See you tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna have Kelsey and Moser back on tomorrow's show, where Mazel and Beatdown will be covering the final as well. So I'm gonna be in Twitch chat, maybe gremlining in Cubby's chat as well, just harassing him and seeing what he thinks about the picks and drafts.
I missed you being a gremlin in my room, just like popping in and being like, so what are we watching, you know?
Well, I mean, maybe I have to book a flight to LAX tonight, you know?
All right. I didn't sign up for that. Anyway,
The show's gone on too long.
Yeah, we got a bracket coming in. We got to keep things rolling here. As we're going to take a look at what we have in terms of our final. Rafa, you're teasing it. Luminosity Gaming versus Dark Zero Dragonsteel tomorrow.
Yep. It is the rematch of the upper bracket final, Kelsey. And, you know, before we get you back in on tomorrow's broadcast, you know, what are your big takeaways after what we saw from Dark Zero Dragonsteel and what Luminosity Gaming are going to have to prep for tomorrow's series?
I kind of just want to shout out Conviction one more time, because this is the last chance we'll see from them. I think they had a really good game plan going in, right? They targeted the Shimmer pool with the 1-2 on the Vi and the Pantheon, and if only they knew that there was a second jungler, right? So I think they did leave a nice blueprint that Luminosity can study for tomorrow. So I think that's can't be understated, and they made it a really interesting and a very long day with the 5-game series for sure.
It was a banger, and I'm very glad to be on this ride with y'all. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our broadcast coverage. Make sure that you are continuing the conversation on all of our socials here at NACL on all platforms, at WatchNACL on Twitter, hashtag NACL. Cubby, you got last minute thoughts too?
No, it's been a crazy split. Excited to tune in tomorrow. It's my 8th split and 4th year of NACL. Never know what the future brings, so this is my last chance to say hi and goodbye to all you. Thanks so much for the time. It's been a blast. We'll see what's up moving forward.
It's been a pleasure being on this ride with y'all, and I think it's very sentimental that I get to share the desk with two of my closest friends in the space, people that I've been able to cover Tier 2 with for the past 3-4 years now. You know, the first time I worked with Cubby was back in 2020 on Big League during the spring, and the first time I worked with Kelsey was on I want to say Unified Grand Prix.
I think so.
2021 during the first iteration of the Proving Ground circuit, which is still to this day one of my favorite iterations of how the Tier 3 and the Tier 2 scenes intermingle together. That was such a fun time, and it is interesting how the years have changed over the course of time, but glad to still be in the space and still be able to cover this, and you know, being able to do it with such close friends. So anyway, again, thank you to you two. Thank you to our production and broadcast staff and crew over on Liga ASA Esports. They've been great. Shout out to our broadcast producer, Jet Skis, who's always been a pleasure and a treat to work with, and the team as well behind the scenes. Shout out to the rest of our broadcast talent, Mazel, Deathrux, Beatdown, Hawk, and also I'm just trying to think of any other did we have any guests that came in last minute?
Probably it's Kelsey, yeah. We got to get some tomorrow. I got some food that's coming in. Rob,
you're ruining my sentimental train here.
That's fine.
You know? Okay.
I started it, so it's my fault.
Okay. And also thank you to everyone in chat watching, as well as our co-streamers who help continue spreading the word and viewership across the entire ecosystem of esports and getting as many eyes on this product as possible. So thank you so much. Stay healthy, and see you all tomorrow for grand finals. Have a good night.
Good night.
He's pumping out the damage with him showing he's still holding the line. Darkwings really has to scout in here. Spyrex has this at half. Chrome.
Manu is sending it just so he can get vision on what the Elder Dragon is looking like. Zamudo's holding the line as much as he can. He's going to fall for himself. It's a 4v4 now. Support for top layer. Darkwings gets exploded. No need for the Elder Dragon. Crow getting jumped on. Flash into the wall. Spyrex is on the other side. He flashes right into his face and throws a whole book of runes at his way. Hoarder, the only member left standing on Conviction Esports side.
But this is not a scenario that Conviction wants to be in.
He stopped? Wait, are they thinking about a flank? He does have Seekers, so it would give him a counter-strike angle, but Banui just dies before Hoarder gets a chance to really spring himself into the fight. Psycho's below 30% HP. He has no ultimate available, but Sajet is so scary. They're just going to bring the Shockwave Paranoia, and Conviction Esports just too indecisive whether they wanted to spring down smash. Kizno taking a lot of damage. Super Mega Death Rock. It gets tanked by Manui. We're still at 3,000 HP on the Otacon. Darkwings has rejoined the fight, has teleported in. Hoarder taking a lot of damage. Otacon secured for the side of Conviction Esports. Spiraling Despair is thrown out. It is secured by Shummer. He gets blown up, but it's a trade back to Manui as he's the first one to fall. Kizno starting to find the resets here. He takes the form of Rel, finds the sun on the Sajed, launches in, and it's Reset City for Conviction Esports. Otacon secures the flash because the double bombs were about to stun him to eternity. Kizno, Zyko now has Zamudo flanking with the teleport. Kizno is going to throw the death mark right on top of a Scion, but I feel like that is not the ideal target, and now Kizno is just dead. Conviction Esports are getting dropped one after another. Hoarder's trying to pop the ultimate, but he can't do anything when he's surrounded by the rest of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. They have completely outplayed Conviction Esports at every turn this game. 10-1. Esports trying to refresh their HP pools and getting ready for another defense.
Fresh play from Zyko has been fantastic this game. Outside of getting picked once to play these fights, great as Manui misses.
Manui goes in too early. The flash, that's it. Good night, Conviction Esports. An admirable run will end here. Dark Zero Dragonsteel are ready for the rematch against Luminosity Gaming in the grand finals. Game, series, match.